of view of John Aylet. Patrick, I never met the guy. I never heard of the guy. I never knew anything about him until he came up on social media. I don't know anybody that knew him. I don't know anything about him. And I've always said to myself, I'm not gonna make my name by knocking other people.
I am. Salute, MobTube. Happy Thanksgiving, everyone. I hope you all had a great day, spent time with your families, ate a lot of good food, and I hope you're at home relaxing now, as I am. Let me give a couple of shout outs here, and we'll get started. We're going to have a fun night. We're going to have a lot of people join us, and we're going to have a good time. I'm looking forward to this. I've been looking forward to it all day. And I'm going to address something that I'm sure a lot of people have on their minds from last night. Okay, I'm going to give you my thoughts on it. So, Miss Can't Be Wrong, Tommy Salami, Antonino, Gilded Age, Batchelder Street, Jeremy F. Same to you, Jeremy. Happy holidays, my friend. Bong Funk MC, Dave, Casey Robinson, Miss Charlie Steen. Let's see, Pete the Killer. Oh, you took care of that thing for me? Thank you, bro. I was about to ask. Sam Carpenter, Mia Salazar, Eagle Plumber. Thank you for becoming a new member, my friend. Thank you, thank you. Redheaded Stepchild, Alex Trejo, OC, Gyrations with you know who. Thank you for being here. Michael McDonald, Maverick, Primo 5K. Nice. Good name. Very good name. Edward Everett, Richie B, Matty G, Joe Root, Christopher Capello. Thank you very much for the donation earlier today, Chris. I appreciate that very, very much. Let's see. Stone Sailor, Junior Lollipops, Pasta Patate, Lefty Guns Pool Hall, Steve Cutler, and NYC Crime Spot. Salute to everyone. Good to see you guys here. Okay, not sure what this is. Somebody just texted me something. MobEntertainmentGroup.com. What's up, my friend? Yeah, I want to have all you guys on shortly if you're willing to join me. This is a MobTube family Thanksgiving. We did something like this last year for Thanksgiving and Christmas. Try to have the whole MobTube family on and just talk and chop it up, talk about our day, stuff like that, some MobTube happenings, you know? And I think it's fun for everyone. Now, before I get started, should I wait a minute or two? Because I don't want to make people wait to come on. I know some people planned on joining. But I do want to talk about the drunken elephant in the room, so to speak. Does anybody know what I'm talking about? Let's see. I'm quite sure you do. Octavia, I don't know if that's you. But if it is, even though it's Thanksgiving, I have to say, I'm pretty sure you're a pretty terrible person, aren't you? Aren't you like a Tony Pizza supporter and you give him you give him a lot of money and stuff, right? Yeah, so no offense on a holiday, but we could do without you. Thank you, Octavia. Okay, that's not her. Good. Yeah, redheaded stepchild. That's what I'm talking about. Loaded. Yep. Oh my God, Josie was extra drunk last night. Yes, she was. She was. And I'm going to give you my thoughts because how could I not? Josie never misses an opportunity to give you her thoughts on what me and my family are up to. This is what I have to say. Now, she obviously humiliated herself last night. Humiliated herself. But she always does. As I've said before, she's drunk 90% of the time she's on YouTube, and I'm quite sure she's drunk 90% of the time she's awake, okay? And most of the time while she's asleep as well, all right? I will make fun of her for being a drunken floozy. I will make fun of her for humiliating herself, talking about her private parts, and just acting like the 65-year-old drunken hooker that she is? Absolutely, I will. I will not make fun of her about her daughter being a drug addict or anything regarding that situation. I will not. And I'll tell you a bunch of reasons. Number one, I don't have to do that. I could just go after you, Josie. I don't have to go after your kids. That's your side. That's your side that does that. I don't have to go after anyone close to you. That's your side that does that. That's number one. Number two, what kind of a scumbag would ever talk bad about a parent whose kid is or was on drugs? You know what a fucking low life you'd have to be to make fun of somebody whose kid either currently has or at one time did have a drug problem? Now, you said last night that we're going to take this story about your daughter and twist it into something it's not. Absolutely not. I think it's a sad story, Josie. I think that your daughter seemed to have everything going for her. You said she was educated. She had a very promising career. And unfortunately, whether it was because of the man she married or whatever else, she wound up on drugs and you had to wind up taking her child. And I will say the saddest part is that you are raising another child, especially in the condition you were in last night. And with us knowing that you have a very, very serious alcohol problem, that is scary. But it sounds to me like your daughter had it made, had everything going for her, and through some bad circumstances, whatever they may be or may have been, she wound up doing drugs. She lost her child, and now you and her do not get along. Another sad situation. A parent and a child not getting along is a very sad situation. Okay, I personally wish your daughter the best, and as a parent, for your sake too, Josie, I wish you the best. I hope that your daughter gets help. I hope she gets cleaned up, and I hope she's able to have her child back in her life, especially for the child's sake. It's a shame that little boy isn't with his mother anymore. Now he's with his grandmother. It could be a lot worse. Well, considering the grandmother, maybe not, but you know what I mean. But she's not with her mother. So that's sad. So you said we're going to twist it into something it's not. No, twisting it into something it's not would be like, say if a woman came on here and all she wanted to do was help people because she has experience with addiction and being a single mother and raising kids all by herself, struggling, working as many hours as she could so she could keep a roof over their heads. And her child, at some point, somehow at a very young age, wound up trying some type of drug. And then the people on your side take that and turn it into something Shanna did wrong, because we're talking about Shanna. Let's not beat around the bush. Something she must have done wrong or what a horrible parent she is. Now, you also said that we talk about bits and pieces of your story, but we don't know the stories behind them. In other words, we pick out little things and we talk about that, but we don't know the stories behind it. You don't know the story behind that situation. You don't. If you would think that any mother, well, I'm sure there's some out there, but especially if you knew Shanna the way I know her, if you would think that she would allow something like that to happen, her child to try drugs at a young age, then you're sadly mistaken. That's a tragedy in Shanna's life and her oldest son's life. It's a tragedy. It's a shame. It's nothing to be made fun of. You know what I mean? How could you make fun of a parent whose child went through such a horrible thing, and who they themselves, as a parent, went through such a horrible thing? I mean, you have to be a lowlife. You have to be an absolute animal to make fun, because you're making fun of a child, who, through circumstances that were mainly entirely out of his control, because when you're 10, all your circumstances are out of your control. You're making fun of something really bad happening to him. I can compare it to, God forbid, a kid being touched when he's that age. You know, if an adult were to say, "Hey, kid, try this," especially maybe at a friend's house, something like that, some fucking sick individual said, "Hey, try this," and the kid didn't know. He trusts adults. Okay, he tries it. And later on, years down the road, it winds up becoming a problem. It's a horrible thing. It's a horrible thing. It's a shame. It's a shame for the child. It's a shame for the parent. It really is. So to take something like that and make fun of it, you'll never see me doing it. Never see me doing it. Not in a million years. I hate Josie. I hate her. But I will not make fun of the fact that her kid, even though she's a grown woman, I think she said 23, or she moved out when she was 23. I'm not sure how old she is now. Wound up being on drugs and lost her child now. That is a sad situation. I hope the best for the both of you and the child. I really do. That's all I could say. We are not in any way, shape, or form going to make fun of the situation, take any satisfaction from it, wish anything bad on you regarding that anyway. We're not going to do that because, it would be affecting a child too. So, you know what I'm saying? It's a pretty sick thing. It's a pretty sick thing. It's just like, and you never know when the child might find out it's being talked about. Like, for instance, my oldest stepson, the guy who, that story was about, the 10-year-old story, he listens to this. He listens to all this stuff. He has a wrench in my chat. And I showed proof that he was listening to Josie and Angel and some other people talk about his mother being sexually assaulted. He was listening to that. He heard the whole thing. Okay. So, when you talk about that 10-year-old boy, you have no idea that 10-year-old boy who is now a grown man is listening. He can hear that. It's a shame, right? It's a shame. It's like, Josie, I compare it to this. I'm sure you would be mortified if your small grandson then grew up to, at some point, listen to your old appearances on the Angel Gotti show and hear you talk about how his mother was a severe drug addict. And that's why he had to be taken from her. It would be a horrible thing. That's what's going on in my family. You guys find it funny, though. Angel finds it funny. MRE, Marla, Josie, you guys all find it very, very funny. So don't worry, Josie. I'm not going to stoop to your level. Okay? And let me just say one other thing. You said that you always admit when you're wrong. And some douchebag who was on Angel's show with you was talking about how, yeah, it's a bad character trait. There's something wrong with a person who can't just admit when they were wrong. Well, let me just point out, Josie, that you were one of the main perpetrators of the rumor that my wife has a sex tape floating around. You started that either weeks or months ago, but you were one of the people who started it. And you're the person that convinced that knucklehead Angel Gotti that it's real. You keep swearing that you saw it. Well, there's not one because you would have it and you would have figured out a way to release it. For a fact there isn't one. As a matter of fact, you know how I know? First of all, I know because there isn't one. It's an impossibility. But even if there was some fake floating around, even if NB or somebody made a fake, you know how I know you're lying about having seen it? Because you would not, by any chance, allow Angel to go without seeing it. And Angel, just 3 or 4 nights ago, was begging her audience to give her that tape. So you were wrong, Josie. Now, listen, you knew you were wrong from the beginning. You knew it was bullshit. You knew there was never a tape. But since you said that you always admit when you're wrong, I guess we'll be awaiting your apology. I guess we will. No, busy. This one isn't. This is a holiday special, but you'll see. You'll see. If you think I'm not keeping my word, you'll see. In the meantime, enjoy the show and stop bitching. So that's that. That's what I wanted to say about that ridiculous display of well, I don't even want to say. I don't want to get into the addiction thing. You know, it's a shame that Josie's the drunk that she is. Maybe she'll get help someday too. But it was a humiliating display last night. It really was. And I, don't get me wrong, would not allow something like that to happen without me downloading the entire episode. And yes, I was not happy about the fact that I had to put a 7 fucking hour video on my computer, but I'll move it to a flash drive and delete it from the computer anyway. Now, let me just get to Angel, and then I'll start bringing some people on. Oh, I see what you're saying, Frankie Cicero. Angel, a little advice to you, because I know you do not know how to be a friend. Your father didn't, your brother didn't, nobody in your family did, and you don't. But let me tell you what you do for a friend in a situation like last night. You either stop them because they're humiliating themselves and they're letting out a little too much information, or if you're ignorant enough to allow them to embarrass themselves like that, even though they're your friend and you're supposed to care about them. As soon as that video is over, delete it or put it on private. Now, don't get me wrong. I am very grateful that you didn't, because now I have it forever. And if you would have deleted it right away, I would have never seen it. I mean, my phone was blowing up today. I didn't even get to see that till I left my in-laws. Okay. But yeah, that's what a friend would do, Angel. Now, I know you're getting a whole lot like your buddy Lee Cole, and it's all about the views for you. But when your friend comes on your show, plastered 3 sheets to the wind, fucking drunk, humiliates herself, talking about her vagina and her boobs and her butthole and everything else, okay, and then tells a very, very personal story about something very tough that's going on in her life, you either stop them or you delete that video. You say, fuck the views. I do it all the time. You know what I mean? Anything I think makes somebody close to me look bad, the video comes down. I had one situation where a good friend of mine came on and very angry one time and said some things he regretted. And he called me and said, bro, I hate to ask you to do this. Could you take the video down? Done. And it was a great video. I didn't want to take it down. Done. And it's down till this day. It'll never see the light of day again. But this is just a true example of what a scumbag Angel really is. She's not anyone's friend. You know what I mean? That video is still up. Anybody can go watch it right now. Start around the 4-hour mark. Now, Josie, on a different day, maybe tomorrow, perhaps, I will go in on you a little bit more about the fact that you are such a drunken floozy and that you are such a pig for that stuff you were talking. And I will talk about, Angel, how you fucking hypocrites threw a fit because we played F, Marry, Kill on my show once or twice. But you let this drunken pig ramble on about her private parts last night. The raunchy, disgusting shit. And Angel claims to be, a complete and total lady who doesn't even like cursing and things like that. It was a disgusting show last night. And I want to say on Thanksgiving, there's many things I'm thankful for. But after hearing that show, one of the main things I'm thankful for today is that my wife has way too much class to ever do something like that drunken pig did last night. If my wife, as much as I love her, ever went on YouTube or even had a conversation like this in public with friends, whatever, talking about her body like that, I don't think our marriage could last much longer. I would say, holy shit, who did I marry? I have to get out of this thing right away. So I want to thank my beautiful wife, Shanna, for being a lady, being as classy as she is, and way too classy to ever do something like that, because that was disgusting. That really was. Nobody wanted to hear that, Josie. I know in your mind you are a very sophisticated, highly attractive woman. That's only in your mind. You're 65. Do you understand? You're 65. Nobody wants to see that or even think about what it looks like. Okay? Nobody. I can promise you that. That's disgusting. It really is. And there's so many reasons you should be ashamed of yourself. If I had a grandmother who was 65 or a parent, or, well, I wouldn't have a grandmother at this age who's 65, but you know what I'm saying. A parent or a grandmother or a sister or a wife or a niece or anything who would go on a show and conduct herself that way. Holy shit, would we be having a serious fucking talk? Fortunately for me, none of the women in my family would ever do something like that. Josie, I'll leave off with this. You are true and complete absolute trash. Whether you work for $16 an hour, whether you're independently wealthy, or you actually do have some professional job where you make a lot of money, or whether you live in a goddamn trailer, doesn't matter. You are absolute trash. You have no class. You're a foul-mouthed, disgusting pig of a woman. Okay, you're delusional as fuck. And the way you conduct yourself, if you were 20, the way you conduct yourself would be embarrassing. But at 65, you should be downright ashamed of yourself. And anybody related to you or associated with you should be ashamed as well. All right? So let's get started, guys. I'm dropping the link. Let me just read whatever super chats I may have gotten. Hopefully I make some Thanksgiving schkadol. What do you think, guys? Help me out. I am my own producer. So I did send out a lot of text messages and emails today asking all types of different people to join this show at some point so we could provide the best entertainment possible for you guys. Jersey Girl 732, $4.99. Hey, FBS, happy Thanksgiving. Hope it was a great day, I guess you meant to say. It just says day, but thank you, Jersey Girl, for the $4.99. Thank you for the happy Thanksgiving, and same to you. I hope you had a great day with your family. Kirk Davis, $2. Squinty Victoria was extra stuffed last night. I'm not sure exactly what that means, but thank you, Kirk Davis, for the $2. Jersey Girl 732. Again, everyone, please smash the like, subscribe, and notification bell. Thank you. Hope you all had a great day. Thank you again, Jersey Girl. Let's see here. Wait a minute. Now I got to get back to that one just to make sure. Okay. Common Sense, $4.99. Drunkzilla's crotch, which at one time had a landing strip, allegedly is now known as the no-fly zone. Beautiful one right there. Thank you, Common Sense. Thank you for the $4.99 and for the joke. Jesse Roth, $4.99. You're a better person, FBS. Thank you, Jesse. Yes, I will not listen. I want to make it clear one more time. I don't care what they do to me or anything else. Okay, I don't need to make fun of somebody's kid having a drug addiction, especially since, I know what addiction's like firsthand. Now, I will say, not to get back on this, but another thing Josie did that was disgusting, Josie, you were calling your daughter a lunatic over and over again, which goes to tell me what kind of parent you really were. You don't do that. You don't do that in general. You certainly don't do it in public, and you really don't do it on the goddamn internet, on YouTube. You called your daughter repeatedly a lunatic. Jesus Christ, Josie, parenting 101. If you really are a psychiatrist, they should take your fucking license. But that's another reason I got that video downloaded, just in case I find out you are. Apparently somebody just told me on the phone right before the show, because I only listened to about a half hour of Angel's show. Apparently you said your son too, he's a wankster, he's this and that. I mean, you're making fun of your kids while you're drunk on this fucking douchebag's YouTube channel. If your parents or if your kids don't hate you, they should. They really should. Because listen, if I did something like that to my daughter and she found out about it, guess what? She'd have every right never to fucking speak to me again, or any of my stepkids, or if one of my fucking parents did that to me, I'd say, yep, that's where I draw the line. That's where I draw the line. You're going out of your way to publicly insult and humiliate me. Thanks, Mom. Thanks, Dad. It's a goddamn shame. You are a despicable human being, Josie. You really are. And if my wish comes true and you die soon, hopefully it'll all stop. For the people around you, their pain will stop because they won't have to deal with an embarrassment like you anymore. OC 499. Pass this on to that producer you speak of. Thank you, OC. Thank you. Yeah, I felt like I was doing Baba Booey's job tonight. I'm trying to get guests for the show. Common Sense 499. I heard that they only invite Drunkzilla to Thanksgiving dinner to keep the flies off the food. Motto. Yeah, it sounds about right, bro. All right, let me drop this link. And let me thank Stephen Cordell, my man. $20. He said, Happy Thanksgiving. Thank you. Also, earlier today, my man Otis Driftwood sent me $50 for Happy Thanksgiving, brother. And Chris Capello sent me $40 for Happy Thanksgiving. Thank you, guys. I appreciate it very, very much. William Brooklyn, my man. I hope you're feeling okay, bro. How you doing, buddy? I hope you had a good Thanksgiving. Redheaded Stepchild. If I have a channel and a friend of mine is on my panel talking like that, I'm doing them a favor and dropping them down. Exactly. Yeah. But no, Angel don't care. It's funny to her. You know what I mean? She'll just let her ramble and make a fucking fool of herself. She doesn't care. Talk about a fucking terrible friend. I mean, holy shit. If I was still using, God forbid, and I went on Gunsmoke's show and I was talking about my dick and everything else, and Gunsmoke didn't take that video down immediately, Gunsmoke, I love you, but we ain't friends no more. Handsome Jack, 1999. They said they don't like a completely shaved private part because it looks like a knife. How do they know? Yeah, bro. That's fucking see. Why even use that age? I'm telling you, they're fucking sick people. Tears. Josie is the person who drinks all the alcohol at Thanksgiving and gets belligerently intoxicated. Oh yeah, at Thanksgiving and on Monday through Sunday and at all times of day and probably at work sometimes too. And when she's on vacation and when she's at a restaurant and when she's at a hotel and when she's at a nightclub and when she's just relaxing on the couch and when she's doing yard work and when she's drunk always. Okay. belligerently drunk always. Jesus. If that gave me a hard time, could you imagine Lee Cole trying to say that? Hold on, let me see something. Agnostic said what? Who is that guy anyway? Who the fuck? What have you just got? They'll take anybody on that show. Oh, he's the one that said that? Yeah, he's probably a fucking pedophile. I wouldn't be surprised. Oh, Lee Cole is here. He came to join us for Thanksgiving. Yes, Lee.
Be that you are like the smartest man in the world. You did a show yesterday talking about how intelligent you were.
Yes.
For a long period of time. Making fun of the way people speak.
Yes. I have done that.
That was like not even part of what is going on between us. You basically got very personal.
Probably. I do that sometimes.
Because that's what you need to do. But once you opened up, you opened the door up.
Did I?
So here's what I'm going to do.
Which door?
If you have the balls to accept this, and
do you?
Stupid, you should have no trouble accepting this.
Mm-hmm.
I'm challenging you to a debate 8 o'clock.
I remember
tonight, and I'd like to do it on Stacks, Chatting with Stacks show. Let me tell you why.
Wait a minute. Do I remember that? Chatting with Stacks. When did he make that challenge? Chatting with Stacks. I'm trying to think now. Is that the one? No. Is that the one from a long time ago where MRE jumped in the chat and said, let's do it on my show, and I wanted to do it on MRE's, and then Lee backed out and said, he can't, he's having family over or whatever? Probably just the other day. I don't know. I'm very confused. Which one? Let me see. Common Sense $4.99. Drody is so drunk. Alcohol claims her as a dependent on its taxes. Yeah, Tommy Salami. I don't know. When was that from? And was that? Hold on. Let me see. Maybe I'll get more details. He's back. Hold on. Yes, sir.
Hello, people. Yesterday was a very eventful day.
Was it?
We had FBS do about 6 hours worth of me on his show.
You must have felt special.
And he put what he claims was an old tape that I told him not to, I'm sorry, an old video that I told him not to put up. He put that up. And then he did another show. And then when he was done with that, he did yet another show. So you got to give the man credit. He knows how to get the views and who to use for the views.
Oh, the views again.
But I just want to play you something here. And then I'm going to call Chris out on it.
All right. That sounds fair. Yeah, maybe that was recent. But Stax's channel, you know what that is? That's Stax. Like, Lee, man, come on, challenge him to a debate, man. And let's do it on my channel because I only get about 6 to 10 views on each live, man. Ever since Ray Mundy left me, times have been tough, man. You know, something like that. Hold on, let me see something. Oh, Steve Cutler. That's fucking hilarious. All right, let me see. Lee, wait. There were some comments I didn't want to miss. All I can say is Josie will soon get tired when she finds herself shitting on her shoes and throwing up on her friends and doing it during Thanksgiving Day. Most untidy girl. I guess so. Yeah, that would probably be a rock bottom. Yeah, but who knows? She's probably already done it. Lee's out of content. He can't do what FBS does and talk off the top by himself. No, he's not too bad. He could do it for a little while, but yeah, he's not really good at it. Let me see. Big Tex loves the FBS show. He does. It's his favorite. FBS, he told you not to put that video up. Yeah, that was the literal Lee video, I think. I remember that. Lee had to eat welfare turkey today because he's broke. It takes forever to chew. Big Tex is currently in the middle of eating his 6th gyro pot pie. What the fuck? Dude, how come FBS Live has 222 in the chat? I only have 116. Timothy Sullivan, same to you and yours, my friend. It's weird that Stack sounds like he's from San Diego, huh? I would have guessed San Francisco, but that's for different reasons. I don't know what people from San Diego sound like. Josie is shooting for drunkenness straight into dementia with no gaps. That's most likely where she's headed. Do I have to drop the link again? What the hell happened to everybody? Are you going to make me do the fucking MobTube Thanksgiving or MobTube Family Thanksgiving show by my goddamn self? The only person to join me so far is Lee. You know what I mean? How do you guys feel about that? FBS, we talked about this. Yo.
Oh,
I like the avatar.
Oh, thank you. Yeah.
You look very classy and powerful there, my friend.
Yeah, that's the approach I was going for. Yeah. What's going down? Happy Thanksgiving. What's going on?
Same to you, bro. How was your day?
Yeah. It was good. It was all right. How was yours?
Pretty good, actually. Other than the fact that after I ate turkey and got home, I was fucking exhausted and I fell asleep for like 3 hours. I was beat, bro. But it was a good day, man. I'm very lucky. I was telling Gunsmoke this on the phone earlier. Shanna has a really, really good family. Like I love all the members of her family, and they treat me very well. So we had a good time today. We did.
Yeah. Yeah, man. Today's a day to be thankful for what you have, you know?
What are you thankful for, Gunsmoke?
Being alive, I guess. I don't know.
You're not even sure about that?
Yeah.
Gunsmoke is like, well, I guess I'm thankful for being alive.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What's going down?
Chilling, bro. Chilling. I figure we'll have some friends on tonight.
Yeah.
Do our thing, you know?
Dude.
Some people might call in. I might call some people, you know?
Yeah. I like the way Lee said, you don't have the balls. The balls, dude. The balls. Whatever the fuck he said. You don't give a shit.
No, sorry, I'm texting somebody. Yeah, I know. Lee is super tough, and everybody else is very scared of him. Here goes our friend JC.
JC, my buddy. What's going down,
what's up?
JC?
You know when Lee hangs out with Josie, he waits for her to get really, really drunk, and then he starts picking her pockets.
What do you mean?
What do you mean? But I mean, Lee's a thief.
Yeah, if Lee was hanging around with Josie, you know how Lee is. He'd wait for Josie to be super loaded, and that's when the sticky fingers Lee would start kicking in, you know?
Yeah. I don't know how far we could go with this joke, but, you know, slips her a roofie or whatever the fuck he does. Anyway.
Well, no, I don't know how far. Yeah, okay. I wasn't going to take the joke that far, but if we are, then Lee might as well have his car out front with the trunk ready to go. Oh, wait. That was bad, huh?
Hold on. Here's Angel Gotti came to join us.
There we go.
You guys
Happy
ready?
Thanksgiving, Angel.
Yeah, here's Angel. Hello.
What do you want?
Kevin says I've known MRE for almost 3 years online.
Online.
I keep repeating myself over and over again. I've had 10 of MRE's childhood friends on here. So, yes, he is. Hello, Maddie. How are you?
Listen.
Poor you.
Basically, she's saying the other guy who's racist said that MRE's a great guy.
Exactly. This Nazi friend of MRE said he is not a racist. He's not a Nazi. Here's Puerto Rican Edwin is here to join us.
Oh, no. Fuck. Oh, look at this. Nice suit.
How are you,
dressed up and doing the town.
Gunsmoke, you're like a son to me.
Thank you, Edwin. I feel special now.
Gotti, stop talking to the Nazis.
You did?
She wouldn't listen.
I thought you
finally came. Yeah, you finally came to your senses, Edwin.
I know.
I know.
You don't love him like a son anymore, MRE?
Sometimes.
Only sometimes.
Just when a few shots of Brugal and shit.
Yeah, just when he's really funny, right? When he's acting the least like a Nazi, you still love him.
Okay.
Edwin, how come you always have a suit on? It could be 1 a.m. or it could be like 10 in the morning and you're wearing the same suit.
I don't want people to know about my past.
Uh-oh.
Oh.
What do you mean?
Oh, all right.
You look like you're always on your way to church, Edwin. I got to be honest.
I was banned from the church for keeping it too real.
For
keeping it what?
Real? For keeping it too real.
It went wrong.
I figured you worked at a funeral home and that you just lived there too.
He steals the suits at night.
I figured that you were you figured you were going to be part of that funeral home anytime, so you might as well live there in your last days.
I like to dance bachata.
I see that.
We heard,
yeah. A friggin' nuclear plant in San Juan or something.
He went silent. What happened?
Un abrazo.
I think he's cooking empanadas.
I have no fucking idea who this is either. That's the best part.
Mustache, I bet. Mustache.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Oh, it's possible. I haven't heard his Edwin yet. It might be.
So I mean neither, but I'm gonna guess mustache.
So what did you do for Thanksgiving, Edwin?
I watched Hitler documentaries with Angel.
Your favorite.
Good old it's a Hitler Thanksgiving on the History Channel, huh?
Uh-oh, the angry stepbrother's in here. He says this is slander.
American Heroes Network.
Were you look, the people in the chat are the best. So were you rooting for Hitler in those when you were watching those documentaries? Angel was, I bet.
No, I like the French.
The French.
Oh,
Why do you like the French?
The women don't shave their vaginas.
Yeah. That's a plus.
Yeah, this has got to be Mustache Pete, bro. I'm with you guys. Holy shit. Jersey Girl 732-499
Edwin's
super
not so bad.
sticker. Thank you, Jersey Girl.
Edwin seems all right.
Yeah. You're listen, you have a lot of shit talking to do, but this isn't bad, Edwin. I'm liking your new demeanor, your new attitude.
What can I say? I don't like the fucking Nazi party.
I don't blame you. Not many people do, except for there's one specifically I can think of who's a fan, but other than that, there's not a whole lot. It's pretty unpopular.
Yes.
Can you tell us who on this panel you love like a son? I know it's not me, but maybe JC or Gunsmoke.
Well, he already said he loves me like a son.
Well, what about JC? Do you love him like a son?
Gunsmoke is the only one who could pass
for
Puerto Rico.
I am special.
Because he can pass for.
Yeah, well,
there you go.
We're about to go get empanadas in the barrio. He's
We'll blend in together.
He's coming to my residence in Old San Juan.
Oh shit! Thank you, Edwin. I appreciate that. I always wanted to see Puerto Rico.
I will only charge you $450 for room and board.
Oh, that's buku money. No, that's too much.
Hold on. Here's the token albino.
Hello, Mr. Albino.
What's up? What's up, everybody? Happy Thanksgiving.
What's up,
Evan,
bro?
it's a pleasure. It's a pleasure, man. It's a pleasure.
It really is.
Pleasure.
It's always a pleasure.
Listen, I hate to leave the screen. I hate to leave the screen while Edwin's on, but I will be back in about 2 minutes, guys.
Disrespectful.
You have fun.
Bastard.
Just talk amongst yourselves.
Yeah.
All right.
Hey, Edwin, you're not going to give us a friggin' speech and a lecture and a friggin' prayer?
Yeah, no prayer today or what? Yeah, I was gonna
Come
say.
on.
We need a
It's
prayer
Thanksgiving
today.
after all. How many flans you baked today?
2.
2. Wow. You must be drunk as fuck.
Not drunker than Josie.
JC's quiet now too. That scares me. Always scares me.
I invited Josie over for nutcrackers and Brugal. She didn't take me up on it.
Nutcrackers. I used to love nutcrackers back in the day. I used to get wrecked. Anyway. You guys don't give a shit. Now you're all silent. It's Thanksgiving. Why don't you cheer up, you pricks?
Come on, Gunsmoke. Let's hear it. You're second in charge on the FBS show. Come on, take off.
Hit the like button, everybody. Please hit the like button.
Your big shot.
This is my big shot. Yeah, don't blow it, dude.
Don't blow it.
The Cinnamills, dude.
No pressure.
There's gonna be a lawsuit coming tomorrow because that's not the real Edwin, and we know it. They're lying.
Yeah, no doubt. Yeah, there'll be like 2 or 3 debunking videos. You'll never guess what happened on the FBS show.
These guys were lying
coming
again.
Out of a hangover.
That was not the real Edwin on the show. That was not him, guys.
Yeah,
not
it
him.
is all that Bald-Sicilian's fault.
Yeah.
Angel will say the panel's getting papers on Tuesday.
Yeah, after the holiday weekend.
She just didn't say what Tuesday, what year it was going to be. You know?
Yeah.
What a ridiculous mess, man.
What do you think about my new avatar? Don't lie to me.
By the way, my Reebok's tracksuit with the bottoms and the socks that I got too.
I saw you showing it off the other day. You sick fuck.
Yeah. You know what?
Throwback.
Leonidas can't afford what I wear. Shit, he can't. He
I don't
can't
think
fit
they make
into it either, but he can't.
He gets Fruit of the Loom.
Either, you know.
I was gonna say I don't think they make anything in his size, man. You know.
Yeah, he has to go to the tent place, the camping place, to get his clothes.
Well, he'd probably have to buy 3 of them and like sew them together somehow. You know,
Yeah. Hello,
one
people. Gosh dang it! If I can't find a double XXXXXL shirt one more time, damn it, at Walmart.
Right.
I gotta sew 3 shirts together again, people.
Oh, he's got to be in the like 5XL category for sure.
Oh yeah, easy.
People should go troll him and put in his chat like, "Oh, you're doing great. You got 120 people in there, Lee, killing it, bro."
Oh yeah, Lee hates it when he's reminded
him
that
up.
his numbers are doing less. Even
Yeah.
go in there and say, by the way, it's Common Sense, Gunsmoke, and JC. FBS isn't even on the show, and they're beating you this badly.
Don't
And
forget
Edwin,
about
What's the matter? He didn't buy the
Puerto
bots
Rican
today?
Edwin, you
Yeah.
should tell Angel Edwin's on here too. She just watch her lose her
Yeah, you
shit. 'Cause
forgot
she'll
about
believe
Edwin. How
anything
dare
she
you?
hears. You know, don't forget about Edwin.
Yeah, tell him that Edwin's new channel is whooping Lee tonight.
Okay.
Yeah.
Listen, guys, I got a special guest. He called in. He wants to talk. Okay.
Sammy the
Sounds
Bull.
good.
No, Anthony, you there?
Nah.
Yeah.
In
What's
my
up?
area.
How you doing? It's Anthony Arlotta, guys.
What's
What's
up,
up,
Anthony? Happy Thanksgiving.
Happy Thanksgiving, man.
Happy Thanksgiving from my area.
You guys
Yeah.
gotta let him talk.
Hey, happy Thanksgiving, bro.
Yeah. Same to you. Happy Thanksgiving. How you guys doing?
Good, bro. We're having a little Mob Tube family Thanksgiving. I wanted to invite
Yeah.
invite you and some other people on. Come drop by and say hello.
Absolutely. Yeah. Definitely.
Do you have a good Thanksgiving today?
I did.
Good.
Yeah. How about you?
Not bad, bro. I could have eaten more. I'm not gonna lie. I didn't eat as much as I
Yeah.
would have liked to.
That's the problem, eating too much. But it's a day to be thankful for. You know, we all got stuff to be thankful for. You know, we're still alive. We got our freedom. And,
Absolutely.
a lot of good things happening.
Yeah, definitely. How's the channel going?
It's going all right. You know, it's I only did like three shows, but my whole thing with the channel was just to shine a little light on the areas that don't get talked about a lot, like the bigger cities.
Yeah.
Like New York, Boston, Chicago, Philly, bigger cities like that. That was my thing, and just to tell the story of the area and see where it goes with that. But the main thing is just to shine a light on this area, because there was a lot of, in the mob, the mob genre, there was a lot of notorious gangsters come out of Connecticut.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What do you want to plug it? Do you want to plug your channel now? How many subs are you up to?
Yeah, I got over 1,000.
Oh, nice. That happened quick.
Yeah, the name of the show is Money, Mayhem, and the Mafia.
There you go, guys. Maybe Miss Can't Be Wrong can drop the link, and anybody who isn't subbed can go sub.
Yeah.
You've been paying attention to anything on MobTube lately, bro?
I really, I've been, I watch your show. I watch a few of the guy shows. Not as much, but the same. I'm not really caught up to it as much as I was a few weeks ago.
Yeah.
Like, what's the new stuff going on?
Oh, bro, it's always something. Lee is, going after anybody who's ever made him feel bad about himself. Angel's still a fucking raving lunatic. Josie's drunk all the time. Chickie's still enormous. Same shit.
Fat bastard.
I never really watched her show or got into that show up until the thing that got me involved with all this is when in my area, when people started coming on and telling stories about, it's like if people grew up in an area, whether it's New York, you're in Pennsylvania, and the stories of your area, what's going on.
Yeah.
So you can comment on it, about the facts, about, who grew up, who was who. And so that's what happened with me. When I came home in prison in 2017, a lot of people didn't think I was going to come back to where I came back to. A lot of people didn't think that I was going to have a voice. So a lot of people were making up stories and making up, putting themselves in positions and making themselves out to be something that they weren't.
Yeah.
So, and when I came home, that's what I heard. The day I came home, the second day I came home, people would come up to me, were asking me, oh, this guy said this guy said that. And, I wasn't getting involved in none of that shit back then. I just did 7.5 years. I got sentenced to 8.5 years. I was just like shell shocked from being back into society. But when they were asking me these questions, I was like, nah, that's not true. This isn't true. That's not true. This guy said he was, he did this with me. He did that with me. He was around this when that happened. And all of it was lies, So as the years went on and I started getting more comfortable, being back into society, and I started getting a voice on the social media, started, building social media networks. People didn't like the fact that, I started calling them out on their bullshit. It would just be like if, I'll give you an example, like the guy, Danny Smith that was on the Lee Cole show, right?
Yeah.
I mean,
the bird bath bandit.
That's a perfect example right there.
Yeah.
A guy like him. So he comes out, he says his name is, I don't know what he said, Danny Trio, and he was,
he went to prison for murder.
He's gonna bash everybody's heads and this and that, and come to find out, it was 100% the opposite of what he was. He was a guy that broke into homes, and he was a 2-bit burglar. Nothing. He was a bum.
Yeah.
So that's what you got. So when these guys get exposed, they get mad, then they lash out and they attack the guys that expose them. And that's pretty much, in my area, there, you don't really have too many guys coming out doing that. You had maybe, I think just one really. But when I came home, besides YouTube, there was a few of them, but they never went on YouTube.
It was a big one.
Sell their story. And but one person did, and when they got exposed, they didn't like it. Yeah. But if you know your area, then you can like, if you tell me something about Pennsylvania or New York and I don't know the situation, I can't comment on it. But you know what? You can tell by seeing the guy talk and seeing the guy, telling his stories, you can tell if he's full of shit if you're a good read of
see, that's the thing. Everybody can see it. Look, the first time I saw this unnamed guy months back, he said something on his show. He said something like, "Don't make me order something," like he was insinuating like he was going to do something, right? Well, when he said, "Don't make me order something," I'm thinking McDonald's,
the McDonald's menu,
freaking the deluxe, the number 14 supersize. That's what I'm thinking when I hear that guy say, "Don't make me order something." Go ahead.
Yeah. Page 6.
Yeah.
Yeah. Listen, Dave sent $5. He said, "Money, Mayhem, and the Mafia is an outstanding show. Love it, Anthony."
Oh, thank you, Dave. Yeah.
Hey, Anthony.
You know what it is too? I'm shooting it, so it's pissing a lot of people off. But I'm actually shooting it right down where I grew up in the south end of Springfield, Mass.
Oh, really?
And at this place that I'm shooting at, it's the Italian Social Club. Now, a lot of
Mount Carmel
happened there, and that's where I pled guilty to killing Al Bruno. He got killed there years ago, back in the 70s. Bruno, I just mentioned it on my last show. Bruno murdered a friend of mine's father back in 79. So I've been getting a lot of I'm not getting a lot, but a couple people comment like, why am I down there, shooting the show from down there? Well, that's the if anything, that would be the perfect place to shoot it.
Yeah.
Historical.
Well, look at it like this again. Famed mobster Lee Cole is the only guy who claims to be offended by you filming at that place. You know what I mean, though?
Well, that's the thing. He's offended by filming down there, but because let's just say I killed Al Bruno, I pled guilty to killing Al Bruno down there. But in my last show, I explained Al Bruno killed my friend's father back in 79 at that same club, right below where I sit at that club. So if it was okay for him to sit there from 79 all the way up until 2003 when he got murdered, then it should be okay for me to sit there
now until I get murdered there. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Or if maybe I don't get murdered, but it would be the same thing. So, for him to be offended by that, that's, especially when we're killing each other, in that life. We sign up to it. Guys that sign up to that life know that they might have to kill somebody, and they might end up getting killed one day, just like me. I could get killed. Like, I joke about it, but I really could get killed at that club while I'm doing it, or down there.
Yeah.
And it's just a possibility. I did a lot of bad things in my life, and one day those bad things might catch up to me, and I might get killed, and it could be down there.
Let's hope not.
Yeah.
No.
Well, you don't have to worry about Lee doing it. That's for sure.
Oh no. Well, yeah, exactly. Definitely. You guys will live forever.
How embarrassing would that be, Anthony? You get killed by fucking Lee Cole.
Oh, that would
it's surely been an accident. It was a complete accident.
I'm coming for you, dude.
Imagine Lee Cole wobbling his fat ass into the fucking
freeze, dude.
I'll tell you what, he could sneak in there like a ninja. Nobody would see that guy coming, Nobody's seen nothing.
That movie where Chris Farley was a ninja, that last one he did.
Oh yeah,
freaking Lee Cole sneaking up all big and ogreish and running into crap,
Yeah. And basically that's what I'm trying to do. I'm trying, I'm telling the story of, I'm correcting the story of things that happened, pertaining to that I'm involved in.
Yeah.
The facts, and everything. Now nobody knows the facts other than me. I lived it. So that's what I'm doing. I'm just telling the story of the events that I was involved in, and I'm telling it at the place where I think it should be told. And if that pisses people off, it pisses people off. But that's what I'm doing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, understood. Yeah. Do you want to hear Gunsmoke's impression of you?
Oh God.
I think I heard it before.
Yeah, I'm sure he's heard it by now.
Yeah. Go ahead, guys. Listen, they'll take turns doing an impression of you. Watch this.
God damn it. All them guys in my area knew that Chicky was a fat bastard. That fat bastard.
That's pretty good. It's pretty close.
That's pretty good.
Now,
Yeah.
you know when I was saying fat bastard, you know what I was meaning by that, right?
The guy
Yeah,
from
the guy from Austin Powers.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
I want to see Lee versus Chicky in a 100-yard dash.
Oh shit!
Now that would
Chicky
be
would
Mount
win.
Gold right there. Who you got your money on?
That dude reminds me of Jabba the Hutt. Actually, if you've seen Chicky's like the last few videos he has appeared on, he's all up close to the camera and he's got those big old glasses on. He looks like Jabba the Hutt to me, but maybe
So does somebody else on there that doesn't show their face.
Yeah, well, that's another one too. Yeah, there's a few Jabba the Hutts over there, ain't there?
Right.
Has Fat Bastard reached out to you at all, Anthony?
Like 2 weeks. Well, when I was down the club, the second episode, I don't know. It was within the last 2 weeks. He texted.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Trying to be your buddy, I'm sure.
Yeah, trying to, yeah, it was funny. It was a funny text. It was, because I go down to the club and the guys down there, the president sits with me when I do the videos. The president of the club is one of the guys. The first two videos, all three videos, he's sat with me. Now he's the president of that social club.
Yeah.
And what I'm trying to, like the whole time, everybody like says the club was always. I mean, there's a lot of events happened. There was people that were murdered there. There were shootings that happened there, but it wasn't a club that was like the Ravenite or a mob social club that you would think of in New York City. It was, Springfield had a lot of Italian immigrants. I mean, we were flooded with, you know, immigrants that came here back in the you know, throughout the 1900s, but it was just flooded with Italian immigrants. We had, at one point, 5 social clubs. When I was growing up, we had 3.
Yeah.
And we used to have 3 feasts on the streets. I mean, there was a lot of Italians. Now that Italian club was an Italian immigrant club. Yeah, there was a couple of mobsters that went there, but you know, it was just socializing for them. It was like, you know, Bruno would go down there. He would have card games. You know, he would be one of the guys that was playing cards. There'd be 8 other guys playing cards. The other 8 guys were businessmen. They owned, you know, legitimate businesses. They just like to play poker, get away from their wives at night.
Yeah.
You know, come down and so that's what it is. You know, this thing that they try to build it up that it was a you know, like a Ravenite. You know, it was like the you know, like a mob headquarters. It wasn't like that. Even when I was in my power, you know, from, you know, my whole life, but even from 03 to 2010, you know, I would go there to have a coffee, maybe socialize a little bit, but that's all it was. It was
well, you know how Lee is, bro. Lee hears a few Italian names that he can't personally pronounce, and he assumes that it must be a mobbed up place. You know what I mean?
No, it's not that. Listen, you can't blame Lee for that one, because here's the thing. Lee lives in wherever the fuck he lives in, Texas, right? So he hears his information from people.
Yeah.
His problem is he doesn't vet, he doesn't check the stories. Just like, okay, he had this kid from my area on, Anthony Grasso. Now the kid's a nice kid. I grew up with him my whole life, right?
Yeah.
But he's a degenerate gambler. That's all he is. He's nonviolent. He's harmless as they come, and he's a sick, degenerate gambler. He's got nothing to do with.
He's not even related to Bill.
He's what?
He's not even
related to Bill.
No.
He came.
Even, you know, they don't. Billy Grasso was a notorious underboss, the most vicious underboss. He was a boss of all of Connecticut, and he was the most vicious. I put him up there with any New York gangsters. Even New York gangsters were leery of him. You know, God even said it in things, you know, watch out for the guy Grasso up there. That's how badass this dude was. He's an old school gangster. He would never, you know, meet people in public. He'd meet you in a mall. He'd be dressed like a bum sometimes. You know, when he met you, he was always. If he had to make a phone call from Mass to Connecticut, he would drive, you know, back in the day it was payphones. He would drive to Mass to make the phone call so there wouldn't be that over-the-line call that was, you know, so the feds couldn't get you for that.
Interstate
shit.
Yeah.
And he was as low-key as they come. And he was a vicious killer. He was Raymond Patriarca Sr., who was on the commission.
His protege.
You know, a legendary boss, the old man, Raymond Patriarca Sr. He was his underboss. Well, he was his boss in Connecticut when the Angelos went away in 84. That's when Billy became official underboss of the whole Patriarca family. But he was always boss of Connecticut. And he had this kid on the show, and you know, I talked with the kid. Well, I got text messages calling him. So why would you do that? You know, he was telling me how the main thumbnail on the show was Billy Grasso, evil twin brother, and he said that his father and Billy Grasso were twin brothers. And when I did the show to explain, and that's the thing. With, you know, that's the thing. He doesn't vet his guests. He doesn't do any research on it, and he let the kid come on and just, you know, say that his father was, you know, twin brothers with Billy, and the kid was laughing about it afterwards. And I was talking to the kid. Why would you
say that?
Even Billy Grasso's family contact him. The son, his son is still alive.
Yeah.
And it was like, who, you know, this kid, you know, like this, you know, area. And, you know, my response was like, the kid fucked up. Somebody put him up to it to try to make his name bigger, because that's what it was all about. The fat kid put him up to it so he could like bolster his status into who he was. And at the same time, he was, you know, he was saying, yeah, that was my uncle. And then he was telling stories about Billy Grasso, and it was all lies. So when you have a guy on a show that puts something like that, he loses all credibility in anything he does. You know, because, you know, what kind of, you know, you got to do at least some research or call out a guy and do some vetting of some sort. You just can't have somebody come, you know, on your show unless, you know, it's a clown show and you just let anybody say whatever you want.
Well, it is a clown show.
FBS, remember when he came on your show with Chicky that day?
Yeah.
And I asked him in the chat, I set him up specifically. I said, oh, hey, are you related? Remember I said, are you related to Billy Grasso? And he kind of shook his head and laughed and was like, oh, yeah, but I didn't want to talk about that. I did that on purpose.
Yeah. Listen, there's not even a fucking, if they went into that Interesty.com or whatever, there wouldn't even be a 1% of our relation between them.
Yeah.
And Grasso he came up under Whitey Tropiano originally. And then you wound up killing him for Patriarcha.
Yeah, well, that whole story, that's why, see, all them stories right there, that's the reason why I'm doing the show. You know what I mean? I'm not doing it for, you know, like people say you should do more shows and this and that. Like when I get to it, I do a show, but I want to explain all that stuff because my uncle, my mother's brother was best friends with Whitey.
Oh, wow. No shit.
There's a lot of history with my uncle. My uncle was supposed to kill Whitey. You know, Whitey ended up getting killed eventually, but they wanted my uncle to kill to Whitey, and he was best friends with him, and he wouldn't do it. And he ended up taking his own life because of that. Because back then, you know, the mafia was really a serious organization. You know, they can say that it's now and it's a joke and it's not like it was, but back then, you know, these rules that people break today, yeah, you wouldn't live a week, you know, back in the when they were at their strength, and this was in the 70s. And they wanted my uncle to kill Whitey.
Well,
yeah.
Well, I think that stuff is interesting. Not a lot of people talk about it. And actually, you and Bill Catolo are the only two people I've ever even heard mention Whitey's name on here. So I think that's something that should be spoken about. You know.
Well, let me just tell you this: Whitey Tropiano. If people did research on him, he ranks up there. You know, I mean, how many people do you have to kill to have that much notoriety? I mean, this guy, he was on Murder Inc. He killed. I mean, They say he killed over 60 people. That's on the low end. I mean, that's how many people he killed. And
he's notorious, man.
Yeah, and my uncle used to be, you know, like, so Connecticut, you know, if you're from this area, like I know common sense, you know this area pretty good. Mass and Connecticut, if you're a wise guy, everybody ends up interacting with somebody at some point. You know, Hartford's only 20 minutes away. New Haven is a 50-minute ride. So we're all going to interact at some point, especially back in those days. You know, there was no internet. So can you imagine these guys were known nationwide? You know, the guys here, you know, Nicky Scarfo, his family, they were friends. Bruno, Skyball, all these guys here were close with Nicky Scarfo and them. They used to have junkets. They used to go to Vegas. They used to do, you know, back then they used to do junkets and, you know, bring people down to gamble. That was their, you know, a big source of income for them. That was before the internet came out. So can you imagine the notoriety that they had to be known nationally before internet, you know, just by, you know, back then it was payphones. And it was, you know, word of mouth of who people were. You remember the Appalachian meeting in '57?
Of course.
So the boss here, who was the boss, you know, he came here, you know, from Italy, but then he went to New York and then he settled here, was Sam Kafari.
Yeah, Kafari,
Yeah. They called him Big Nose Sam. He was our boss up until 1984. And he was at the Appalachian meeting. You know, so that's, you know, these guys get as big as you can get. You know, everybody thinks like, yeah, of course the 5 families were in New York. And then they, you know, they branch out, Philly, Boston, Providence, you know, there's different areas. But we had a big crew here. And Sam was at the Appalachian meeting when they had that, you know, that summit to have all the bosses there.
Yeah.
I think it's an interesting story too when you talk about Skyball, about Shibeli and those guys. Not a lot of people even know who those guys are and how much power they had.
Yeah, and you know, if you like, I went to Florida. If you go to Florida and like I went to Florida with Bruno, and I mean, it was like when we went to Florida, he knew as many people in Florida as he did here. I mean, all the right people. The business owners, all the restaurant owners of the Italian restaurants, you know, any wise guy that was down there. The tracks, you know, the horse tracks, the horse racing tracks, you know, they used to go there. And, you know, we used to go there. Danny Marino, Gambino guys would be there. And everybody knew him. Everybody knew Skyball. Everybody knew Bruno. And, you know, like I said, it was before social media. It was just, your reputation preceded yourself as to who you were. So they knew who you were by, you know, what area you represented and the people that you were around, what, you know, obviously what family, and that all held weight.
I'm sure it did. I'm sure it did.
The Shibelis were very well known. You know, especially through the Northeast, because they are, especially Connecticut. See, that's why I'm trying to shine a light, because nobody really hears about, you know, Connecticut in our area a lot. They hear, I think I put our area on the map with all the shit that happened with us and our crew. You know, when we were doing shit.
Yeah, probably.
But that, you know, not to say that I put it on the map, but because of the timing, it started getting national news with everything that was going on. You know, it was a big time. It was like Gotti when he killed Castellano.
Yeah,
that's what it was like here when Bruno got killed.
I'm sure.
And so it was like it kind of put it on nationally, and there was a lot of violence that was happening at that time. Me and my crew were the ones that were behind it all. And so I think that's what gave our area more notoriety. And so with that being said, coming back, who's able to speak about it? Nobody. There's nobody that can speak about it that was in that life, except for me. Because I'm not in that life no more. I pled guilty to everything. So I'm able to speak out. So that's what I choose to do now. Now, if I didn't come back, like I said earlier, other people were picking up on this platform, and you would have thought that, you know, the way that they were describing themselves, that they were me, even, you know, worse than me. They were like Al Capone was born again.
Yeah.
You know, and they were making up stories.
Yep.
So that's what gave me a little motivation to correct, not only to correct, you know, the lies that were being said around here, but to shed light on, you know, there's a lot of people in Connecticut that want to hear, you know, like the stories told of these gangsters that were, you know, came from Connecticut, came from Western Mass, and they were very, you know, notorious. You know, I would put them, you know, I met a lot of gangsters in prison. I met a lot of gangsters in New York, and I met a lot of frauds in New York. Believe me, everybody thinks like, you know, New York is the cream and this and that. There's a lot of phonies and frauds and gangsters that are wise guys that are made guys that can't put, you know, that don't have no money.
Oh yeah.
And yeah, so I've been around them all, and I've been also around the top echelon of the bosses, where you can't get around those people, and that's where the super money is. And the guys in our area are on that level. For me growing up, they were on that tier of gangsters, because our area was, you know, it was just one family. It was the Genovese family in our area. Now, if you start going into Connecticut, then you start hitting more patriarchas. There was some Gambinos there, few Gambinos, but stories go back. You know, even, you know, there was Gambinos here back in the 80s that they were killing the captains here, and these are all public. You know, Piccolo was a Gambino captain, and they killed him. They killed another guy that was a Gambino guy, and they did it for the Genovese family, because this was territories that they wanted to control, and they didn't want to control them.
You talking about Frank? You talking about Frank Piccolo?
Yeah.
Tony Ducks in the chat brought up a guy out of Worcester. I don't know if a lot of people know. I'm sure you know who, Mastro Totaro.
Yeah, Carlo. Now, my uncle was, so Carlo was good friends with Whitey, and my uncle Danny. That was their whole crew. When I used to meet Carlo, he used to always bring up my uncle Danny. When Al Bruno got made, Carlo was at the ceremony. You know, I explained. Listen, my last show I explained, you know, because they try to say that I'm down the club and I'm at a club where I murdered the guy 20 feet outside the door. Well, that guy that I murdered 20 feet below me, he murdered my friend's father. And he didn't have a problem coming to that club after that every day. You know what I mean?
But
it was
they're going to say,
that murdered
Sorry.
other people. I mean, this guy had me murder conspiracies every other fucking week. We were looking to kill somebody with this guy. So it wasn't like an innocent guy. And I'm not trying to glorify his murder. I'm not doing that in no which way at all. I'm just telling the story of what happened as best as I can without offending anybody, and that's what I'm doing.
No, yeah, it's understandable. Listen, Lefty wanted to say something, but let me read this to you. Dave sent another $5 and said, Anthony, don't worry about what the haters say. It's awesome you talk about the Mass and Providence Mafia. No one else does.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So nobody does, Chris. Nobody, you know, everybody talks about the New York families. You know, Boston gets a lot of. I mean, I sat down with the bosses in Providence. Louis Manacchio was the boss. I had dozens of sit downs with him. Bruno was great. I had dozens myself, but Bruno back in the day used to bring me with all those guys down Federal Hill, Atwells Avenue. We used to meet with those guys. Then we would go to Boston. You know, when all that shift changed. You know, and Carmen, you know, the cheese man there.
Yeah.
I probably was with him. I'm the one that brought Carmen, who's the boss of the Patriarcha family. I'm the one that brought him down to New York to meet with my bosses, and we used to have dinner down at Rayo's. I'm the one that arranged all that. I'm the one that aligned up that alignment with the Genovese guys and favors that were done with Quiet Dom when he was the boss of the Genovese family. Yeah. I'm the one that aligned up all that shit. So I sat down with all captains of the Patriarchas in Boston. I sat down with captains in the Providence faction. I sat down with bosses, Louis Manacchio. I sat down with him several times, and so not too. Now there you go, Louis. Louis was you know, you could call him a legendary boss of the Patriarchas. I mean, Raymond Sr. was the elite. You know, he was the top boss. He was the top guy. You know,
Yeah.
his son, when he took over, that's when they lost respect for the Providence faction, and Boston took control. There was a lot of wars going on. Dozens of people got killed. They talk about the Colombo Wars. That's what I'm saying. Like in Boston, the wars that went on and the people that got murdered. I mean, if somebody shined light on that, you can't believe how many that I think that was worse than the Colombo Wars when that shit was going on. When Billy Grasso got murdered, the guys in my area is the one that killed him. He got killed, and the boss of the Patriarchas got assassinated the same day. Only he lived.
Yeah,
it was either the same day or the day before. Frank Salemi. So, you know, it was.
They killed Grant too.
Who?
Grant, his partner.
Who?
Grant, his partner.
Grant.
Huh?
Say
Grant.
Billy Grant.
Yeah.
Yeah, Billy Grant. They never found his body. I grew up with the family. I pled guilty. They were on my. I was going to kill them kids. I pled guilty to extorting them. They have the night. They have the Hustler Club in what do you call it? New York City. And I grew up with them. We used to have a beach house down in Westbrook, Connecticut. They had one the next town over, Clinton, but it was in walking distance. I grew up with those kids. Hot Dog Billy Grant was their father. He was in charge of protecting Carmen Persico. Carmen Persico's brother was on the lam. He was wanted. He was wanted for a big RICO case. So he was hiding out. Billy Grant was responsible for hiding him out. So he was hiding out down by the shore, by Westbrook and Clinton, down by the beach.
Yeah.
Billy Grant. And then Ali, they finally found him. They arrested him. And they blamed Billy Grant for giving him up. Because Billy Grant did, he did say that the guy was getting expensive. He was, taking care of him and putting him up and spending a lot of money on him. He made that mistake of saying that, but shortly after that, the feds found out where he was staying. They arrested him. Boom. They never found Billy Grant's body ever.
Yeah, Grant was actually doing a graduation party for his daughter, and they forgot like the cake or something. He left to go out, and he never came back to the parties, but missing ever since.
Yeah, and they never found his body.
Nope.
Yeah.
And Billy Grasso was like, he was as vicious as they come. And back then, when I grew up, if you ever put your hand on a made guy, you were a dead man. That's how I grew up. If you ever, never mind if you talk back to them. This is how I grew up. So I'm 54. And all the way up until, I would say, the 90s, if you ever talk back, never mind, if you ever put your hand on a made guy, you're a dead man. That's how I always known it. That's how I always believed it. And Billy Grasso was doing some work at his restaurant. And somebody got smart with him. A friend of mine that I had the nightclub with in Hartford, I had a big nightclub in Hartford. This kid was a boxer, and he didn't know who Billy Grasso was. And Billy Grasso was chopping bushes with like one of those hedge cutters, scissors and everything. So they had some words, and Billy Grasso came at him with those hedge cutters. And this kid was a boxer, younger than him, and he knocked him out. And, this was in the 80s. And that kid, they found him in the car. They killed him. And he was dead. And that's just how it was. If you put your hand on a made guy, when I was growing, that's what I'm trying to say about the mafia. When I was growing up, that's how it was. Today, they talk about the mafia and this and that, but I'm saying when I was growing up, that's what the mafia was. You touch a made guy, you're a dead man. That guy, he punched Billy Grasso, and within a week, 2 weeks, that guy was dead. They found him in a car.
Wow. Yeah, it's not like that anymore, Anthony.
No. That all changed. Like, you had a lot of Albanians, in New York that were causing trouble. You know, and there's still, I mean, there is still old school mafia guys that, you know, believe like that. But, you know, the problem is as they're getting older, the younger kids are getting less and less coming up like it was. So it's getting thin.
Yeah.
And, you know.
Well, let me read something real quick, Anthony, and I'll get right back to you. I think Lefty wanted to say something too. Hang on. Anonymous Legion sent $50 and said, "Happy Thanksgiving to my U.S. people. I've been nominated for a Hero of Ukraine award by my battalion commander. Wish me luck and enjoy your holiday." Well, congratulations and best of luck to you, my man. And thank you very much for the $50. Jersey Girl 732, thank you for the $3.99. I appreciate you. Lefty, did you want to say something? I heard you try to get.
Yeah, no, I was just gonna say, man, they're gonna give you shit whether you go to the club or don't go to the club. If you don't go, they're gonna say, "Oh, he's too scared. He's afraid," and blah, blah, blah. And then if you go, "Oh, how disrespectful is he?" and blah blah blah.
Right.
So,
My man, how are you?
chilling, man, chilling. How about you? You have a good holiday?
100% right. So that's the thing, you know. Before I went down to the club, I mean, listen, I heard the whole stories when they came. You know, like I said, I'm not trying to, you know, rub it in anybody's face or, you know, do any of this. But when you tell me I can't do something or I won't go somewhere, then I'm gonna go.
Yeah.
So you know, these big mouths on the YouTube, and they would say, well, I don't go to a certain place, or I go everywhere I want to go.
Yep.
It's just I choose to where I want to go. You know, I'm not going to walk into a guy's restaurant where I murdered their father. I mean, come on, is that, you know, I'm not. That doesn't take balls to do that. That's just being stupid. You know what I mean? You think they're gonna, even if I sat there and ate food, you think they're gonna not do something to my food? If I went to the restaurant and I killed their father or something like that?
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But if it's a place or this and that, I go anywhere I want. And if you tell me I'm not going to go there, then I'm going to go there.
Yeah, they do. People do the same thing with me. I won't go to New York. I won't go to Philly. I won't go to all these places, and then I show up. Who gives a fuck? I'll go where I want.
You shouldn't let somebody dictate what you do or where you go, especially if you don't give a flying fuck about their opinion.
Well, and that's another thing. It's like, you know, when I hear, listen, I was involved in all the stories, and I have nothing to embellish. I have nothing to exaggerate. In fact, I'm trying to do the opposite. I'm trying to, you know, you've got guys that come out and say, you know, they would take my story and they would run with it. Like, yeah, I murdered my boss. I wanted to be, you know, I wanted his position. I was a fucking Mad Hatter. I wanted to take over this whole area. And that's the story that they go by. So I could run with that story. Then if I ran with that story, they'd say, oh, I'm full of shit. You know, that's not what happened. But I'm just telling you the truth, exactly what happened, because I lived it, what was inside of me going on at that time. You know, Bruno got killed. I'm trying to tell the story. That's why I'm telling the story with Bruno, because I was close with Bruno. You know, my intentions weren't to kill Bruno. I didn't want to kill Bruno. I didn't want to see Bruno dead. I wanted to kill this other couple of people in my area. That's what I was actively, aggressively trying to do. And so they keep putting it up to me like I killed this guy because I wanted his position and I wanted this and that. And I'm just correcting the story the right way, the way it's supposed to be, the way it was, exactly the way it happened. And they don't like that.
Yeah.
No, a lot of people never really like the truth or fact, especially you know, when there's so many people willing to lie and bullshit and cover for the people lying and bullshitting.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, that's a part of the YouTube thing. It's like when I went to prison, a guy would come into prison and you didn't know much about him, so he would tell you, you know, he was in, let's say, on a drug case. But then he tells you there was several murders, and he was selling tens of kilos of cocaine a week. And then somebody comes in from his area, and they said, "Oh, you know so and so? Yeah. He used to work for me. He was this. He was that." Then the truth comes out, and then he gets called out on it. You know, and that's what happens on the YouTube. The YouTube, they come out and they start telling their stories. You know, thinking like they're never going to get called out on it. They're never going to get exposed, like that guy Danny Smith. You know, I keep bringing it up because he was the main thing on it. But everything on the internet eventually gets exposed.
Of course.
Once you become big enough, they're going to dig up. They're going to dig up. Your haters are going to come up. The people in your area are going to come up, and they're going to call you out on things that you are lying about, or you're making up stories. You weren't part of this, and then they're going to come up with your dirt of the shit that you did. A lot of them, they talk about this rat shit, and they were informants or they cooperated in some sort of way themselves. So that all comes out, and then next thing you know, they disappear, and you don't hear from them no more. Or they just disappear, or they start lashing out, and they try to come at you slanderous ways and come at you different ways like that. Then they disappear, and this and that, and blah 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 blah. But that's pretty much similar. How I compare. You know, eventually it's going to come out.
I got a question, Anthony. You used to go down to Rhode Island over to Federal Hill area. Did you ever have to get approved for a sit down with a guy named MRE down there? Because apparently, he was running with all these old time gangsters. You know what I mean? And he couldn't hang around Federal Hill unless he wasn't a rat. You know what I mean? So just curious.
Yeah. You know. I listen. I used to go meet with all those. Listen, those guys. When Bruno got killed, all those Providence guys. I used to meet with all those guys in Providence. All those, like I said, Louis, the boss, all the captains there, Maddie, a lot of captains. I don't even remember their names. Eddie, and I forget their names. But Bruno used to bring me when he used to go meet them, and Bruno was close with them, and I had dealings with them too. And when Bruno got killed,
Lieutenant Nick,
they showed up at the wake, because I showed up at Bruno's wake. When Bruno got killed, I went to the wake.
Yeah.
Those guys from Providence came there, and they were showing their condolences, and for Bruno,
their respects.
They were coming to, but you could tell, like, it was kind of a weird feeling because, I know what happened and why he was dead. And these guys are coming up like, not knowing anything, what happened. And so.
Dealings with Bobby Luisi, Anthony?
The what?
Dealings with Bobby Luisi, was he still around back that time or no? Or not at all?
Bobby already was arrested. I did a lot of shit with Bobby in the 90s. Bobby was already arrested by that point. They got indicted for that case with Joey Merlino and all that. That happened before Bruno got killed.
But did you have dealings with him prior to that in the 90s?
Bobby up. What?
Dealings with him previously though in the 90s, you're saying?
Did what?
You have crazy feedback on your phone, man.
On my phone?
Nah, I think it's you, common sense.
It's you, man.
When you talk, you can hear it.
Nah, Ant, man, you know what I like about you is your ego is not in the picture. You don't need to embellish or exaggerate. It is what it is. So I can respect that.
Right, and that's what I'm trying to tell I got a couple more shows that I want to get. I just did Bruno's, when he was the early years of him. And Bruno was a gangster. Bruno was a killer. Bruno was a big time money maker. He was both. He was a racketeer and he was a gangster. He could kill you and he could make millions of dollars. Not too many gangsters can do that. You know, you've got a few that are just dead up killers, that are thugs, that'll kill you, but they're not good at putting things together. You know, you could put them in a position somewhere to make some money, but they're not good at creating things and making money. Bruno was that level. He was a money maker, he was a money man, and he was also a dangerous, you know, he would kill you. So those are the guys that you got to watch out for in that life. Those are the guys that rise to the top in that life. You know, I think that's why I rose. The way I rose is because I had both aspects with that, you know, as far as making money, putting things together. And then if it came to taking a life, I could do that. And Bruno was the same way. A lot of guys, they weren't like that. They couldn't, you know, they didn't have both sides of that.
Yeah.
And telling the story like these, you know, a lot of people they want stories told on, you know, Connecticut. Because a lot of people know about these gangsters. Even in the Hartford area, like when I was doing business with Tony Volpe, Frank Zamiti, you know, even the kid, the guy Rooster, that he became the boss of my area when I went over, and blah, 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 and all that bullshit. I mean, I got stories, you know, with all that, with him and all that crew from Connecticut. And so, you know, cities like to be represented, and the criminals that were who they were, the big time guys, you know, it's good to shine a light. And there was one guy in Connecticut. He was on the Paul Castellano hit. He was one of the trigger men.
Oh, really? Who was that?
Yeah, Eddie Wright.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he was actually one of the shooters on the hit.
Yeah.
And you know, they worked with you know, a one-time acting boss was a Stanford, Anthony Magali.
The genius.
Several times.
Yeah.
He was an acting boss at the Gambinos. He's the one that told me that the guy that was around me was an informant.
Yeah, Bologna, yeah.
He's the one that actually said it in New York City when I was in New York with my boss. We jumped in his car and he said, "You guys, what's JB doing here?" He said, "You know, he's no good. We chased him. He's no good." And they called him an informant. And that's what I had about JB being an informant.
Listen, the Stone
operations ever.
The Stone Sailor, I just want to get this in before I forget about it. He sent $10. He said, question for Anthony Arlotta. Since you were a big-time cannabis dealer, did you ever get high on your own supply?
No, I can't smoke the pot. I tried it in Lauderdale one time, and
it's miserable.
I was with 15 guys. We were at a restaurant, and we were going to eat at Materano's. Anybody knows Fort Lauderdale? Materano's is a good Italian restaurant.
Yep.
So this was like in '97, right around there, '98, and this kid, these guys I were with, we were going to meet everybody. There was 15 of us, and all I did was I took one puff of the pot, one puff of it, and I was driving the car. And so I try to park, you know, if anybody knows that parking lot, it's on Oakland Park Boulevard or Oakland something Boulevard. So there's a parking space. I couldn't park the car. The guy says, you know, I went by parking spaces that, you know, would fit one car. And they said, what are we gonna do? Take a bus to get back to the fucking restaurant? And it was because I couldn't park the car. I said, here, you drive the car. When I got into the restaurant, the thing didn't agree with me. So I never smoked it. Pot don't agree with me.
Yeah.
Unless it was the wrong kind, maybe. I don't know.
Bro, I always hated it. It was never for me, bro, honestly. Never for me.
Oh, I fucking love that shit.
Business, though, I'll tell you this, the pot business for me back in the day was the greatest. Anything from the garbage bottom of the barrel from 200. You know, I used to get pounds for 150, 200 pounds. You know, shit weed. All the way up until $6,000, $7,000 pounds of the best stuff that you could buy, and that's. And I sold everything in between. I had a market for anything in between. I had the market for the low grade. I had a market for middle grade. I had a market for a little higher than a middle grade. Then I started getting the better quality, and I used to ship a lot of the better quality to New York because New York had the money. New York liked the good weed. New York had they could sell that high end of weed to Wall Street. They used to have kids on bikes selling it to all the Wall Street guys, and they used to sell it to. They would soak up. If you had any high end weed, New York would buy. If I bought a pound of weed for $3,500, I could sell it to New York for $5,500. They would take it all day long. I would make $2,000 a pound on shit like that. But on the other end, on the low end weed, they wanted to get out of the city. You know, so I would take hundreds of pounds out of New York and bring it to my area and just, you know, flood my area with low end commercial weed.
Nice. As long as you were making money, fuck it.
Oh, the money I made with the marijuana was, you know, I should have just stuck with marijuana and then got into real estate and I'd be a fucking billionaire.
Yeah. Listen, we got somebody new on here named Jesse James. What's up, Jesse?
Well, it's Handsome Jack. I just don't know how to change the name on the bottom of that thing.
Oh, okay. All right.
What's up, everybody?
Not much. We're just talking to Anthony right now.
Hey, do you guys hear me okay? Is it too loud, too low?
No, we hear you just fine.
All right. Hey,
Lefty, do me a favor, Lefty. Mute your mic until you're ready to talk, because there's some issue.
Yo, drop the link. I'm gonna just go on my computer.
All right.
Hey, FBS. I wanted to ask Anthony Arellano a question.
Go ahead.
Anthony, this I go by the name Handsome Jack, but if you ask Frankie Fertolino who I am, he'll tell you. But anyway, I wanted to ask you if you knew a guy by the name of Dean from Connecticut. He was with the animal.
What was his name?
Dean.
His first name was Dean.
Dean?
Yeah.
It's not ringing a bell.
He said he was with the animal.
Yeah, what's his name? Anthony. How do you say his last name? Mangeli or something.
Yeah,
he was a Gambino guy.
Yeah, it doesn't ring a bell. I mean, I met a lot of guys in Connecticut. You know, a couple times they were with somebody, and you know, I could have met him. It's not ringing a bell, you know, off the top of my head.
Yeah, no, I'm from you know, from New York. That was the closest guy that I might know near you.
The guy Anthony Magali, I met with him a few times. And I met him in New York. Like I was telling Chris earlier, it was a situation over a strip club in the Stamford area we had it dealing with. But I don't remember, you know, he had guys around him. I don't remember who they were, the names. I met so many, you know, you meet so many people, you know, at one time or two times, and then, you know, you don't remember who they are. I don't know.
Yeah. You take about 10 hands, and then the next day you don't even know who they were.
Yeah, that's what it is. I mean, you know, I remember coming home from prison when I did 3.5 years from 05 to 08, and I had people that I knew my whole life standing in front of me, and I didn't remember who they were. You know, it took me a couple of minutes to place them, and you know, it was my friend's father. You know, he was looking at me and talking, and it took me a couple minutes to even, you know, so that, you know, I don't know if it's prison time mixed in with being in prison and meeting so many people in your life, and
yeah. Listen, I don't remember people I met yesterday, so
yeah, I know
it's bad.
That's not a good thing.
Yeah.
especially for me.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, listen, I've had you on here for like an hour, Anthony. I want to thank you for coming on, bro. This has been great.
Yeah, good to talk with you. Definitely.
What kind of cigar were you smoking?
I'm smoking. This one is a. The fuck is it? It's the gold label. A Dermal. It's a Perdomo.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I was just smoking a Herrera Esteli. Somebody sent me the other day.
Are you still smoking them?
No, I just put it out.
Which one were you smoking?
Herrera Esteli.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a Drew Estate. It's a Drew Estate.
Oh
cigar.
yeah, Drew Estates. Yeah, those are good.
Yeah, I love them. Well, listen, thank you, Anthony, for coming on, bro. And we'll drop your link again for your channel and try to get you some more subs.
Yeah, I appreciate it, my friend. And you have a good rest of your night, and I'll talk to you soon.
All right, sounds good. Thanks, bro.
All right, have a good night.
All right.
Hey,
care,
common sense. How are you?
Hey, what's up, Handsome Jack? How you doing? Nice to meet you.
Yeah, nice to meet you too. I feel like I know you. I've been watching you guys talk for so long. What's up, Gunsmoke, Lefty, JC?
What's up, bro?
What's up,
Yeah,
man?
I like listening to you talk. You have a lot of knowledge.
Yeah, you talking to Common Sense, Handsome Jack?
Yeah.
Yeah, he knows his shit, bro.
Yeah, he does.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
This kid is a fucking wizard, bro. He's a wizard. he fucking remembers things. It's like, I swear to God, you could give him a book today, and by tomorrow he'll have it fucking memorized. It's unbelievable.
Yeah, I've seen him do it.
I think I'm autistic, man.
Yeah, me too.
Oh, you think he is too, Gunsmoke?
Yeah.
You think he is, or you think you
No,
are?
I think he is too. Yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe. Who knows? He might be somewhere on that
artistic,
spectrum.
you know.
Gotta take Rain Man to the casino.
Yeah,
I could borrow him a few times. Trust me.
Yeah. So what's up with you?
How's your holidays, man?
I just wanted to ask a question. Since when did it become a bad thing to make love to a black guy?
Oh, you're talking about when Angel and them try to use that, try to say that my wife's into that and it's a horrible thing.
Yeah, like does anybody they don't realize what they're saying? I mean,
they're being racist as a motherfucker. Yeah.
Oh man, see, I thought they were talking about people, sleeping with common sense.
Oh yeah, because they do think Common Sense is a black guy. Yeah, they put some black guy's record up and they swear that's him. But yeah, Handsome Jack, I know, bro. I actually talked to Handsome Jack about this earlier, and it really is. They don't even realize they're being fucking racist when they're talking about that shit. You know
they know. They know.
Well, yeah.
You know they
stupid
know.
Stupid ass Marla sits there and fucking laughs right along with them.
Well, she doesn't know.
Don't even realize that they're making fun of people for sleeping with a member of your race.
Yeah.
Stupid ass. Like they're insulting you and you don't get it.
They don't have any self-awareness is what it is.
No. Frank,
incredible,
bro. Thank you.
Frank.
Go ahead. Sorry, Handsome Jack.
Frankie coming on. Tell him to come on.
Yeah, Frank.
Frank,
I heard a clip the other day. Lee was on the show and he was saying that I was having this problem with this guy, Frank Fiordolini, and then he looks at the camera and he smiles and he goes, I actually think I'm doing pretty good with that name now. And it's like, nope, you still got it wrong.
Fiordolini.
I got the clip. It's hilarious. He was like dead set on how good he was doing pronouncing it. It's like, you've heard it how many times now? 1,000? You still can't figure it the fuck out?
No, man.
I heard,
hilarious, bro.
I heard him say tortellini one time.
I believe that.
It's funny is because whenever I text Frankie, I'll text him and say, hey, what's up, Frankie Fettuccine or tortellini? The latest one was I said Frankie Cole the Third.
Oh.
He's not too fond of Lee.
Yeah.
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 You lost the
No,
invite for
not-
Thanksgiving with that one.
Yeah, not many people are fond of Lee.
No, Lee's not fond of Lee.
That's true.
Hold on, real quick. Let me bring on Governor Schwarzenegger just for a second. Governor, how are you, sir?
Happy Thanksgiving.
Happy Thanksgiving to you too. How are things?
I told MRE to put that swastika down.
All right, bro. Well, listen. Thanks for stopping by.
Oh man.
I have
It
no
sounded
idea
like
who that
Chunky
is.
Chunko.
Maybe. Who knows? Frank Fiordolino said, I'm still out. I wish I could. Fuck Hemorrhoid Lee. Who did we just lose? Common sense?
Common
No,
sense.
Schwarzenegger.
Everyone get to the chopper.
Wait, what? Was that? Who was that? Lefty?
Yeah.
Oh, I was like, who the fuck is doing it now?
Come with me if you want to live. You puny little boy.
Gunsmoke and JC are barely talking. What is that crackling?
I
That's
don't
not
know.
Lee.
It's not me though this time. It's most definitely not me.
Let me see. No, it's not Lefty. It's not.
not?
Lefty.
See, I told
I don't
you.
know.
Hey,
And they
check if it
stopped right when they muted my mic
check
too.
check if it's me because I hear the cracking too.
Hold on. Yeah, I think it is, but it's all right. I don't.
Yeah, no, it's annoying me too because I can't hear you guys so good.
Really?
It actually stopped when you muted me.
Yeah.
Oh no, it's
I'll tell
getting
you.
better.
I'll tell you what you do. Yeah, it is. But if it's a problem, just mute yourself until you're ready to talk. You know what I mean?
Oh, gotcha.
Yeah. Frank Fiordolino said, "Happy Thanksgiving, chat. Chat, same to you, bro. Same to you." JC and Gunsmoker quiet. Why?
Yeah, I don't know.
I don't know. I got too used to just hearing you guys talk that it just took the
Yeah,
energy
I
out
was
of you.
listening to Anthony that whole time. So
I mean, that's
Yeah,
a
Jason-
rarity.
All them
JC's
guys on my
quiet.
area.
I know when JC goes quiet, it means one of two things:
It's
he's
scary.
tired,
Yeah.
or he's high as a motherfucker. I'm not sure.
yeah,
Or he's plotting something.
Yeah.
or I'm in the
Good.
middle of taking a rip, but
Yeah.
Yo, that just answered my question right there, man. Just JC saying, "Yeah, man, I'm about to take a rip, dude." You sound baked as shit, man.
Yeah. The real
Yeah, he's
gangster.
not even responding. I don't know what happened to
No,
him.
man.
You got put this.
Yo, Chris, is it true? Now listen, Stacks told everybody that
gosh.
Samson and his hair, it's you and that chair. So is it true if someone were to take said chair that you would lose your ability to come on here, make money, entertain people, and fill your chat? Because
Listen,
that's the rumor on the streets, man.
I'm
is that
gonna be
all that
honest.
comes from that
I
chair.
know your secret now.
bro, you could hand Stacks 100 of those chairs and it'd make
Chair.
no difference.
Oh
Yeah.
man, he'd have fucking $10.
Well,
in
he's
about
jealous of the
20
chair
minutes.
though. He hates that FPS has that chair.
I'm
It
going to
really
tell
does.
you, listen, I'm going to be honest with you guys only because it's Thanksgiving, right?
Yeah.
Stacks is generally wrong about everything. That's why he's a fucking
Awesome.
loser. But he's right about this, bro. It's actually, listen, if you guys notice, when I first came on here, I was a different person. I was very humble. I was quiet. I didn't,
You didn't have that
express.
chair.
Yeah. I wasn't as good as I am now, I guess you could say. And what happened was one night, I was walking down a very dark street, and this old man came out of an alley. Now he had little bumps, like, you know what I mean, like almost like horns. It was weird. I noticed that about him as soon as I saw his face under the hood, and he came out of the shadows, and he had this chair he was pushing.
And he say hello, people?
Yeah. No,
Hello,
he
people.
actually he started talking right away, and he explained to me that this is a very powerful chair, and it could actually make me a lot of money on YouTube, and it could really bring me some newly found talent, all of a sudden I'll be extra good at debating people and picking people's arguments apart and roasting people, stuff like that. The only thing,
Did he have a golden? Oh man, what the hell you call those? Violin, banjo. What the hell you call those things? Damn it!
I'm not
sorry,
sure.
man.
But no, that's all right. But he basically told me I could have the chair, but it would cost me my soul. I had to sell my soul.
Illuminati.
I was like, well, that's awesome because I'm an atheist. I don't even believe in heaven or hell, so you can fucking have it. And next thing I know, bro, he gave me this chair. He actually walked me home. And he set the chair up for me and everything. And then as he was walking out of the house, he just like faded away. Like when he was walking, you know, he just like, it's almost like he walked right through the door and I've never seen him again. But ever since I got this chair, I've become extra good at what I do. So I hate to say it, but Stacks is right. If you took this chair from me, it would be all over. You know what I mean?
You met the Illuminati.
Yeah, man.
So you got a Black Friday deal.
Yeah, yeah. So to speak, yes.
You got a common sense deal.
Yeah, luckily for me, you know, I mean, I got the chair now, and I'm making a little money, and I'm 500 billion times better than Stacks, and it's all due to the chair. If you took the chair away from me, I'd be a boring fucking loser who lives with his mother too. No, I wouldn't. I would never be that, but I wouldn't be as good as I am.
So you'd be kind of like Stacks.
In the worst case scenario, if I just gave up, if I lost the chair and all my motivation and all my drive and my work ethic, and I just lost all talent, every little
and
bit
decided
of
to put some retarded tattoos on your face.
Then in that situation I could possibly end up like Stacks, and it would be a fucking nightmare. You know what I mean? I would lose everything.
Remember that sick fuck posted that video with it was the same chair and it had like a stick that you sit on to stick it up your ass. You remember?
The what?
You don't remember his video that he posted? It was like months ago about your chair.
No.
Oh yeah.
With the stick, the chair pops open, like the bottom, like the cushion pops open, and there's like a stick in there that you sit on.
Yeah, I don't remember that, but that's actually kind of funny.
Or it was like a middle finger or something.
Yeah, I don't.
Yeah.
I don't know, but I remember you made me a thumbnail. The War of what was it? The War of Thrones
versus everybody.
That's what that's what MRE's bicycle seat looks like. It's got no seat. It's just a
War of the Game of Thrones. I mean,
yeah, there's just a giant fucking forearm.
Hey, you guys,
giant black forearm for MRE's bike seat.
The closest thing that Stacks is getting to a new chair is when he waits out by the dumpster at Office Depot till they throw out their show item.
Yeah, is there any more Office Depots? Office Depot's
still around? They dumped it, man.
Yeah, that's where I got the chair, actually. Handsome Jack, we can hear you, bro. We can hear you. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, Office Depot. Was it? Either that or Staples. I don't know. We've got both of the chairs there, yeah. So and they're not expensive, but for Stacks, it's like buying a new car. $150 for a chair for Stacks is like he's got to get financing. He can't come up with a down payment of $22.95.
He has to get a cosigner.
Yeah. I'm trying to get this new chair, man. It's gonna be dope. I'm gonna pick up all kinds of chicks, man. And the chair's gonna make me taller.
He tried to He tried to
could you imagine
his, prized possession, a 25 weight.
Yeah, can you imagine Stacks sitting on this chair and his fucking feet are dangling? You know what I mean?
Swinging and shit,
yeah.
Tries to lower it.
Stacks will be like, how do you lower this damn thing? Freaking, I want my feet to be able to touch the floor.
Yeah, no shit.
I can picture this dude playing basketball, dunking on a 5-foot hoop.
Someone get Stacks a high chair.
Look, Bill Stacks' girlfriend is here. She said, FBS, if you play your cards right, I'll show you hundreds of ways to make use of that chair. No, thank you.
Is that the avatar? Looks like Carmela Soprano a little bit.
I'm not sure who the fuck that is. It is a magic chair, Michael McDonald.
It's not a man?
Handsome Jack, what'd you say?
That's Bill Stacks' old
I said
cellmate.
I like to see Stacks and MRE
That's his old cellmate.
Yeah.
I think
no shit.
I think MRE would like to see him and Stacks going at it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, man.
Oh yeah.
I think MRE would try to fuck him. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
And
yeah, for
he
sure.
would
This is
he would
that.
pull out a crack pipe and like poke MRE in the eye. You know what I mean?
Take that, man. Fuck you
Yeah.
and this YouTube money, man.
Remember that?
Take out
I got
his
more money
glass.
than you, man.
I got more money than you, man. I don't need this fucking YouTube money, man. Yes, you do. Yes, you do.
Freaking Stacks bust out a wad of ones with a
Of
$20
ones.
bill at the very end.
Oh no.
Fuck you and your bro. You know back in the day, Stacks was that kid that when your parents tell you got to kick him out of your house and he can't play your Nintendo anymore, he says fuck you and your Nintendo. You know, fuck you and your Tyson's Punch Out game. Freaking, they acts like he didn't want any of it and don't
Oh, I
care.
remember that game.
But it hurts him.
Are you kidding? Nobody invited Stacks over to play video games.
Yeah,
Come
I
on.
know, right?
He would steal.
He'd probably steal the fucking Nintendo.
I didn't take your fucking game, man. I don't know what
Yeah.
happened to Donkey Kong, bro.
I don't know what happened to Donkey Kong.
It's just the shit in my stomach.
Fucking Frogger.
Fucking Stacks uses the cheat code to get right to Mike Tyson, then tries to tell people he earned his way there.
Yeah. Handsome Jack,
Yeah,
you
with
still
Big
there, bro?
Glass Joe, dude.
Yeah, you hear me?
Yeah, I can
Yeah,
hear
we
you.
hear you. Yeah.
I mean, you
What'd
hear
you
me
do?
good or it's a low?
You're a little muffled, but I mean, we
It was
can
like
hear you.
AM radio.
Could I put
Give us
these
the weather
headphones on? I don't know if my voice is going through the speaker on the headphone or through the phone.
No,
Oh, that's probably what it is. He's using
you-
Bluetooth.
Yeah, you sound all right, bro. It's all good. I just want to make sure you're there and you can hear us and everything.
All right, how do I
Bro,
sound
someone
now?
just asked if Stacks'
Sound
girlfriend
good.
was
Sound
Andy
good,
As
Dick.
good as it's gonna get.
What'd you say,
Sounded the
Jason?
same just now?
Yeah. Yeah, it sounds
Someone in the
fine.
chat just asked, is Stacks' girlfriend Andy Dick?
Oh, that could be. It looks like.
That's funny as fuck, bro. Oh shit. Stacks running around with the gun from Duck Hunt spray painted black trying to stick up the ice cream, man.
Dude,
Your fucking money,
you guys
man.
were talking, that's what I was gonna try to say. I'm like, that idiot tried to fucking rob the convenience store with that same gun, dude, after he left the house. Yeah, that's funny.
Yeah.
I could see him doing that shit. What a goof.
Frank Fiordolino said, I know that voice anywhere. Who's he speaking of exactly?
Me, man.
Jack. Right here from Jack.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, probably.
All right.
This your first time coming online, Handsome Jack?
Yeah, first time. That's why it feels strange. I don't know if you guys can hear me.
Yeah, we can hear you just fine, bro.
We hear you.
Yeah, all right.
Yeah, coming on StreamYard for the first time is always a little, it's always a little weird. You got to get used to it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's weird. It's like when you guys, I'm watching on the TV too, and when you guys speak, it's like a delay. So it throws me off.
I remember the first time I went on, I think it was Lee's show. I had never even used StreamYard because all my videos at that point were, I just made videos. I didn't go live at all. They were just, uploads. And I fucking used StreamYard, and I don't remember if it was the first or second time I went on there, but I tried to do it from my phone at one point. And I didn't even understand how people were seeing the comments. Like, I was all fucking confused. And I think one time I was on, my fucking phone died or my computer kicked me off or some shit, bro. StreamYard is I don't know. It's hard to do for your first time. So
yeah, you could only do one or the other. Read the chats or watch the stream.
Yeah. I can't. I look back on that now, like going on Lee's show, and I'm like, Jesus fucking Christ! If only you knew. See, that's the thing. Yeah. How many fucking people, like especially with Lee, have gone on that show and regretted it?
That's how I felt when I first went on.
I thought Jimmy Calandra at one point was going to kill him just to get his interview taken down. You know what I mean? Like, he wanted that interview taken down so fucking bad.
That's funny.
Yeah.
Nobody messes with my library.
I have my library for a reason, dude.
Library.
Take videos down, dude. I don't care how bad it is, dude.
Yeah, I don't.
You're not taking down my Labrador, dude.
Labrador.
Hey, common
That's something.
sense.
What's up, Jack?
Yeah, when I was trolling that other channel the other night,
Yeah,
I
saw that.
They were all cracking up like, like you can't have paperwork in a folder, and
Oh my God.
I mean, it was so sick. And every time I made a comment, a good comment, they would just ignore me because I put in the comments. I said Donald Trump's classified paperwork was in
folders.
Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah, they were trying to say that. Some idiot was trying to say that everything's digital. It's all electronic. You get it online now. They don't have paper files. Like,
one of the dumbest fucking things I ever heard. Yeah, and it's not possible. Her MRE's lawyer's assistant or something said it's not possible that there's a sealed file. Oh my God.
Yeah, it's online, so kind of could read it.
Freaking, they brought in like a paralegal from the office to vouch for MRE. Okay, good job.
No. I'll explain to you what it is, man, because after I heard that on the show, I said, I don't watch your show like that. I only started recently because of all the stuff that happened since the Casperosa thing this past week, and then the stupid shit about the envelope stuff. So I had to get some material to see what they were saying, right? So I said, she's saying that she had somebody from his defense team on there that they spoke to on the show. So I said, let me go back in her videos and see what she's talking about, right? Bro, the person that they had on the fucking show was with Damien Argente at a circus or a fucking festival or something. It was some guy who did like 25 years in a can for like murders or like robberies or something. I don't know. The guy did like 2 decades in the can, right? And he got out. He's not a paralegal. He's literally he was like working for the bondsman, and he was a court runner where he would go and pick up paperwork and like people's bonds paperwork that violated and shit. And he was the one allegedly that was MRE's defense lawyer's legal assistant that said that he can't possibly. Dude, I swear to God, I got the video. I saved it. Listen, so it gets even better. So when he's talking about the case, right? MRE, and he's saying, he goes, my theory is that, one of these people that was mad or something, that you knew called or reported to get the shit off of Facebook so they could get the warrant, right? And MRE interrupts him. He goes, no. It was a girl. A girl called and did the reporting or whatever, right? And the guy's like, oh, really? How'd you find that out? You found out that it was a girl that did it, huh? He had no idea about it. So this is the guy that did the legal case that had no idea that a girl anonymously fucking filed the report, but he knows all about the whole fucking case, right? The guy, the guy doesn't even work for the lawyer. He's a fucking little errand boy. You know what I'm saying? Like this is the people that they're saying co-sign the fact that he can't be a cooperator. I was like, what the fuck?
This dude wants the court paperwork. We're gonna call him as a legal expert to claim that MRE's not a rat.
Yeah. Come on. And then Handsome Jack, listen to this. So when I was going back watching the videos, right? Because I wanted to pull up all the old ones when he was talking about like his case and everything when he first got exposed. Well, Damien had made a comment on the video and said that I was at every single court hearing that MRE had, and one day when I was in court, the judge flipped out on the prosecutor and basically told them off and told them that you guys need to drop this case. This is BS. This is his comment in the chat. Now, what we found out is that he filed a motion to get the dismissal, and then the paperwork in his file said that the dismissal was based on federal involvement and the state agreeing to drop the charges. So there's more lies that I got these guys on. And FBS, I'm going to send you guys the clips. We're going to put a little montage together to see how ridiculous this crap is that these people say, man. Because it's undeniable. And the fact that people still sit by and believe this guy is just, it's incredible, man. And I have
Chris, you want to drop another
I
link?
got an interview.
Yeah. Well, here's the thing.
I got a little interview.
Oh,
Sorry,
okay.
I was going to say one thing. Oh, no, I was going to say I got a little interview that I got quotes that I can use and from the gun store in Rhode Island about I asked the guy, I said, what are the possibilities that somebody with a felony record was able to purchase firearms from a gun store in Rhode Island? The guy said, as close to mathematical zero as you can possibly get.
Yeah, of course. But here's the thing, bro. Like you said, you don't know how people can believe it. One thing I've learned from this mob tube shit is people can believe anything if they want to believe it enough. You know, it's like a little kid with Santa Claus. You know what I'm saying? It really is, bro. Like these fucking people like Angel, all she wants to hear and all MRE supporters want to hear is anything that makes his bullshit story sound like it's possible. You know what I mean? Like it's true. So all you got to do, you could say, I talked to Kermit the Frog yesterday, and he said that MRE isn't a rat, and Angel will do an 8-hour long show about it. It's nuts.
It's called confirmation bias. It doesn't matter. You could have 99 things that point to the complete opposite and prove that that thing's wrong, but they'll find the one thing that they think helps them, and they'll just focus on that and disregard the other 99.
Yep.
And that's what they do. And Handsome Jack, you're familiar with the whole like paperwork and like legal stuff like that? What are your thoughts on this whole thing? I don't know how much experience or something you got, but
Handsome Jack, you there?
Oh no, we lose him.
Oh no.
Maybe he had to walk away for a minute.
Oh, okay. See his opinion because he was the one that was making the good points in the comment, asking them real questions that they couldn't answer. He asked him another question about why was there federal paperwork in your case, and he started talking about Donnie Brasco and like making a joke about how Donnie Brasco called him up and told him that he wanted to get the job done, and when he wasn't really getting good feedback from his little joke because it was ridiculous, he started saying that, oh, I don't know why, but I remember I had to go to my lawyer's office and sign a paperwork for the feds saying that I wouldn't buy guns anymore. Maybe that's what's in there. Bro, you know it's in there. FBS posted it.
Yeah.
Signed, you fucking idiot.
Yeah.
How do people not hear this stuff and just ask themselves, like, wait, what? It doesn't even make any sense, you know?
None.
It makes no sense. And anybody that's, been in the criminal justice system, knows law, anything like that, can just look at it and just be like, this doesn't make any sense, man. And why are you lying right now, you know? What are you lying about? You know what I mean?
Listen, Frank C has a good question about Lee. He said, what's up, FBS in the chat? Has anyone asked Lee how his kids feel that he is friends with a Nazi since they are all military kids?
Oh,
That's
wow.
a good fucking question.
That is a good question. I like that question.
And if he talked to any of his
before.
kids, maybe he could ask. You know what I mean? But I don't think he does.
And
You know what I'm
shit,
saying?
while he's asking, they might as well ask why he was bigging up the Taliban and Al Qaeda.
He was?
Yeah.
How did he do that?
He said the Taliban were real serious, warriors or something, and they'll go out and put their lives on the line. And the people in the military today are just bitches that want to get a free college education. That's why they join. And the Taliban are the real heroes and warriors.
That's what he was trying to piss off
Hey,
Robbie,
you
right?
guys hear me now?
Yeah,
we hear you.
Yeah,
Yep.
I guess my headphones, the battery must have died. But I heard what you said, Common. Yeah, no, but you got to remember one thing. If they swore on their kids, it's got to be true.
Yeah.
But
Poor you. My friend Pinky swore that it really happened. And they never lie when they pinky swear.
We spit in each other's palms and shook hands.
Yeah. Blood brothers.
He wouldn't do it even though they triple dog dared him.
Listen to this, guys. Listen to this. It is so obvious to me that he is cooperating with the feds because he got the case dismissed and the feds never did nothing about it. So that means he's still on the street giving them information. Yeah, without a doubt.
He's a cooperating witness, man. And what they did probably, and I explained this to people before, it's called the deferred prosecution.
Yep.
So basically what they're doing is
he's probably considered a CI, confidential informant, until he becomes a witness. Yeah, until he actually becomes a witness and is ready to testify, then he'll be a confidential
CW,
witness.
yeah. I mixed that up by accident. My
Yeah,
apologies.
I
absolutely.
Yeah.
That's the thing people don't realize too. Everybody keeps asking about, who did he tell on and where's his paperwork? And Dominic Crias, when he was trying to defend this guy, said that, I looked over this guy's case and there's no acronyms or any CI stuff in any of his paperwork. Why would there be anything in his paperwork? It would be in the person he told on's paperwork, not in his. And you didn't look up the guy's case because if you did, you'd find what we all saw.
Yep.
Sealed envelope in a federal agreement, which anybody in their right mind will look at in 2 seconds and be like, this makes no other explanation as to why the feds were inside of your folder. It makes no sense.
They can't even come
Tell
up
me
with
one explanation.
half
According
plausible.
to MRE, they just wanted him to sign a paper that he wouldn't buy any more guns.
Yeah, buy guns. Yeah, you heard that too, right? How ridiculous was that? It's like MRE. You're a convicted felon. You couldn't buy guns in the first place. They don't need you to sign a paperwork to say that. And I'll tell you where he got that from. This is what it is. So if somebody has a firearms license, right, or in the state of Rhode Island, you need what's called a blue card, right? Now, if somebody, for instance, has a firearm, right, and they bought it legally and they're in possession of it, if they forever, for some reason, got confined to a mental institution or got a welfare check and got a psychiatric hold on them or something like that, if they got deemed unfit to carry that firearm, they could actually have to sign paperwork saying that they won't try to buy any more guns during a certain period of time unless there's another evaluation that gets done or something like that. But that's not what happened in this guy's case, man.
Oh, wait a second. Common sense. I forgot. It just hit me. When you become a witness, you have to promise and sign paperwork that you will not purchase a gun.
Yes. Oh,
or
commit crimes or anything like that is your agreement.
Right.
Yeah.
If you're working for them, they'll make you sign paperwork promising not to buy a gun or and
or any
other
weapons,
stuff.
anything like that. Yeah, exactly.
Right.
Hold on one second, guys.
Telling on himself right there.
Yeah, Jersey Girl 732. Thank you. Have a good night, and once again, happy Thanksgiving. St. Elizabeth said, "Who said that?" I'm not sure exactly what she's referring to.
Yeah.
We were talking about, yeah. But that's a great point that you just brought up, Jack. I didn't even think about that.
No.
You sign on, when you sign on and sign that papers, they make you sign all these stipulations that you're not going to engage in any illicit activities, criminal behavior, anything of that nature. Yeah. Possessing weapons, any of that stuff. Yeah.
I believe his friend Damien probably knows, but if he doesn't, it's only because he's only informing on white supremacists, those type of people. He's not informing on mobsters.
Motherfuckers.
I don't think he knows any mobsters to tell on.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
What I mean?
Right. He probably, they probably let him stay on the internet, keep communicating with these people, and giving the feds the information.
And the other thing too is that I thought about is when they were doing the investigation, when the people did the anonymous report on him and to look at his Facebook and all that, if he had bought those guns legally, they would have been able to look that up because everything would have been reported. The serial numbers have to go to the guns, and you have to fill out paperwork saying that you're the owner of a certain firearm. There would have been a record of gun sales from the gun shop and the local PD and the state police that had all that information on there.
Well, yeah, that would have been in the court filing, but
listen,
with the feds
could.
Jeez.
The feds
go ahead, one at a time, guys.
The feds could have picked up the case for one gun and give him 5 years. And
you got 20 years for one. Yeah.
I mean, I seen guys. They had previous felony. They got arrested. Possession of a gun, and they got 5 years from the feds. They picked up the case.
Well, yeah, that's a minimum mandatory. But he would have gotten, if there was that paperwork with the gun sales, like he said there would have been, then he would have had to sign his signature on a little line that says, I am knowingly not a felon and have never been convicted of a felony, blah, 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 blah.
Yep.
Right. And that's a crime within itself.
5-year penalty for lying on that little line. So each time he bought and sold a gun, because in Rhode Island you have to buy and sell a gun with paperwork at a gun shop every single time, private or not, he would have gotten a charge for every one of those. It didn't matter if the background checks didn't come back and pop his name. He knew he was a felon and lied on the form.
Exactly, bro. There's no fucking, but this is why it's so hilarious to me that anybody even humors this shit anymore. Like, there's no fucking doubt about it that he's a rat. It's the most clear, cut and dry case of somebody being an informant that I've ever fucking seen. It's undeniable.
Yeah.
Do you know how high his guidelines must have been? Wow.
Oh my God.
He was probably,
oh my God.
He was probably
Try
facing
looking
40
at
to
life.
50 years. Probably 40 to 50 years minimum. He had explosives, a bulletproof vest, guns, and he was a convicted felon with drugs, and he got caught with more drugs.
And he's a white supremacist, which the government sees as
that
domestic terrorists. So when you're caught with guns and ammo and bulletproof vests and all that shit, and you're considered part of a domestic terrorist group, it's 1,000 times worse. It's not like, just some random fucking guy getting caught with that shit, some random convicted felon. The dude's got so many strikes against him. I mean, I guarantee you the sentencing guidelines could have gone as far as life. Guarantee it.
And then he had all of those he had the all those news organizations saying that he's a white supremacist. They're not going to say he's a white supremacist without having a little bit of proof.
Oh, of course.
No,
of course.
No, they had nothing but proof.
Especially Breitbart.
Yep. Yeah, and Breitbart, listen, they're not exactly quick to go after white supremacists. So if they made that big deal out of that story, there's a good fucking reason for it. You know what I mean?
Right.
Frank Fiordolino, thank you for the $20 super sticker. And Joe Bag of Donuts, thank you for the $5. I appreciate that very much. Guys, if you can donate, please do. We're 2 hours and 20 minutes in, and we are entertaining the shit out of you.
And that's why he came up with that elaborate story about, how he checked the computers to see if he was a felon after his probation ended and all that shit. Listen, when you plead not guilty or you get found guilty in a court of law, you have to fill out paperwork that says that you're a convicted felon, and they give you a list of things that you're no longer allowed to do and what rights you're no longer allowed to have, like possessing a firearm. That's paperwork that you sign.
Yes.
Why would you think that after your probation ended, would you go and look up to see if you're a felon or not? And second of all, if you did want to know that, why wouldn't you call your attorney first and say, hey, I was thinking about buying some guns. Do you think it's okay for me to do that? Because apparently I'm not a felon anymore. His attorney would have been like, what in the fuck are you talking about right now?
Yeah.
But, it doesn't matter. Why it doesn't matter is he knew he wasn't even supposed to attempt to buy a gun.
Exactly.
Well, that's because he didn't attempt to buy any guns. He didn't buy those fucking guns off a gun store. He bought those off the street, off his fucking weirdo buddies and friends. Those are hand-me-down pieces. Throwaways.
You're right. That's just part of his excuse. Right.
Yeah, because think about it, Handsome Jack. I don't know if you saw it before. I've said this before. I'll say it many times. Think about it. If you were able to buy whatever gun you wanted, would you go into a gun store and say, "Hey, I want that 1972 Colt fucking revolver right there on the shelf," or would you buy a new gun?
Like a new Glock, a 1911.
Yeah, you'd buy a new gun.
Right. So why did he get caught with 5 old ones?
Hey, did it say in any of the articles that he actually purchased the guns from a gun store?
No, that's just him saying that.
Oh, so then you're right, Lefty. He probably just purchased that shit on the street, and he's just using that as an excuse.
You want to hear another nail in it? You want to hear another nail in his coffin? Because I started looking through the old videos now that I got enticed to start checking it out, since they want to keep talking about this and trying to say people are lying about it.
Entice me, bro.
So I went back and listened to some of the videos, and I knew I was right about this. I just wanted to get the clip, which I have now. And when they were asking him about his case and why the charges got dropped and dismissed, he said, and this is his own words, he said, "I bought all those guns legally. After I got arrested, I got the whole court case over in like 3 or 4 months because I gave it to my lawyer, and my lawyer, basically told him that no, he bought all these guns legally and they messed up and they had to drop the case." Now, he said out of his own mouth that it was 3 or 4 months the case was over. When we got the paperwork, his case wasn't over until a year and 3 or 4 months later.
When the federal government finally said to the state, "Hey, drop those charges."
Chip said, "Who sold him the gun? George Washington?"
It clearly said in the paperwork that the case was dropped due to federal involvement. So where's the paperwork with the results of the federal involvement?
It's sealed.
Well,
folder.
that's the
And
whole
you know
problem
what?
is the federal
And
government never filed or dismissed the charges. They're holding him over his head,
you know what?
like they would do with an informant.
If people were saying that I was, a rat, and if I was in his shoes, man, I'd be looking high and low for my paperwork to prove my innocence.
Oh, you wouldn't just ignore it and hope it goes
That's an
away?
excellent point.
Absolutely not.
Well, bro, that's
Oh.
what. Listen, that's what I fucking did. The minute they tried to say, "Oh, his case is sealed" and this and that, but bro, I went and I got my fucking. I got the case, and I, for Christ's sake, I even texted it to Angel the other night. You know, no big deal. If you have nothing to hide, just go get it. Even that sealed folder. I don't know for sure. I mean, you might need a court order, but I guarantee he could do it. He could get that fucking folder.
No,
that
he can't.
envelope. I'm sorry.
FBS, would you mind if I played the little clip of him saying this little story about his case here?
No, go right ahead.
If he's not a cooperator, he could get that envelope.
Yeah. Dave,
Got it ready.
$5 said in Rhode Island, you also lose your blue card if you are an addict or go to rehab for anything. Fact.
You also, in the state of Rhode Island, you also can't get it if you have any assaults, even misdemeanor assaults on your record, which he had previous convictions for those. Those alone, the misdemeanors alone in the state of Rhode Island would have barred him from having a
All
blue
them
card.
guys in that area. All them
So
guys.
Here we go. You ready, FBS?
Good.
Why do we make lies up? But no, the guns are all legal. So listen, when you buy a gun in a town, before you buy that gun, that gun shop calls up the police station and says, "We got this guy right here. Is he a felon?" The cop said, "Nope, not a felon."
Lies.
And they sold me guns for 12 years.
Lies.
Not a felon.
So
Bullshit.
12 years later, somehow it came up.
Just popped up.
And this
Somehow.
girl found it.
Just out of the
A
blue.
girl fell out, me and
Hold
this
on, hold
girl. She found it, and she called up and said, "He's a felon. He's got the gun." So they came in like gangbusters. They come in like gangbusters with AKs to my head, AR-15s, the whole nine. You can go look at the pictures of like the bulletproof vest.
More like
and all
Nazi
that stupid
busters.
stuff.
You're
They
so
come in
gay.
like gangbusters. And
Nazi busters.
they come down there and charge you the whole nine.
Hold on.
But 3 or 4 months later, it's all thrown out. Mike Slick.
You heard that?
3 or 4
Yeah,
months. First
3
of
or
all,
4
that's
months,
a
it's
lie.
all thrown out.
That's
3 or 4
bullshit.
months, they
Thrown
had
out.
to throw the whole case out because he bought all the guns legally. Well, this was prior to FBS getting his paperwork, which showed that it wasn't until over a year and 3 months later when the dismissal happened due to federal involvement.
And
So
it,
there's
yes,
another huge lie. A huge
it would have
lie right
said
there.
it would have said in that fucking paperwork that that's why the charges were dropped. It didn't. It said due to federal involvement. Okay, and another thing is his story is bullshit because in Rhode Island they might check with the local police. That might be something they do, but you also have the federal law. You have to fucking fill out an ATF background report. They don't just go. They don't just go off the words. For Christ's sake, you can't become a teacher or a nurse or any type of medical worker without getting. You can't go. Listen, you can't go. Chaperone a field trip with kids unless you get a federal background check. Okay, you can't. They're not going to sell you fucking guns on the words of the fucking local police because the local police aren't going to know shit.
Right?
There's no way.
So when I talked to the guy that owned the gun shop in Providence, right? The guy told me, I says, how does the background check work? And what are the possibilities that a convicted felon, would ever be able to buy a gun? He told me mathematically 0, basically. He's like, I'm sure it could happen, but that'd be like 1 in about, a couple 100 million that was ever even possible. And I said, well, what are the requirements? Like, how does it happen if I wanted to come down and buy a gun? And he said, there's 3 different background reports you have to fill out in the state of Rhode Island. One goes to the town the person lives in. One goes to the state police, which goes basically to the top of the state police, the chief of police in the town, and then in the state of Rhode Island, they don't have a computerized NICS check. What they have to do in the state of Rhode Island is they have to actually call the FBI. They have a number that they call, and they submit it to the FBI directly, and the FBI does the check and then gets back to them, and it takes a period of 7 days for that stuff to come back. So when he says that they just called his local town cop, First of all, people move all the time. If they just called the local town cop, you just moved to a new town that you never lived before, and they wouldn't know who the hell you were. And don't forget that this is a guy who's lived in that town his whole life that has multiple arrests in the same town. You're going to tell me the town didn't know who the kid was? He always says how small the town he lives in is. You know what I mean?
He's got a rap sheet a mile long,
Yeah.
bro.
Well,
You think that's all
listen
many
to this
guns?
one. Listen to this one, Common. Now, if you're a convicted felon and you attempt to buy a gun, you can get arrested for just that. What made him think that he can attempt to buy a gun and not get in trouble? You understand?
Wouldn't you call you call your attorney and ask your attorney for legal advice before you did that?
Yeah.
But there's no if you know that you have a felony on you, you don't have to call anybody. You know you can't buy a gun, so why would you try?
They sell
Well,
AK-47s in the store.
You know, like
that's why he has the elaborate story about how he checked his record and it wasn't popping up, and he went down to the attorney general's office and had them run it through their computer, and they told him that he wasn't a felon. I mean, this guy's concocted this whole story obviously for the means of explaining away why he's a cooperator. You know what I mean? It's just not a good story because it's not true. You know what I mean?
Well, Lefty says makes sense. He didn't buy any of them guns from a fucking gun dealer. He bought them off the street.
Of course not.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Well, the other thing, that nobody really focused too much on, we just mentioned, dude, who in the anybody that's been out on the street, if you've been accused of being an informant, a rat, and you have the ability to prove with paperwork you can easily get that,
why wouldn't you do it?
Why would you not? Why would you ignore everything and make jokes about it and hope it goes away instead of saying, nah, dude, you know what? Fuck you, here it is. You know why? Is because he'd get the same paperwork I got, and he'd be like, you know what, guys? Here it is. And they'd be like, oh, shit. It's okay, MRE. You're still our pal.
Yeah. It's fucking insane, bro. Listen, Stephen Cordell sent another $10 and said, good show. Thank you, Stephen. Go ahead, bro.
I was going to say, at the same time in the same video, he's yelling at FBS to get his case paperwork.
Oh, I know, the stupid ass. Yeah. The only difference is I went right away and got it. I put it on my show numerous times, and I fucking texted it to that pig girlfriend of his, Angel. You know what I mean? Like this guy, what's his fucking excuse? I mean, fuck getting the paperwork. At least tell us, acknowledge the fact that the feds picked up the case, because there's no denying it, and try to explain that to us. But he won't even do that. He won't even fucking get into the whole federal thing. He acts like it didn't happen. Meanwhile, we have it on fucking paper from the courthouse. Like,
well, that's why he gave Handsome Jack that excuse that the paperwork must have been that agreement he signed with the feds. So the whole time when he was saying the feds had no involvement in his case, why didn't he ever bring up and say, oh, I remember at my attorney's office them bringing me a paperwork? You know what I mean? Yeah. Why would the feds have given you paperwork if they had nothing to do with your case? When has somebody on here had a state case where the feds showed up and made them sign paperwork for a state case? That doesn't even make any sense. No. They don't get involved with shit like that. The feds get involved with.
No, go ahead. I'm sorry. I just wanted to bring Puerto Rican Edwin back. He's back. Go ahead, Common Sense. My bad, bro.
Thank you for having me back.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm sorry we lost you earlier.
It's our pleasure, Edwin.
I had to go on Angel Gotti's show. She had 11 of his childhood friends answer the question, was he an informant?
And I bet they all said no, he absolutely wasn't.
They were all undercover ATF agents.
Oh, shit. I believe it.
Well, at least one of his friends is curious and thinks he should answer some questions.
MRE is a little curious too, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, he's curious about a couple of different things. Yeah,
bi-curious.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Oh shit. Where'd you go earlier, Edwin? We lost you. Oh, you just went on Angel's show, or did you have other things to do too?
I thought he had to take a nap.
Out.
Oh, okay. All right, good. Handsome Jack, you still there, bro?
Yeah, I'm here.
Oh, all right, good. Have you met Edwin yet?
Yeah, I've seen him around.
Oh, okay, good. I love
hard to
this.
Yeah,
miss.
this is Edwin's alter ego.
Hey, look at
Yeah.
this panel. We got me, Gunsmoke, JC, Lefty. We got the token albino, Common Sense, Handsome Jack, and Puerto Rican Edwin. This is fun. And we had Aralata on. What a beautiful thing.
You gotta change your
I-
name, FPS.
I think
To what?
Gunsmoke does Edwin the best.
Yeah, sometimes
You think
it's hard
so?
to get into character, but yeah, you gotta change your name to like FBS. I don't know, favorite token, whatever the fuck she says.
Yeah. The token Sicilian.
Yeah.
Go ahead, bro. Do
Oh,
it.
yeah.
Do it while Edwin is here on the show with us, just like you did an Anthony Aralata impression while he was on. Please do your Edwin impression.
Me?
Yeah.
Oh, fuck.
Who the fuck?
I have to get into character. That's hard. It fucks up my throat. Hold on.
Do you have to put a suit on?
I have to
Yeah.
think. I have to imagine the suit.
You gotta
You have
imagine.
to, you just got to
purple suit.
imagine.
Hello.
Purple shirt.
Hold
Oh, there we go.
on. Hey. Wait.
Nobody's
Let me drink
donating.
some.
I'm hurt by this. It's Thanksgiving. Please, guys, if you can afford it, please
Folks.
donate to your favorite content creator.
Hello.
Yes.
Hello. God damn, I can't do it. Hold on.
It sounded pretty good.
Mustache P? No, it's not working.
Oh,
I gotta think of fucking
sometimes
salsa.
You gotta get a drink. You need a drink, man.
Yeah, I don't know.
you got a frog in your throat?
Yeah, I ate a
It's
cookie
the
puss.
fat bald Sicilian's fault.
Oh, look, it's
Joe-
Josie.
Drody's here.
Yeah, I had no idea you were
My
here,
son?
Josie.
FBS? No, I can't do it.
Like,
what a song.
Poor you, Gunbro. Poor
Why are you
you.
talking to Angel? How
Let's
could
do-
you that to Angel, FBS?
That's not bad,
terrible.
Lefty. Let's do
Terrible.
dueling Edwins.
I'm the real Edwin here. Oh, you.
What are you gonna do? Gum the guy to death?
Look at all the avatars moving as each one does it. Go ahead, do it
Don't
again.
make
It's
me
all-
get my stable of bitches to pray for you.
I know you did, Dave. Thank you.
You,
I
you
have
have
a
to do the
rose.
pause. You have to do the pause.
Yeah, he does.
I
a lot
want
of
to
pauses.
say. I can't do it. Fuck.
When he talks, he does that little pause.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
think, I think he's just trying to breathe. To be
Lefty,
honest with you.
how
Yeah,
could
he
you
goes-
do that to MRE? Lefty, Angel Gotti, what are you doing?
My
how
song.
could this guy say
My
these
son.
terrible things about Angel? How?
Look at all those three Edwins. This is fucking classic, bro. Holy shit.
I bought a
JC.
new suit. Huh?
JC, you got an Edwin?
No, he doesn't.
Come on, JC. JC's
I don't
sleeping.
know. I still am working on an FBS, but you guys are all like sons to me.
This is
And
fucking hilarious.
MRE, he's like the daughter I never had to.
Yeah, I bet he is. Yeah.
I bought
the
him
daughter.
Okay,
a
daughter.
special dress.
Hey, daughter.
Quincy.
Hey, I think I'm getting my mojo. Maybe a little. Not really. Fuck.
David
How about-
bitches back on the street.
Handsome Jack and Common Sense. We need Edwins from you guys.
Yeah.
I don't even know what that guy sounds like. Man.
Get to it, common sense. Let's go.
I'm not.
The
I'm not
boss of
good
this
at that.
family said you're
I'm
fucking
proud of
you.
Edwin.
do,
You're
man.
Edwin. So let's hear it.
MRE, Angel, Becky, ladies.
This is amazing. You all sound like him.
It's really not that
Will you,
hard
Angel?
if you think about it. To sound like a
We
jerk.
really need to get MRE.
I want
a
to say
girlfriend.
to the chat that I am a little senile, maybe, and stupid, definitely. But I think of FBS and Mustache Pete like a son, and fuck me.
There you
Anyway,
go.
let's
There
go.
you go.
I wear Tomorrow, my tomorrow, suit they're to going bed. to call you racist for imitating me.
There's
I
always
want you
tomorrow.
Will the real Edwin please stand up?
Please stand up.
Oh, the fat bald Sicilian thinks this is funny, does he?
And Josie steps in.
Drop the link, FBS.
Oh, all right. Who am I?
Rubbish.
Frank,
Yeah, you see,
fettuccine.
you weren't saying that last night when your head was in me nasty bits.
Oh my god, that was crazy.
She's talking about her 80s bush.
Yeah, the no
Now,
fly
fuck
zone.
Bald-Sicilian, you know I wax all the time, every time. It's as clean as a baby's ass down there. Ask JC.
I heard, but you won't bleach it. I heard all about it. It's
Oh, yeah.
disgusting. Nobody wants to think about a 65-year-old.
No, actually, Fish Tank does, man. Fish Tank, that's his girl, dude.
He's a fucking degenerate scumbag who only has fish to love.
Listen up, SBS. Back in the 80s, my cooch had a messy Jerry curl.
I believe that.
Oh my god. Oh shit! How do I get?
I think it's growing wicks now.
Oh fuck! I got a problem here, bro. How do you do this, Gunsmoke? Like,
yo,
I got Frank down here, but I have so many people that he's
that means
like,
Gunsmoke's gotta go.
No,
You motherfucker!
No, that should be enough people.
I'll just get out of here.
No, you don't have to leave. How do I do
I
it
get
though?
the picture.
Bro, I'm asking you because you might know because you have a lot of people on a lot of the time. So I have, like, he's on the bottom. How do I click on him? It won't fucking let me.
You gotta upgrade your membership, pal.
Nah, bro.
There's
Upgrade
certain
your stream,
memberships,
yeah.
Otherwise, you can only have 6 people. Huh?
Bro, I have the
7,
top.
I think.
I have the most expensive membership.
Well, then you just gotta
You
move
do?
your
Oh.
screen down.
Gotta do what?
Delino.
So StreamYard won't allow you to have more
Frank,
than 7
It's
people.
God that's telling you you can't have him on.
Frank, don't go anywhere, bro. I'll figure this out.
I'll just get out of here. Fuck it.
You just want to get off.
Gunsmoke,
don't
what are
you?
you doing, man? What are you doing over there?
No, I know.
Needs to go buy
Maybe.
Maybe I'll just go to Angel Gotti's show.
Maybe I'll click off. No, I still can't
No,
get
that
to
don't
it.
work. Yeah.
Oh shit. All right.
I'll jump off if you want. It's no big deal. Frank, come
No,
on.
it's all good. It's all good. Frank, I don't think we can fit you on right now. Damn.
All nights Frank wants to come on now.
I'll come back. I'll come back. Let him on for a bit.
All right.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Get on here, Frank.
All right, here goes Frank. Is this better be Frank? Is this you?
Hey. That's me. What's up? What's going on?
Oh, all right. What's up, bro?
I was trying to think of who I can be. I just dropped off my foot. I just dropped off my chick. I was like, I couldn't like let her know I'm going on this fucking crazy mob. You know, she don't know nothing about it.
Yeah.
Oh, you're dating girls now?
You little fucker. So let me tell everybody who you are. Fucking hold on. Let me think of somebody I can put out. That's Gebbit. That's the Gebbit guy.
Gebbit? Johnny Gebbit?
Johnny
Yeah, he lived.
But he lived, yeah.
Oh,
Yeah. What's up, bro? What's going on? I knew that was your voice. I said, what the fuck you doing on there?
Somebody twisted my arm.
Yeah, I told Handsome Jack he needs to come on tonight. It's a Thanksgiving show.
Yeah. Handsome Jack's a good guy.
Yeah.
Yeah, he is.
We used to go back in the neighborhood.
He kind of
Yeah,
talks like gas.
I used to like to oversleep.
Yeah, especially when we had to go break that fucking guy's head open.
Yeah.
He didn't want to pay that VIG, huh?
So you really did go way back in the street,
listen, some guy came up to me, goes, hey, look, you know that guy you hate for so long? I said, yeah. He goes, he's not around nobody anymore. I said, okay. And I said, me, you, Handsome Jack, we're gonna go meet him up and just fuck him up. I go, you sure? I don't want to get in trouble for this. They go, no, it's good. It's in the clear. Just do whatever you want to do. So this guy was around another family, but like they chased him. So now he was okay to fuck up. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I had a little bit. He talked shit, but he wouldn't talk shit if he had nobody around him. So I was there with the other guy who gave me the tip on this guy just to fuck him up, you know. And guess who's not around?
Who?
Handsome Jack. I'm like, where the fuck is he at? He fell asleep.
Who the fuck goes to beat somebody up early in the morning?
Yeah. Best time.
Edwin, shut the fuck up.
Edwin, shut the fuck
How dare you, Frank? I think of you like a son.
Fortune cookie Ed.
Fortune cookie.
Yeah, he has messages.
Mm-hmm.
Angel, I love you. I like that 7-pound wart up your ass. You need to get it blessed. Hey, why don't she fucking show her face? How about that?
Who?
Hey, Frank.
Yo, I know you dated a handsome Jack.
Go make me a coffee.
Go make me a
glorified coffee boy.
I'm gonna make Lee a coffee. Hey, listen, I want to put a fucking thing together. You want to go down to fucking, where is he from in Texas? That Panhandle state. Amarillo. Anybody want to go on an Amarillo tour? Of course, we're not gonna beat his ass up, but I want to get fucking eggs and just bomb the shit out of him. I'll take a pinch for that.
Listen, all you got to
would
do
be
to that guy, is crip him, and he'll never.
You know he's he'll fucking rat you out in a minute. Not that I give a fuck, because if I catch him,
No. You know what you do? You get a camera, right, and you record it, right? You make like you're going to do something, and you chase him. I want to see him run away.
Waddle away. Lee Cole can't run. He has gout.
He has gout. He has goat. Nah, just fucking hit him with a whole bunch of eggs. No. Get him by the crate. You remember the days in Halloween in New York City? We used to bomb the buses. Just get a whole fucking crate of eggs and just hit him with them, like fucking until he turns to an omelet. He'll be licking that shit off his face.
To the chickens.
Yeah, those eggs hurt. They hurt.
Oh, yeah. If the right guy's throwing them, believe me, I'll throw them good.
Lives matter. What'd you say?
And
I said chickens' lives matter.
Huh?
You won't miss with him. You'll hit
fucking.
him.
How'd I miss him? Shit. What they say? That's like a side of a barn.
Yeah.
I don't think that guy's been in a street fight ever in his life.
What
You
happens?
think?
if
Oh
when
wow,
you get
Jesus,
there,
you're smart.
He's out for gyros.
Yeah.
He's out for gyros. If when you
Come
get
on,
there,
handsome Jack, are you kidding?
he's out
What's
for
up with me, man?
gyros.
God.
When the
I don't think
fat's
he's been
away, the
around
nice
two
and
women
quiet.
at the same time, other than fucking MobTube. He talks to them like he fucking some kind of stud.
Yeah, he thinks he is. He fancies himself a stud.
Yeah, then he dyed his fuck. He got some shoe polish, put it on his goatee.
He's trying to look younger for Angel and shit, trying to fit in. Yeah.
Yeah. Should probably go, bro.
Listen to what I just did, bro. I just upgraded. I was wrong. I had the basic
told
plan.
you.
I thought,
Yeah.
no, but it don't matter. I just upgraded to the fucking $49 a month plan. So it just cost me $18, right?
Yeah.
So, it's literally, I have 7 people, right? And I can't, like, I can see, like, Common Sense is down there. He's below the 7 people, but I can't click add to stream. Like, it won't show me that
Wow.
part.
You should be able to have at least 10 now, I think.
Yeah, this is fucking bullshit, bro.
It tells you that though, right? That comes with the package. You could add more people. Oh, it's fucked. Oh, because
no,
you probably-
Jay-Z.
No, I did it for nothing because it says the basic plan also allows for 10 on-screen participants. So I didn't even have to fucking do it.
So what the fuck's the problem now?
I don't know, but you owe me $18 now, bitch. This is
Me? Oh, come on. God damn it.
I don't know what to do, bro. This is crazy.
God damn it.
Oh, my bad. Anyway, we can get back to the other shit. I just Common Sense. I can't figure out how to do it.
What's up with-
I got it.
God.
Oh, there you
you go. Nice, bro.
There he is.
What'd you have to do?
Now all we need
I don't
is
know, bro.
Governor
Somehow it just-
Schwarzenegger. He had to get his ass in his
Probably
brain
took a
wide
second to
straight.
update. You know what I mean?
Yeah, because it just popped up. Yeah.
Let's get 2 more people.
Yeah, there you go.
Fucking Mob.
I feel like I'm on the Hollywood Squares.
Yeah, that's what
Yeah,
I
no
did.
shit.
Mob
Ryan
Squares
Morrison,
over here.
449 super sticker.
Yeah.
Thank you, bro. Guys, I'll be back shortly. I gotta go do something.
Son of a bitch.
Problem. What's up, Frank? How you doing, my man? Happy Thanksgiving to you.
Good, Carmen. How are you?
Yeah.
I can't complain. Who would listen? You know.
Who's on today? Who's on? So we got Handsome Jack,
Yeah.
Gunsmoke.
Gunsmoke,
Yeah.
Lefty.
Common,
Yep.
Yeah.
and who are the other?
You got Edwin. How dare you?
Oh, and Edwin.
Where's Edwin?
Right here.
Sure not.
I'm making empanadas.
Someone roast on Pollo.
God.
Drop the link for Pee Wee. Does somebody say real estate? I know real estate. I know real estate.
Pee
Yeah,
Wee.
he
Do
said
your job.
he said he's gonna make it short.
Yeah, I'm
Yeah,
gonna make
remember
this
that
short.
night? He said, I'm just gonna make
5
it
years
short.
later. Yeah.
But he was
Fucking
talking for
the
like
moon
6
and the
hours.
sun came down about 4 times.
I had three birthdays, man. He fucking,
And he's still talking
yeah.
on that show. That show's been ended about 3 weeks now. 4
God
weeks.
damn, that guy.
Jesus, man. He's been MIA ever since.
Well, he fucked up that night.
Critical
Yeah.
mistakes. You know what I mean? He whacked himself out.
Basically.
That guy.
Like selfie-tested. We don't got to do it to these guys anymore. They do it to themselves.
Right.
That's what he said.
Yeah,
Remember?
right.
He told
Yeah.
Phil Leonetti that.
At the jewelry store.
Yeah.
Remember that one?
Yeah, they used to talk to him. Remember that?
Hey, does anybody know how many people Lee had watching him tonight?
How many bots he bought, you mean?
Like 120.
Yeah, like what? So and how many did FBS have?
Over 200.
Oh, he's gonna throw up tomorrow.
Well, he didn't buy any
that's always
bots
the same thing. FBS always has more than that.
Yeah, well, he's
Yeah.
usually buying about 50 to 100 every show to make it look good.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, yeah.
Guaranteed.
Or he'll say it was the holiday, so people weren't watching or whatever.
Am I wrong if I fucking would wish his heart fucking explode from a gyro?
No, a lot of people
No,
wish that.
no.
Nah, am I wrong for that?
You'd be
I'll actually
correct.
pray with you. We can have like
From
a
the gyro, though?
group prayer.
Why you gotta blame the gyro for it? What the gyro
Nah,
do to
just
you?
let him see his head explode or something.
Oh,
Like
Frank, I gotta pull
like
up.
McCluskey in The Godfather.
I'm going to spike his empanadas.
Who the hell was McCluskey in The Godfather? Which one was that?
The guy they shot.
Godfather. Remember Michael Corleone walks into the restaurant and
Yeah,
fucking-
the chief of police, that guy. Yeah.
I would love just that happened to him just spontaneously for no reason.
I checked him. He's clean.
His
Yeah,
name was McCluskey. His
Check
name
him
was
for
McCluskey?
empanadas.
I dealt with young punks like them all my life, dude. Back in Yonkers.
He's a good kid. Leave him alone.
Yeah.
Hey,
I gotta get the clip for you, Frank.
Yo,
Frank, his name was McCluskey?
McCluskey was the cop, yeah.
In the movie.
Yeah, but wasn't he the cop in like West Side Story?
You put a
I
cop
don't
in that too?
Yeah, Officer McCluskey when they sang that song.
Which one? When you were a jet?
Yeah, the Jets.
Yeah, I don't remember. That's a good that's a good trivia. I haven't seen West Side Story in years. I heard the new one was pretty good though. Anybody seen it?
Nah.
Yeah, that's
I'm
why I
pretty
remember
sure it was woke.
I
Maury
happened to
didn't
watch
see it because it had Puerto Rican people in it.
It was a good movie.
It was a
I
bit.
must say.
They filmed it in my area.
I was an extra in the background.
I was dancing bachata.
I still have rhythm. You don't. Fuck
Right,
you.
even with
I
one
will
leg.
give you lessons.
And roses.
Yeah, you guys have you guys ever seen women dance to
Officer
bachata?
Krupski.
Oh yeah, it's pretty good. Dominicans.
Yeah, but I'm saying is like
fuck you.
I don't know where everybody's from here, but I'm wondering if everyone's seen how they dance bachata.
Yes.
I guess
Yes.
not.
Yeah.
Well, you
Edwin has. It's like a ukulele sound, but you get like that.
You know, well, one day when you got some time, just go on YouTube and put in, women dancing the bachata.
Look up,
and you'll see what I'm talking about.
Oh man, angel dances. I mean bachata.
I bet. I learned it from MRE.
Marie, you want to dance? What kind of man are you?
My father would have danced with me.
Yeah. What we talking about that one night where we that one day, actually Sunday, Gunsmoke, where in Goodfellas where the old man is on the couch.
Oh yeah.
Where have you been, Henry?
Yeah.
He's not
What kind of people are
Jewish.
these? You don't know
What
who
kind
they
of-
are. You don't know how they live.
Right. Every guy on that chat on her show is that man on the fucking couch.
Yeah,
Your
they-
father
they-
don't do this.
Yeah.
The guy
They
looked like he was
digested meals
defeated.
6 weeks.
Yeah. Shut up.
Oh my god.
That was a great scene.
He's not Jewish.
Only the good half.
I've been married to your father for 30 years. Look at him. The guy was so fucking like, get me out of here.
Yeah, he was trained to life.
Yeah.
Nice neighborhood though. Nice neighbors too across the street.
Oh, the ones who got punched in the nose?
He's like, "What's up, fucko? You want something?"
Yeah.
Yeah, I like that part. That's one of my favorite parts.
That didn't even look right for fucking Ray Liotta. I didn't think he had a good beat.
You troll her again. You're dead. You got it.
You'll get that. And then he had the gun in his hand, almost fell out of his hand.
What's up, fucko? You want some? I love that part.
Great fucking movie.
Yeah.
That was pretty realistic.
I think so.
Yeah.
You know, I don't know if you guys know or Handsome Jack don't know, but he probably knows what I'm talking about. When we talk, I'm working on a documentary, and we're trying to make it as real as possible. And The Godfather comes off a little fucking fairy tale-ish, where Goodfellas comes out like anybody who's ever been in that life, and Handsome Jack has, comes out pretty much to the point. Would you agree, Handsome Jack?
I mean, the Tommy D. Simone, Jimmy Burke, those guys were legends in the neighborhood.
Yeah, definitely. They were legends, but I'm saying they're just them coming up wasn't very. It was rough.
Yeah, no, they listen. What you think? Everybody respected Jimmy Burke because he was such a nice guy. He was
No. Or because his father was Don Corleone, you know.
Right. He was a stone cold killer.
Oh yeah.
I mean, I remember when that guy Tito from Father and Son shot and killed Frankie Burke, and not too long after that, while Tito was working in his barbershop, he got killed.
Right, and his dad was in jail at the time. Am I correct?
Yep.
Yeah.
I remember. I remember that guy Tito came down to the club. I guess he was looking for help. But
Everybody, look in the private chat. There's another Edwin Jimenez. He's a fraud.
I am the real Edwin, my son. Let me on, sir.
Can you have Edward Imagine Jimenez doing mass.
Oh no!
The
holy water will boil.
God damn. Come here, little altar boy.
Yeah. What's in your pocket, son?
Not funny.
Hey, that guy Edwin Jimenez, he dresses up for a 5-minute appearance on Angel
No matter
Show.
what time. It could be
I
2 in the
think
morning.
I don't think he dresses like that.
No,
I think he dresses up for the show.
Yeah, he's probably some nursing home. Fucking, they got him the Gagoon.
He dresses up for John Gotti's daughter. Sick bastard.
Well, he thinks so. She hasn't showed her face ever.
No.
Not
Not on YouTube.
She looks like MRE with a wig.
A&E, they were like, no, you're going to show your face, man. Otherwise, you're not going to be on the show. She's like, okay, fine. My father would have said, let me just fucking go incognito.
Honestly,
Yeah.
I don't think she was ever pretty, even when she was younger.
In the 80s?
She wasn't pretty. She wasn't pretty. I mean, you think she looks pretty in those pictures?
I don't know. She wasn't ugly.
Victoria was hot back in the day.
Yeah, Victoria's very pretty.
I used to see her drive up and down the avenue every day when she used to go to see Carmine.
Yeah, you're from that area.
Yeah, she was. I tell you, Victoria was beautiful when she was younger.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
I don't know what the fuck happened to her now.
Well, age gets everybody, you know. We all
Yeah,
get
but
old.
I don't know. It got her really bad.
Yeah, I was gonna say it was like anorexia.
That black
got her,
don't
too.
crack.
I won't throw at it back.
Well, this lady uses a 20-year-old photo and then put a date on the bottom corner. Like, you know, the old cameras used to put the date in the corner. She took a picture from like 20 years ago and put like an updated date and said, "My daughter took this 2 days ago. 2 days ago." It's like, no, the fuck she didn't. We saw you on A&E like 2 months ago. You look like a fucking forget about it. You know.
I think her daughter's pretty too. I mean, whatever people see her, you know, she's not an ugly kid at all.
No, her daughter's pretty. She's pretty.
Yeah, she's pretty. They don't understand. Fucking in New York, a 6 is a fucking 10.
Yeah.
Right. There's a lot of hot chicks in fucking New York for sure.
No, a 6 is like a 10. It's when you go to like in our neighborhoods in New York City, of course, they come from everywhere. But in Brooklyn and Queens, the girls are all right. I mean, fucking when I was in jail, I had this motherfucking redneck tell me all the time, "I'm looking at Yankee games and Met games. These guys have ugly ass people fucking around with me." You know what I mean? I felt like killing them, but he wasn't wrong.
I was in Oklahoma one time, and every woman there, they wear jeans and a sweatshirt with no makeup,
and they look good.
No,
no.
If you go to the rich areas, then they look good, but for the most part, they all look like they live in trailers.
Yeah, well, you should go to the Bronx.
We need trailers.
I dated a couple of girls from the Bronx.
Oh yeah,
did you?
It's all right. Yeah.
Why? Yeah.
Why? He wanted the headache.
What was his name?
What was his name?
That was a good one.
That's my boy. We
remember your first blowjob?
Yeah, how'd it taste?
When did MRE become an informant?
Yeah, he's a very nice, pleasant kid.
We got the real Edwin here now.
Yeah, is this let's see who this is. Hello, real Edwin. Father Edwin.
Father Edwin.
I would love to have him on.
I've been trolling your racist ass this whole time. I ain't no preacher. I'm a thug.
Isn't that you, Gunsmoke?
It sounds like it. I don't think.
No,
that
I
was
know
me,
who
though.
it is. I do know who that is.
Really?
Yeah, he does the same thing. I think I know who it is.
That was
who's
good.
that? This is the real Edwin.
Please,
No, it ain't the real
everyone, shut up for a second. I want you to understand. I speak in Spanish and talk in kind of English. I want to say a prayer for everyone watching the show. Ekoto, meroto, kemenato, don choto, mi amor.
No, that's not who I thought it was because the guy I thought was speaks Spanish.
Well, look,
yeah. He said that he speaks English, but he thinks in Spanish.
Mi gente.
La mega
gasolina.
98
fucking crazy.
I've been trolling your racist ass this whole time.
All right. I'm getting rid of all the Edwins. I don't know what's going on here. I want to get back to because I was in the.
You should have an Edwin fucking contest. I would enjoy that.
Yeah, right.
I was in
who's the real
listening to
Edwin?
you guys. I was in the kitchen listening to you guys, and I was listening to what Frank and Handsome Jack were saying. So, Handsome Jack, you used to see Angel around, so you knew her?
No, I never knew her. But you know, I
never knew to who or what?
I never talked to her, but you know, I seen her a couple times. But Victoria, I seen more because she was always driving down 101st Avenue on our side to go visit Carmine.
Yeah,
but but I to me, I mean, Angel, she was never pretty. Only Victoria.
Yeah.
They kept her aside, though. She was like the secret Gotti.
Yeah, that's what I hear, bro. That Angel, even back in the day in the neighborhood, wasn't really that known. Is that true?
Well, I wasn't from the neighborhood, but I mean,
Well,
she was.
she got married very young, so
Yeah.
you
She
know.
grabbed the first guy she could get, and then she just kept getting married after that.
That's her last name, Mighty Joe Young.
What do you think about what's happened to her face in the last couple of decades?
Gravity.
Gravity.
No, I don't know. I've seen pictures of her back. I didn't. I find her to be. She was okay. She wasn't ugly. But then I have a very distorted.
Yeah, I seen a couple of girls you were hanging out with.
I can't blame you for that, of course.
Well, you know what it is. After a few drinks, they all look.
They all look good.
Right.
We hung out at the same bars, that's for sure.
So wait a minute. I just got to say, I'm a little confused now as to who is on the screen. This person under me right here, that is not Mustache Pete.
No.
That's Edwin.
Yeah, no, but whoever's doing Edwin, I have no fucking idea who that is.
I told you it wasn't him. Well, never mind. But that's
Hey,
not
you
him.
know what? You know what? Back in the day when I used to go out, I used to look. I used to look for the 10, but then after a few drinks, I used to look for the girl with the limp.
Arroz con pollo.
No, I'm Mustache P right here.
Yeah, that's P. Yeah, yeah. I
Oh,
know.
wow.
Nah, before.
Where's
before
Mustache Pete?
Wait, which one? Which one?
None of your business.
He's the A.
No, that's not good. But the real
Okay.
Mustache Pete. Jay-Z is dead right now. He hasn't talked in a minute.
I'm so fucking confused, bro.
I came
I
on.
told
Came
you.
on as Edwin before when I said.
Mustache Pete is A. He's the letter A.
I knew one of you was Mustache Pete. I just didn't know which one.
Gunsmoke does Edwin good too.
So who the fuck is this? Who is this under me?
I have no idea, bro.
The underboy.
Could be Nadu, but I don't know. I doubt it.
I think MRE'd like to be under you.
Oh, God.
Under all of us.
Yeah.
Bizarre.
Yeah. Balls over Miami.
Hey, what do you guys think about that time when MRE punched that guy? What do you think about? You think that was? You think that was real?
Nah, that was Fugazi all the way.
That was fake,
Yeah, right?
100%.
Nah, that's fake though. Come on, you crazy?
Yeah.
He asked me for advice ahead of time.
I like when he came back on. He should have never talked to my sister. Get the fuck out.
I think he fucked him later on that night.
Probably.
Give me a hand job.
Look at what Dave said. He said, FBS, I had the best Thanksgiving I've had in many years, and this show tonight has made it the most incredible Thanksgiving I've ever had. Thank you, brother. Oh, that's awesome, bro. I'm glad to hear that, man. I'm glad you had a good
Salute,
day
Dave.
too, bro. Happy
Yeah.
Thanksgiving to you.
Happy Thanksgiving, Dave.
Yeah, happy Thanksgiving, everybody. I'm sorry I'm in late, man. I just
Yeah,
got
this fucking chick I
Yeah,
dropped
what the
off. Can she ever imagine I'm on this show right now?
What are you doing, Frank?
Yeah. No, it's more like it's the Northwest. They talk different.
I don't know how to do a Northwest.
It's like, oh my god, I can't believe what I just heard.
In
It's
Minnesota.
like Karen times 10.
Frankie!
Yeah, right.
He's not
JC's
Jewish.
JC's in the
He's not
Northwest.
Jewish.
Huh?
I said JC's in the
He's
Northwest.
in the West Coast. Yeah,
He's in
Yeah.
the middle of the West Coast.
But you're Frank's in the Pacific Northwest,
correct.
right? Yeah,
Oh.
that's a beautiful place,
He's
man.
in
Beautiful.
Nirvana
Not
land.
right now. 20 degrees.
Oh,
Where's JC?
Perfect.
Where are you located again? What area?
He's in the Central Valley.
Right now, he's located nowhere. He's
He's on
I was gonna say
Rosecrans.
the moon.
he's in
He's
La
in
La
Ke-
Land.
ketamine stage. Look at him.
Yeah.
The
He's
Bay
in that-
Area and back
There he
there.
is. There he is.
All you hear is
Oh,
yeah. Oh,
Yeah.
by the way, when you guys were talking about West Side Story, I'm in the fucking kitchen, and all of a sudden I get in my head, "When you're a jet, you're a jet, you're a."
Yeah, yeah.
I was-
Edwin was in the first presentation of "I Want to Live in America" with Angel God.
In America.
Coming to America.
Yeah. No, that's Rocky 4.
Oh, whatever.
I just want to know.
That's why Edwin got his brain confused.
Yeah.
know,
Picture him coming down to fight fucking Ivan Drago.
Ivan
fucking people come from?
I think he watches Mambo Kings. I think he's got that shit on replay, and he's just
Number 5.
Want to dress like
Antonio Banderas is my nephew.
Isn't he Mexican?
Adriano's Fellies.
The Mask of Zorro.
He probably teaches Spanish, fucking English for Spanish-speaking people in Puerto Rico.
Yeah,
Feliz
so.
Navidad, which means fuck
Merry Christmas.
Dominic the Donkey.
Yeah, it's my favorite Italian song.
I like eating eggplant rollatini.
Oh man, you know what's annoying when you get the fucking bored? You go into a Mexican restaurant and she tries to speak Spanish.
Oh yeah.
You get that in the West Coast all the time, you know.
Hola, ¿cómo estás?
Hola, and the guy's like, I speak English, bitch.
Yeah.
You are a racist.
Yeah. ¿Cuánto años tú estás aquí?
Yeah. ¿Cómo se dice white wine?
Right. Vinos Blancos. Yeah, you know Vinos Blancos from the Bronx?
Yeah.
Worse when the people are trying to talk to them and they think they don't know English, so they start talking louder like it's going to make a difference.
Yeah.
They know what they're saying.
Right.
They start screaming it, and it's like they heard you the first time. They don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, they're spitting your shit in the kitchen.
It smells.
That's
It
what
smells
I'm doing
gray
to my
areas. Oh, it smells gray areas. Said, imagine being in a room with Edwin and Ralph Natali.
No shit.
Yeah.
Skinny Razor. Skinny Razor.
Am I supposed to say prayers for their souls?
Yes, I did.
Angel Gotti, please forgive him.
They know not what they do. Like Mustache Pete.
I'm telling you, I'm gonna get Puerto Rican fortune cookies out with the messages and Edwin Jimenez.
That would be fucking funny, dude.
He who see angel cannot touch.
Yeah, Edwin's gonna have his own merch. He's gonna have prayer cards and fortune cookie with fucking sayings.
Yeah, Santeria.
Who wants to buy a goat?
It's sacrificing.
It's that Danny Trio's coming out with merch. He's doing Hanes underwears and wife beaters.
Yeah. Remember the Fruit of the Loom guys that had the apple, the fucking grapes?
Yeah.
He's gonna be the banana.
That is a cock gobbler.
Yeah, he's gonna come out with a line.
Let me tell you something, Lee. He practiced that. Let me tell you something.
Yeah, let me tell you something, Lee.
Fucking like played out it's so that idiot fucking back in the neighborhood who just practiced.
Yeah, he's probably in the mirror and shit reciting it.
Yeah.
That guy Danny Trio's got to be the biggest moron ever. He could have made a clean. He could have made a clean exit.
Shut up, Jack.
And he chose to take Lee's side.
Yep. Bad move. Yeah.
That's very highly of you.
Oh, it's very highly.
Oh my god. Yeah, what the fuck was that, bro? That's very highly of you. That shit. That's one of those things, Danny said it and then thought, oh fuck, I worded it wrong. You know what I mean? That's very highly of you.
What was that in response to?
Actually, they say he's English. His name is English, and that's kind of an English phrase. People in England would say, like, fucking, it sounds retarded, plus the translation in America.
Yeah.
But it's something that you would say, very highly of you. So he probably got that from one of his English grandparents or something.
Yeah, I think he was trying to say you think very highly of yourself.
Yeah, it's something you'd see in Benny Hill, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's where it's coming from. He's not Italian.
Something right out of the Boston Tea Party.
You never heard him say an Italian word. Like I would always watch him and say,
I heard
he
him
mimic people. Like, let me tell you
Galamad.
something.
Yeah.
First of all, he
Forget
uses
about
that
it.
kind of lingo.
Yeah, forget about it. Like anything he hears on The Sopranos or whatever.
Yeah, with the hands crossed, with the heads, like he's like somebody's coming to the fucking loan shark to tell him, hey, listen, I can't pay you, and he's acting like the guy. He's probably been in that situation.
Oh yeah, he probably tells everybody he's connected, and they look at him like some
Well,
wise.
the mechanics he uses, the mechanics is, yeah, he's a fraud. There's a lot of them out there, dude. You don't understand. MobTube has a lot of frauds. If you want to fucking go after one fraud 30 minutes a day, you'll have content for about 2 months. They're out there.
Trust me, I make a living at it.
Yeah, the Gunners of the world. There's a guy
literally
in
what I
fucking
do.
Florida says he worked for 5 families. There's tons of them.
Oh, you're talking about Anthony Cauchi or whatever the fuck his name
That's
is?
another one. That
he's talking about
Cyril
that guy with the dog.
DePaggio. His name is like Bobby Hayes. Yeah, he's another one. He says he worked for 5 families. They gave him a fucking punch card. Fuck you.
Thank you, Louis P.
Yeah, there's a lot of them. There's a lot.
Who the fuck says that they committed a murder that they never committed?
Daniel John Smith.
That's exactly. And I know you personally, so I know you fucking did a lot of work. But
thank you.
Yeah, I don't know who does that. I don't know who does that, Handsome Jack. I don't know.
A clown does that. Somebody who never did that. Somebody who never did that before, that has a fantasy, that thinks that he's gonna like earn stripes by coming on here saying he has a body on his record. Like that's something to be proud of. It's fucking.
And I'm gonna come clean with all you guys. I go with all the shit I fucking did in my life. I try the stuff I try not to talk about is the violent stuff because I'm still trying to get over it mentally. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I'm not being remorseful. I'm being fucking like, what kind of jerk off was I to fucking have to think this is where I wanted to go? You know what I mean?
Yeah, and then you got guys coming on here who want to turn themselves into murderers.
I never talk about my shit. Never talk about my violent shit. I mean, and he could tell you too. Handsome Jack could tell you too. I've batted people over the head. I've done a lot of shit bad. I don't like to talk about it.
Well, you could pick those guys out easily. If you drive down the highway, they're the guys who have the bullet hole decals on their car and the bumper, the bumper stickers that say Mafia Insurance. You know.
Yeah. Well,
look
at the guys. Look at the guys who were in the military that had every right in the world, well, legally to take another person's life who was, arguably trying to kill theirs. Like when they come home, they don't talk about shit like that.
No.
So who would want to come on here and openly talk about a heinous crime that they committed like it was a badge of honor? You got to be really demented in the head to come up with some shit like that.
You know what? He should have came up with something fucking more crime on crime than just going into a place and saying, and he's gonna say, you know why? Because I was being real. You're not being real. You're talking about going into a place and a robbery gone bad and a gun went off and whatever. And why would you even say that? Even if it was true. I mean, you're saying that you killed an innocent person who goes to work every day. At least I could talk about the people I fucked up and did whatever I had to do with, or whatever, all the violence I did was crime on crime. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Then he said he got shot too in retaliation, I think.
Well,
that's what he said. He got shot in retaliation, and then he left New York. And once again, if you're this big bad tough guy and you're around guys, then why didn't you go back and hurt them people that shot you, bro? What type of gangster shit is that?
All right, and Handsome Jack can help me out at this. A lot of these guys incorporate other people's stories.
Yes.
Oh yeah, 100%.
So what they do is they hear these stories, or they hear, and a lot of them. The other thing they do too, especially the Fugazis out there, they talk about dead people. They're like the Sixth Sense. That kid in the Sixth Sense.
Yeah, they all talk about.
They see dead people. You know why? Because dead people can't call them out. Not always. Sometimes the family does and say, "Hey, look, he didn't know my family, like that guy Hunter or whatever, or Gunner, whatever the fuck his name is. He was trying to say that guy had him like that, and he said, and their family called him out, whatever. I don't know the guy. I really don't want to get into him either because, not that I give a fuck, but it is what it is. And you get people like that, and he claims that his uncles were in the Colombo family, but they're dead. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Well,
same thing. The same thing Ramundi tried to do. Ramundi always wanted to talk about dead people.
Yeah, but he talked about people he had no business talking about because it just sounded.
He had a
bad.
more entertaining story, at least.
But
and then he killed the Pope.
You notice what they all have in common? They're all big mouths. All of them.
Yep.
They're all big blobber mouths. That's why as soon as I saw Danny come on
Bunch of goblins.
Leach show, the first
No,
time.
you know what they have in common? It's called identity crisis.
They're big identity crisis, mental illness, bro.
Yeah, that's a mental illness thing. And I'll call them out, every single one of them, if they want to go one-on-one on that one. And that's what it is, you know.
Hey, what about that fat bastard? That fat bastard.
That's another one with an identity crisis right there. I like when he goes, Angel, me and your brother, there's not many guys like that around. Okay, let's get something straight. He could never shine fucking even John Gotti Jr. through. Call John Gotti Jr. what you want, whatever. But on the street, am I right, handsome Jack?
The only reason why John Gotti Jr. talks to him now is because John Gotti Jr. is an outcast.
Nobody talks to him right now. I get
right.
But
otherwise,
at the same time,
otherwise, Chicky wouldn't be able to talk.
Would have probably got slapped.
He couldn't shine anybody's shoes. Can you imagine him bending over trying to do something like that? He'd fall right into
I was thinking the same thing. Yeah.
No, but he's telling the kid's sister that, you know, me and your brother, there's not a lot of many of us like that no more. What are you talking about? He did 6 months in a fucking. I did that shit in a hole, you fat bastard.
Yeah, he's been with them for a
and
while.
I'm the lowest. I mean, I'm not. If you want to talk about like the mob, yeah, I wasn't upper echelon, whatever, anything like that. I had a short fucking street spit, whatever. But I wasn't, and just if I was nothing, you were fucking garbage.
I know.
Hey, you know, I truly believe that when John Jr. got out of jail, if he didn't catch all of those cases, he was going to get clipped, because Nicky Carrazzo wanted to clip him long time before he got out of jail, and especially if he got out assuming he was going to be the boss again.
Yeah.
But everybody says, "Oh, he didn't hurt nobody." When you talk to the feds, it doesn't matter what the outcome is. You broke the rule, you died.
100%. 100%.
Right, and I try not to get into that with them, because I did it back in 2015 when Eli was doing it. But you were around those people, so you could say whatever fuck you want.
Yeah, Jojo and Nicky Carrazzo wanted to kill that guy, man.
And no, when I mean he was around them, he was around that area and everything like that.
Nicky Carrazzo used to call him Baby Huey.
Yeah.
I think I heard A-Light say that too. Actually, I think I heard him say
that pinch saved his life, man. Honestly, it saved his life.
Yeah, I believe
100%.
so. Yep.
And then,
hey Jack, you knew John on the street, right? John A-Light.
Me?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I know. I mean, we all did. Fucking, it was like, yeah.
So what's your honest opinion? What's your honest opinion, Handsome Jack, on the embellishments? 50%, 80? You don't have to answer if you don't want to, but.
Well, I do know that he killed at least 2 guys. As far as like all the other stuff, baseball bat and shooting people, yeah, he was a legitimate guy. He was a legitimate tough guy. You know, as far as him, being as close to John Sr., like the way but you know what? I don't knock him for it, because they used him back in the day, and now he's using their name to make money.
Yeah.
Gotcha. I see what you're saying.
He
it's like it's part Hollywood, and he knows it's part Hollywood, and that's
right.
Especially that show that he did overseas. He know, you can see in his face that he's just telling a story. I mean,
right.
He was a real guy, and he was close to John Jr., regardless of what Angel says.
Very close to John Jr.
Well, they were real close for a short period of time, right?
Yeah, since like the middle '80s to like '91,
exactly,
something like that. But but he was still coming around. He used to come and meet Ronnie One Arm. I used to see him coming to meet Ronnie One Arm.
Yeah, they have surveillance photos together, leaving like funerals together, him and Ronnie One Arm.
Yeah, what happened was John Jr. He became, he got straightened out, and now he had to distance himself from certain people, from a certain,
Right.
like drug dealers
That were in
and stuff
drugs
like that.
and shit like that. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. That makes sense, though.
Right.
That makes sense. Hey, Frank,
Yeah,
I got something. I got something I want to play from your favorite podcast, and tell me what you think about his pronunciation of your name. You mind?
Sure. All right, hang on 1 second, guys. I've been cooking for the last 20 minutes. I got to eat. So you want me to just leave the show to you guys?
Yeah.
Yeah, we're bullshitting.
Yeah, get
All
the
right.
fuck out of here.
Yeah, you can come back if you want. If you don't mind.
Hey, get out of here.
We won't say nothing too crazy.
Yeah,
Enjoy
go get your
dinner.
shine box.
All right, well,
In the
have
pantry.
fun. I'll see you in a
All right.
little while.
Break a
Sounds
witch
good,
bone
man.
for me. All right.
Will do.
All right, Frank, you ready? This is from one.
Yeah,
of your,
definitely.
Your super fan.
There's no doubt what they do. I've heard Frank Fioriloni.
Did you hear that?
Yes.
Stupid fuck.
Here, listen to the whole. Listen to the whole thing though. You got to hear what he says afterwards. Just give it like 5 seconds after he says your name, because that's the best part. Next, ready?
Frank Fioriloni. I'm hoping I'm saying that correctly. I actually think I'm doing pretty good with that name.
You said I think I'm doing pretty good with it.
That fucking poster boy for the Catch a Predator there.
Oh yeah.
Hey Lee, what are you doing here? I thought you wanted a cheeseburger.
God, that's so. Yeah, he must sprinkle his fucking pills on his cheeseburgers. That fat fuck. Dude.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ.
Can you picture him on Catch a Predator?
Oh, definitely.
Oh shit.
Like, dude, I didn't know he was 14, dude.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Well,
yeah,
is this
yeah.
you, Lee Cole the Mole?
Yeah.
Say you were
Let me
bringing
spread
somebody
your butt
over a
cheeks off the
pizza?
boy.
I already ate half of it, dude. It was all for me.
Yeah, in his
Yeah.
car.
So you drove 600 miles to see a 14-year-old little girl.
Why do you have a happy gyro in your car and zip ties? What's that all about?
Oh, he's gonna lose his shit. He's gonna lose his shit when he hears this.
Oh, he can go fuck his mother. I don't give a fuck. I don't give a shit. He's lucky I'm flying there and fucking hitting him with eggs. I'm down to do it.
You should freeze him first.
I'm dead serious. I swear to God, I will fly down there and fucking just peg him with eggs.
He would deserve it, I would say.
Fucking, everybody's got his address. Who gives a fuck? What was he gonna do? Hey, dude, but he don't walk out of his house. I know he don't.
No.
Hey, common sense. You probably
He's an Uber driver.
How many guys did A-Light kill? 2? And he was involved in a bunch of others?
One that I know of.
Right, one that he pulled the trigger.
He pulled the
Gebber.
Yeah, Johnny
Right, but
Gebber, yeah.
and he was part of some conspiracies, yeah.
The Grasso guy, I think.
Yeah,
you know, I don't.
but he was in prison at that time when that happened. He said on a couple different shows and interviews that he ordered it on one, and then the other one is that he said that I'm going away, so if something happened to the guy while I was away, I wouldn't be sad about it. It'd be like a going away present or something. You know what I mean?
Well, the thing is,
And then he said, don't forget that when he wrote that book, he said he had that wild shootout on his New Jersey property where he killed 2 guys and he walked up to one and finished him off in the street, and then he says crazy shit like that. Yeah, and then he says crazy shit like that, and you're just like, come on, man, like stop, bro. You're taking this Hollywood shit a little bit too far, man. You know what I mean? Like,
all right, what's next?
No, I was gonna say the reason people attacked him.
Handsome Jack asked. I'm just, you know what I mean?
Yeah,
no, I get it.
But he went after the Gaudis. That's why he got so much hate more than anybody else, because he went after everybody.
Yes. So yes, agreed.
That's the thing I don't understand about, Angel the other day said her biggest betrayal was this Casperosa shit for calling out this Nazi fucking rat incel cuck, right? The biggest betrayal she's ever dealt with it in her life. And I'm just like, what about the one Gravano did on your family, or the one Mikey Scars did to somebody he called, your father, his father, his boss, and your brother, his brother? What about what he did to your family? You know what I mean?
How about the betrayal her first husband did on Mankind by marrying her?
Oh fuck, dude.
You know what Angel's problem is? I'll tell you what Angel's problem is.
The internet?
she still thinks she's royalty, and she still thinks that
She's
she's
the mob
above
boss's
everybody
daughter.
else.
Yeah. She thinks she's the mob boss's daughter still. You know why though? Because she's been treated like that her whole life, and now that she's getting blowback on here and can't believe it, she doesn't know how to handle it.
Well, I think she never got treated like that, and now that she's on here, she thinks she can get treated like that. Nobody fucking talked about her at all.
She was a redheaded stepchild.
It doesn't help either though when some of these simps go on there and anything she says or wants them to say or does, they do it her beck and call. So she thinks she's back in that position of power, and she thrives
Yeah,
off it. You know what I mean?
she's used to people falling over themselves to do something for her.
Exactly. And that's what she has on here though. That's why she loves it, man. But look at listen, before she came on YouTube, because I used to be in the communities before when they were going after A-Light that for years, man. They were going at him on Facebook and Twitter and doing all that shit. So like she's been involved in doing this shit for the better part of 10, 12, 15 years, something like that now, since 2012, whenever it was, 13 or 10 years, you could say. So it's like, I just don't understand, what your point is or motivation is at this point, because you've been going at this for 10 years and you're losing. Like John A-Light's doing just fine. You've done nothing to the guy. Let's be honest. You know what I mean? If anything, you helped him. You helped him by keeping his name in your mouth. You haven't done anything to hurt him at all. You've helped him out in the long run. To be honest, with you.
He made a living off of it.
Exactly. And she even made a mention about, or her brother John made a mention about during the holidays. They're like, oh yeah, we toasted John A-Light because he's the reason I'm not doing life in prison right now. Well, you should be thanking this guy at the end of the day, because he's, according to the government and the jurors, he was the reason why nobody believed him, and he got acquitted on that last trial, right? And if you're toasting him, thanking him for all this, then what are you so mad hating about the guy? Because he's out here telling a story, and he might be embellishing some stuff, but you guys keep bringing him up or making him relevant, and people looking into him and looking more about who he is and what he has going on. So you're not doing anything to the guy at all.
I don't understand why. I don't know what he said that they considered embellishment, but I don't understand if he did embellish. I don't understand why, because he really was around them, not the father, the son, and all the other guys, Charlie Caniglia and them. But
he was around us.
Listen, Johnny A-Light was a notorious guy.
Kane, all those guys.
Johnny was a notorious guy. I believe he knows what he's doing. He's monetizing his situation, and he don't give a fuck what anybody thinks.
He scared the shit out of a lot of people, from what I heard. Back in the day. Really scared.
He was a serious.
Listen, I was at a club where he shot the bouncers. I was there that day. We weren't friends. I was in there, and then we found out who it was. He shot those bouncers. I was there at that day. It was the Middle Village.
Yeah.
I believe all those stories, like the stuff that he did like that. But I'm just talking about like the amount of drugs that he claimed that he was selling and the people he was dealing with, and like the amount of murders or other crimes. Like some of the stuff is just proven not to be true. Like that's the stuff or like his relationship with the father. You know what I mean? Like that's the part that I think people, I personally had a problem with, because I believe it to be false. You know what I mean?
Hey, you know what's funny, but
I'm sorry.
What's funny is that everybody's pissed off at him for embellishing, but it's okay that he murdered somebody.
Right. Right.
But you know what? He always did talk about the treachery in that life. Always talked about it. He's one of the guys who always came on here and talked about the treachery.
Yeah, he does.
I don't know. You know what? I feel bad. I mean, after what he went through, man, and then seeing him,
he went through a lot. Yeah.
Come on here after the thing with his daughter. He's not. You could tell in his face that he's just not the same guy. I can't imagine. All that shit that he went through.
Probably devastated. Like most parents would be. You're not supposed to.
I'm gonna be very honest. Back in the day when they were doing their thing and they were butt buddies, both of them, I couldn't stand both of them.
Yeah.
Yeah, and now they're going after each other. So I kind of got an alliance with the guy who fucking is, I don't know, flip like I do. You know what I mean?
Right.
And I hear him saying, "Oh, I never knew this guy." First he said he never knew him. Then he said he knew him. Then he said he never knew my father. But then he said,
my father.
I chased him. So they're just going at each other. So I don't get involved anymore. You know what I mean?
As far as me, he was always cool with me. I never had any issues with him.
Who's that?
Johnny Alite.
Oh no, I'm cool with John. Yeah, no, me either. If he was better at it. The other guy was fucking. The other guy was like when his dad was.
I hated John. I hated John Jr. He was nothing but a fucking bully.
He was a thug.
Well, somebody.
Yeah, well, when your father's the boss, it's easy to fucking be.
Yeah, and he's 8 years older than you, and he's fucking telling the 15-year-old girls you go to school with, yeah, who's that guy and who's that guy? Like fucking he's some guy. You remember shit like that,
I remember one time we were sitting in front of the club down the other end of 101st Avenue, and he had a machine, like a Cherry Master machine, in a little candy store that Chinese people owned, and it was right next door to Aldo's Pizzeria. And one day he walked from his club all the way down to the store, and when he walked past our club, he didn't even fucking acknowledge us. He didn't wave hello, nothing. Just walked by.
He had those things.
Yeah, he was that type of guy. He won't say hello to you unless you went and said hello to him.
What she fails to understand is that she still thinks her brother got that kind of fucking pull and weight and all that. And the realization is a lot of the guys he abused, a lot of the guys he used to be an asshole with, they're made guys now. A lot of them are.
Yeah.
And I don't know how you say it. I don't know like firsthand, but I know for sure that he shit on a couple of people that I knew well that are people now. And I'm pretty sure they didn't like him then, and they're especially not gonna like him now.
You remember Frankie Radici?
Yeah, he's another one. Fred Flintstone.
Frankie Radici was always hanging out with John, but John was always treating him like a second-class citizen. But now Frankie Radici's a captain.
Yeah.
You guys
Hey, I remember one time. I wasn't there, but everybody told me the story. John Jr. came to the corner where we hung out, 77 and 101, and started some type of trouble. I don't remember exactly what it was, but a guy named Johnny Bino kicked him in his ass and sent him on his way. Was just when he was younger, and then later on, I think it was Quack Quack and Johnny Caniglia, maybe.
Who's that? Sotaro? Who's that? John Sotaro?
Yeah, John Sotaro. Yeah, and but then in a little while passed, and
Bino's name was Sotaro.
Yeah.
Okay.
Bino wasn't there anymore, and I know for sure Angelo Ruggiero was one of the guys, and two other guys came down to the club, and they walked into the club and they fucking cracked this kid Dougie Donut and knocked his tooth out.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah, and then after that, Nicky Carrazzo went down to their club, and I heard it was a big issue because you're not supposed to walk into somebody else's club.
Yeah, disrespecting it. Yeah, disrespecting them. Yeah.
Well,
there was a story. There was a story that Ruggiano put out where he was saying that one time Nicky was beating John with a payphone receiver at the club.
Yeah, and there was another time when John's crew and Nicky's crew got into it, and a guy by the name of Chink, his name is Steve, he was a Jewish guy, he cracked John in the head with a bat.
Oh, shit. Really?
Yeah.
Is that the Steve we knew?
Yeah, Chink.
I got you.
And what happened with that?
I liked him.
No, that was when they were like maybe in their like 20s or something. And,
yeah.
And Ruggiano, the father, he took Nicky's side.
Yeah, Carrazzo was his guy.
And the Fatico brothers, they stood for John, and got squashed.
Yeah. Because Carrazzo was his guy, right?
You know what he used to do to Carrazzo when he became boss, John? He purposely used to
call him in for meetings, right?
Yeah, but at like 3:00 in the morning.
Yeah,
by himself, like to meet him in the desolate area to see how he would come. And Nicky always went there. He always
he
went
showed
by
up.
himself, and you know,
He earned his respect from that, though.
right.
That
Right.
says a lot. You know what I mean?
People don't understand. That was like after John, you know, the Carrassos were the real power.
Oh yeah.
You know.
Yep.
Especially in Queens.
Yeah. I mean, I actually knew Pete when he was boss, and I actually broke bread with him a couple times, and Pete was a nice guy. You know, he was like a regular guy. He didn't, you know,
Who
act
got
like
him?
yeah.
Yeah, he in jail. I met him in jail. He was cool.
Yeah, he was a nice guy. You know.
You think he should have ever been boss, though? Oh, sorry, Pete. Go ahead, man.
No, I was just
No,
saying.
go ahead.
It's all right. Go ahead.
He was an active boss. Yeah, why not? I mean, as an active boss, I could see it. I mean, he was relaying messages for his brother.
Right. You know, John was in jail, so now you know Pete can go visit him because it's his brother. So it made sense.
Yeah.
What do you
But
think all those guys thought when he was on 60 Minutes, when he did that fucking 60 Minutes thing? Like guys on the street.
John Jr.?
Guys on the street. Yeah. What did they think when he came out and did that 60 Minutes interview?
Guys on the street don't like that at all. That's the
He
bottom
was
line.
he was already no good at that point.
Yeah, he was already shelved and considered a rat.
Yeah. Then don't you think that made it worse though too? Like,
I don't know, man. I heard he got stabbed. You know, and
at the
he never
CVS,
said he never said who stabbed him.
He said he was breaking up a fight between two crackheads.
He said he was breaking up a fight. Yeah, all right.
Doesn't even make any sense, man. He said two guys.
The only problem I had
with
with him was when he wanted to do that witch sect mafia thing.
He's still trying to do that.
Well, we'll let him do it. The thing I had with that was he mentions the group of kids that I grew up with and everything like that, but he fails to mention that a couple of them are still doing time, and a lot of them did real good time. When I mean good time, is big time. And he's saying that in general, and they pleaded out to being part of the Giannini crew. So he's basically saying that they were this, that, and the third. One of them is trying to get out of jail right now, right? On reduced time. He said he's been good, and I believe it. I believe he has. And here he is trying to say that they are this, that, and the third. Shut the fuck up. Mind your business. And he has.
My one issue with John was I had gotten into a fight in the Harbor Club, and the place was with John Jr. And kid got his ear sliced, and there was gunshots fired inside the place. So, but what happened was I wind up getting arrested that night for gun possession. And
you had nothing to do with anything.
While I was arrested, John sent for me. But you know, they told him I was in jail, and I never had to go and see him anyway.
Well,
I don't think that would have been a good outcome for me if I actually would have went.
Nah.
Yeah, especially with his son being there.
Yeah, well, he sent for me. No, he wasn't there. The place was. You know, the place
at the place.
was around.
Oh, I see. I got you. Like you disrespected his club. You brought
right. Exactly.
I got you. I thought you meant the son was with you or something like that, and you didn't.
No.
I heard
he wasn't even there. Yeah. But,
got you.
Yeah.
That's the thing.
Go ahead.
Say that's the thing that I thought is funny when they, you know, when they try to make up excuses for, you know, John Jr. I mean, this guy was the quote unquote acting boss. You know what I mean? You everybody knows you can't just walk away from that life. So how do you explain him still being alive and not being in the family anymore if he didn't do what they consider to be a cooperation? You know what I mean?
It's easy to get out of the life in the past 25 years. It's not what it used to be. You know, a lot of people get the old rules mistaken with what goes on in the last 30 years, for that matter. He got out. I think a lot of the guys in the Gambino family were happy he got out, and those meetings came out with the feds. I think that was 2005. Am I correct?
2006.
2006. And then they like solidified everything. Like even if he want him back, they would not no more.
Listen, the guy
he shelved himself.
the guy
Yeah,
profited with,
yeah,
with
pretty
the
much.
government. The guy profited with the government. He told them that his fucking uncle hung a kid from a
From a
tree
tree. Yeah.
and made it look like a suicide.
Yep. He
He
implicated
told
his father in there too. His dad. He put his dad's name
Yeah,
in there.
but
yeah.
And corrupt
So
cops.
what? So he implicated Danny Marino too in something,
And Joe Watts.
Watts.
And Joe
So
Watts. Yeah. He
you know,
implicated Marino and his nephew's the Heidel.
right,
He okayed the murder.
right. All right. So now, but he's not a rat. That's not a rat because he
Yeah.
went to 5 trials.
He claims he's trying to pull a Kaiser Sose, but
Yeah, maybe he was, but he got
yeah,
caught.
but at the same time, there was 2 guys living.
Right. There was 2
No,
people
but
on
what,
there that
Two
were still
guys he
alive.
mentioned
Yeah.
that were living.
It doesn't matter. He was playing whatever his plan was. He broke the rule that
By
is
sitting down.
punishable by death.
Yeah.
That's it.
You're
You're done.
Yeah, he tried to change the goalpost.
Didn't he allocute too, or no?
No. Well, he didn't go through
No.
with the deal. He went
So-
to trial and won.
Here's what he did. It's called it's basically, some people call it like a reverse proffer or a defense proffer. He was basically trying to get the feds to drop that RICO charge on him by saying that, if I was still in the life and I was still active, because he was claiming that he hadn't spoken to anybody while he was in prison for the last 5 years, which is the statute of limitations on a
It is
RICO.
the statute of, exactly. It's the statute of
Yeah.
limitations on the RICO
So-
Act.
Right. So what he was
And-
trying to argue
right.
is that you can look through my past 5 years of meetings and people I've talked to. Anybody that's come and tried to talk to me or said anything to me, I've refused to do it. So you guys should.
Right,
drop
he
that
wasn't part of the
RICO.
enterprise.
Right, exactly. So he was basically trying to get them to drop that RICO case by going in there and saying, "Listen, if I was still around these guys, I wouldn't be sitting here with you having this meeting right now." And then he fed him a bunch of bullshit, just trying to basically tell him, like, I wouldn't even be giving you any of this info if I had plans to go back on the street or do anything I was doing before, because I wouldn't even do what I'm doing here right now. And the feds just refused to accept that.
I think they changed that rule now on the RICO. But back in the day, it was
5 years. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think the state goes back 20 or 15 or 20.
Under his father's rules, you weren't even allowed to take a plea.
Right. But
no
let him
less
do.
fucking
Let him take one.
proffer, reverse proffer. I mean, Gene got for like 50 years when he could have got less than that and been out a long time ago.
Okay, let's ask this question. Is she doing her brother a favor by having people like us come out and talk about this stuff?
Absolutely. But you know what? The people that are in the know that he's nothing.
Yeah, the people out there already know, so it's no big deal. She's catering to the fucking lowlifes and the dirtbags out there fucking that don't know fucking nothing. All they know is they want to get with her.
All the Hollywood people that never.
Not Hollywood. Hollywood. None of Hollywood people gonna get with her.
No, I'm talking about with the brother.
Oh yeah. Well, I guess. Or the urban people want to name their fucking dogs Gotti. That's about it.
Urban.
Yeah, the urban folks.
Yeah. But that's about it because they in the streets. I mean, as far as Cosa Nostra and stuff like that goes,
he's talking about the people of color.
Well, anyway, people of Cosa Nostra and like that. I'm pretty sure they wash their hands with them.
Yeah.
So if any of you people think you've got any kind of back by any kind of organized crime group in New York City because you're friends with Angel Gotti, forget about it. You got nothing. Lee Cole, nobody's gonna defend
you. Got nothing.
Well, that's the
Brad
closest.
can
That's
fuck
the
you up
closest
and
he's
nobody
ever
gives
gonna
a fuck.
Did you hear that?
Never gonna get Frank.
Did you hear that Lee told the story allegedly that he got chased out of somewhere in New York City by the mob, and then he had to come back and dress like a woman so that he could see his wife at the time and his kid. He came back.
Oh my god!
Who said this?
Lee.
Yeah. He probably
He
owed
wore a wig in
the
his
neighborhood
Buick.
fucking drug dealer for a couple of bags.
Yeah. I
crack.
What's his name? King Shades.
Yeah.
Put him out there, and I was trolling him. I was asking him who he owed the money to. Were you a victim of loan sharking? Did you return the dress? And I didn't get blocked. I'm surprised I didn't get blocked.
He stole a couple things of boar's head bologna from Skatoros or something. Probably.
Yeah, he
That's
stuck
what
it up his ass.
Yeah.
The whole
Smoked
log.
cheese.
Well, listen, I believe he probably was in trouble because he borrowed money and didn't pay. But I don't know about that fucking dressing up as a woman.
What money? He probably borrowed fucking like $50 at the bar, the neighborhood German Irish bar.
I believe he dressed up. He dressed up and came back to New York as some fucking little pinto
Listen, he was
bullshit.
the guy. He was the guy at the bar that was fucking would jingle his drinks with ice, so somebody could buy him a fucking $2.50 drink. You know. Okay, who are you serious right now?
He probably owed $500 and couldn't pay it.
500. Yeah, he was on a payment plan for 5 years.
He's the kind of guy that he would borrow money from a guy who would say that he's connected to the mob when they're not. They could easily fool him. You know what I mean? You know, if they had an Italian last name he couldn't pronounce.
What about Skaturos? You ever heard of Skaturos, Handsome Jack? What do you know about Skaturos?
It's like a little fucking deli.
Yeah, that's Lee Cole stomping grounds. Lee Cole used to own that joint.
Hey,
Yeah, Lee said he used to work for a
Knickerbocker
mob guy.
Avenue. In Knickerbocker Avenue, they had a fucking Skatoros when my family immigrated here back in Bushwick. I remember that, and that was owned by Patsy Conti.
Oh
wow! Yeah, but Lee thinks that the Giorgio family owned that, and said that's how he knew he was working for the mob with the Giorgio. The guy didn't even know who owned the fucking place he worked at.
He trimmed fat in a fucking butcher shop.
He worked behind the counter slicing cold cuts, and maybe every once in a while he said, "Good morning."
Yeah,
and he was part of the mob.
Hello, people.
Yeah.
Nah, he's like the guy who would fucking tell the fat girls in the neighborhood that he was fucking like, you know, I work for the mob.
Yeah.
You know, taking advantage.
And then he worked in the combat zone or whatever the fuck that is, right? That was the other thing he said.
With Teddy
Listen,
Venus.
that guy's been a swindler all his life.
That's why he lives in Texas. He ain't living in New York no more. Probably owes money.
I even said it in the chat. They were talking about a situation, right? And he was saying that how he knows about that situation. I forgot exactly what it was. And I says, yeah, you know, Lee Cole, you've been a swindler all your life.
Oh shit!
And they didn't block me. I was surprised.
He loves the.
Nah, he needs to die in his sleep tonight.
He probably dies every night. He stops breathing.
Yeah, sleep apnea.
That's beautiful.
Yeah.
He probably got sleep
I
apnea.
swear I could be that guardian angel to fucking put my foot on his neck.
Yeah, well, hopefully he went to the soup kitchen and got some bad turkey or something. Home and fucking
Yeah,
killed.
the stuffing inside the turkey. That's salmonella.
Yeah.
I heard earlier somebody was saying, I guess like 2-3 days ago, right? Somebody was asking him what he was doing for Thanksgiving today. And he was saying that he was hanging out with his ex-kidnapping victims, her and her new boyfriend. invited them over for
Show
Thanksgiving.
pictures, bitch.
But listen, the next day, allegedly, he was on Angel's show. Angel was asking what he was doing. He said, I'm going to my daughter's. He fucking told 2 different stories on 2 different days about what he's doing today. He ain't doing shit.
He didn't go anywhere.
He didn't go nowhere. Yeah, he's at his
No,
home.
he's trying to fucking eliminate, you know, because I'm trying to reach out for this woman, give her some money. And he's trying to
stole it
fucking,
all.
like, you know, put a monkey wrench on it. If she wants to come, I will pay her to fucking give her a side of the story.
Oh, I'd love to hear that.
Yeah.
How can we get in touch? Get in touch with her. I'll pay it.
Listen, he's gonna stop her. He's gonna threaten her with something, and she ain't gonna do it.
BTK looking
I think so.
motherfucker.
Hey, you know,
he does look like the BTK
Yeah.
killer, bro. He does.
does.
Holy shit.
Hey,
And that guy
you
from Breaking
mean
Bad.
you mean to tell me that Lee never fucking smacked a woman in his life? Why did that lady jump out of his van and go hide in the bathroom of a Walmart?
Because he pulled out his picture of you.
No, because she was really scared he was gonna do something to her. That's why.
Touch it, Deanna.
He's so dumb.
it,
He's
man.
salmonella is a candle that keeps away bugs.
God damn.
Dumb fuck.
You smell the fucking smell from his pants when it came out. Pure dick cheese.
From Skatoros, dude. It's from Skatoros. I just
Yeah,
got-
pecorino, cockerino.
Fucking old ass
Hey,
pecorino.
you know how we use a washcloth to wash in the shower? Lee uses a whole fucking towel.
Yeah, a whole fucking blanket. You mean?
Use that
Yeah,
shit. You fucking clean your barbecue.
He puts it in between his legs and does like that seesaw motion.
You know, he hasn't seen fucking water since fucking God knows how long.
He definitely looks like a land manatee.
Yeah, when he needs to take a shot, he's got to go to SeaWorld.
Yeah. That guy's fucking enormous. Can you
I like to
believe
know-
that fat fuck had a lap band surgery or the stomach staple, whatever, and he's
You
back
seen
to
his
fucking
teeth?
500 pounds?
Did you see his teeth?
He looks like a fucking jack-o'-lantern.
I want to know when was the last time he legitimately got laid.
Oh,
Why? Bad visual.
the last time he was able to get a prostitute, probably. Who knows what that?
Yeah, but that don't count. That don't count.
It was probably on National Geographic when rhinoceros fuck.
Wasn't he saying one night that if somebody sent the transvestite over there and it looked all right, he said he would take it down? Didn't he say that one night?
Of course you would.
Oh, he said he's
Why
rich.
would that? Why is that hard to believe?
Tony Pizza said that too.
He's
Oh,
talking.
Pizza
He's
said it?
taking
Oh,
a.
yeah.
Believe me, he's taking a lot of walks on the wild side.
Yeah, lot lizards are a specialty for sure.
Lot
lizards.
He knows about all the truck stops.
I think he was dog whistling for Josie when he said that. I think that's.
Oh fuck! Dude. Did you hear the conversation yesterday
Oh,
between
my
them two
God.
fucking people?
Oh.
Oh my god, dude! I wanted to puke.
Hey, listen. I grew
On my
up.
cooch. What?
I grew up in the '80s, and them bushes weren't the way she described them.
She looked like she had Don King fucking hiding in her face.
Every time I hear her name, I picture like a bathing suit with fucking hair sticking out of the sides.
I picture like the Jerry curls from Coming to America. It's down
Right.
to the mark on something, like when they were their heads left a mark up against the wall.
Oh my god!
Oh, really? I
You
see
see that James Brown fucking mugshot?
Oh yeah, that should look just like her, man.
Yeah.
Absolutely. I said Tyler
That's what he looks
Perry's
like at
Tyler
6 in the morning.
Perry's gonna play her in her biopic.
Yeah.
Anybody read her book? Was it any good?
Great, bestseller.
Nobody read
Hey,
it.
somebody's trolling us. He came in as FBS.
Oh, cool.
That was him.
No, I know. I just fucking with him.
I thought you meant the thing.
I'd
You
like
got-
to know the stats on her book now because they were saying it was like number 20 or something on the list in the
On
beginning.
what?
Of
Yeah,
her
right.
book. I swear.
Oh shit! Yo, Diversity said that Lee is the BLT killer. Yo, Diversity is the funny bastard, bro.
Yeah, he's got some fun.
Yeah,
shit.
bacon, lard, and tamales.
Yeah.
He said Lee has more ex-wives than he does teeth.
Oh yeah.
What was that old joke? He has more chins than a Chinese telephone book.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He always says that his ex-wives basically told him, "Don't ever talk to me again. Lose my number. You know, you ruined my life." Like, bro, we could tell that's who you are.
Yeah, he's
Probably
not
fucking
joking.
stole
His
their
own
credit.
mother gave him that note.
But he has 3 kids. Who the fuck slept with that animal?
Yeah, I know.
Other animals.
Crack.
God.
They didn't have Planned Parenthood back then. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
God damn. I like that picture where you see his teeth and like 5 of them are missing.
Yeah, the jack-o'-lantern picture.
Yeah, the
Did you see-
jack-o'-lantern one. Yeah.
Did you see he showed a picture of that lady that Frankie wants to get in touch with? He showed a picture of her when she was like 40 years old or something. Did you see that?
No.
Yeah, he showed a picture of that lady. He gave a picture to Angel to put up, showing the lady like he says when she was 45. And she looked halfway decent, but
Really?
yeah, but how old is she now?
60.
60 probably.
And you know what? I don't think he was with her when she was that pretty. If I mean, she wasn't that pretty, but she wasn't bad for him.
Yeah.
Well, the other thing I don't understand is he put up videos when he was picking her up from the hospital or whatever on his channel, and they got mad that somebody put up her picture on on their channel, and it's like, dude, you put up videos of her with an oxygen tank on, dying in a hospital, like for sympathy.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, who the fuck does that? Why would you do that?
Because he thought it was going to
He
get him.
wanted money. He wanted money.
Yep.
Well, you see what I'm saying though? There's no other explanation.
Nah,
He
he's
wanted
a piece of
donations and
shit.
sympathy.
Yep.
He's a scumbag. You know what I mean?
Lifelong
Yeah.
fucking scamming liar.
He's a
That's
white gypsy.
all.
You're never gonna convince those people of anything because they don't want to believe anything.
Oh yeah,
Well,
100%.
I think they believe everything about Lee. They just
right
with him. You know what I mean?
They don't want to give any satisfaction to anybody on this.
No. And a lot
Dude,
of those.
I'll get off MobTube if they get rid of Lee. I mean, on fucking Angel's show. That's the only person I hate.
He's a scumbag.
Yeah, if
He's
they
a
get
real
rid of
scumbag,
him,
man,
and
guy.
if she don't talk to him no more, I'll promise I'll never talk about her or her family.
Hey, I thought he was done for when Danny Trejo was gonna leave him, when he told FBS he was gonna leave, and if he would have stuck to his word, Lee would have looked like the biggest fucking jerk off on the YouTube.
Yeah,
But
because
then
the guy Danny,
fucking idiot, he decided to stay with him.
Because Lee knew that if Danny left right then and there, that he was fucked. That's why he got Danny to stay by gassing him up, saying, "Oh, these people are saying this." These people, he put a battery in his back to get him pissed off, knowing he wanted him on the station.
You want to know what I think? I think Lee knew the truth about Danny, and that's why Danny had to stay with him.
Yep. I think he
he blackmailed him.
Yeah,
oh, wow.
I think so.
That might be possible too. I didn't think about that.
Oh yeah.
Well, think about it. Lee wrote that fake article.
Right.
He definitely did that.
To get the guy on here who can't read or pronounce things to write a fucking article.
I read an article for you.
You know.
Yeah, that guy's got dyslexia of the mouth. I don't know if that's a thing or not, but he definitely has it.
Yeah.
How many people on the chat?
God damn it.
I don't know. I can't see.
160.
That's not bad.
He called
good.
Frankie Tortellini one time.
Yeah.
He can't get it right.
Radellini. He was calling him Radellini. Still didn't make sense. You kind of fucked with the guy's name.
Radellini.
Fucking dumbass, dude.
But what about when he said he was more gangster than Bill Catolo or something?
Yeah, he's like, we're the real gangsters, dude.
Yeah.
Oh my
We're the
God.
real gangsters.
That's what he said.
Yeah, that's what
really
he said.
did
He
say
said, "I'm a
that.
real gangster, dude."
Yeah.
He said the real
I'm a
mafia.
gangster, baby.
YouTube's the
I
new
don't know.
mafia now.
I don't know how this is going to translate over this, but I remember one time when Danny Trejo was on the show with Lee, and Danny Trejo was talking like about the old days back in Brooklyn and New York, and Lee was like chiming in like, you know, he was one of the boys too, you know, like from back of the day. He had this little smile on his face, like, oh yeah, you know, like
Real New Yorkers, dude.
Yeah, he's a real New Yorker.
Yeah, there was Tommy 2 times, Lee the fucking lot ass.
I think the only
Mo.
real story that Danny had was when he said he saw Tony Sirico's balls. I think that's the only thing that he really told the truth about.
What do you mean he seen his balls?
Oh yeah, that was a big story. That was a big story that he had. Wait till Danny tells you the story. He was telling me this last night, and he told the story how Tony Sirico was hanging out in the neighborhood, and he was sitting on a milk crate, and he had shorts on, and his balls were hanging out, and everybody was telling him, and he didn't give a fuck or something like that. His story.
Hold on. I'm pretty sure if you go on YouTube, I'm almost positive, I could be mistaken, but I got a weird memory about shit. And I swear that Tony Sirico was telling a story, or somebody was telling a story related to the Sopranos that was talking about in the old neighborhood about a guy, an old timer, whose balls were dangling out the side of his shorts, man. He stole that from
There you go. He incorporated that story.
Son of a
Yeah,
bitch.
Well, you're
100%.
talking about common sense. I know what you're talking about with the shit.
So
I heard that before. It's like an hour-long interview the guy did. I'm almost positive, man.
And don't you think it's weird that he always had a story somehow on somebody who was an informant? Larry Mazza, John A., like all these guys getting beat up. That those were somehow he always had some secret source about these guys getting beat up. Oh
Yeah, that was the beginning of the end, actually, the one in Tampa. Because we all know that John had an incident in New York. That's true. He jumped in the water. They 10 guys tried to fuck him up. We know that.
Yeah.
But then they try to make up one that in Tampa that his nephew seen John get knocked out. First of all, in Tampa, John walks around with about 8 to 9 fucking guys when he goes to places. And anybody could get fucked. I mean, the story just didn't make sense. They called a fucking topless place, whatever. It was just pure bullshit, you know, just to get views.
It turned out that the nephew wasn't even related to him.
No.
Oh yeah, that guy who fucking called him
that
out.
shit was fucking weird as fuck.
And you had people that didn't even believe John in stories and stuff. They like, look, on this one, we're going with John. This is bullshit.
Yeah, that's what I said. I even said I don't believe it. I said I'll take A-Light's word on this one. This story don't make no. And somebody FBS knows called the place and talked to like the manager or the people in the front or something, and asked them if any fight had happened in the past like couple of weeks, and they were like, "Huh? The hell are you talking about right now?"
Yeah, and they would know if it was John A-Light.
Look at the timing too. The story came out right after John called them chumbo.
Yep.
Exactly.
Oh,
how
how
convenient.
convenient.
Yeah, how convenient. The next weekend that happens to the guy. Give me a break.
Yeah.
Come on.
You guys hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, we can hear you.
All right, cool.
Oh, I
Yeah, you're
can't
good.
hear you. What'd you say?
You motherfucker.
Fucking Jack.
Fucking crazy.
Yeah.
The
It is what
internet's
it
never
is.
ending, you know?
The calling out informant shit, it's gonna die on YouTube. It's not gonna it doesn't have a long life, man. It's gonna go down soon.
Well, it's so stupid. How many times can you do it and say the same
Exactly.
shit over and over and over again? And it's like, oh, we're out here exposing mob rats and shit. It's like, what do you mean? They fucking testified in court, or they're already exposed. Like, what the fuck are you talking about right now?
Exactly, bro.
Yeah,
Exactly.
they say that all there is on YouTube is informants starting up channels. What do they think the real guys are going to start up YouTube channels?
Yeah. Exactly.
Exactly.
Yeah. And any guys, that's what I'm saying. That's how you know a lot of these guys are frauds, because even if you're an affiliate with that, associate with that life, if you didn't inform, you shouldn't, you can't be on here talking about that shit. Really,
Right.
You shouldn't be.
Right.
Or showing your face and saying who you are. I just never believed that shit. Never. Especially old timers. I just don't believe it, man. I don't. Like that Cayucci guy. I mean, we always knew he was a full of shit.
Is that guy still around?
I don't know. He just always seemed like he was full of shit to me.
Tell you that he definitely was a big he definitely was a big time coke dealer. That's all true. He did go to prison for, I think he did 7 years for coke trafficking. And the guy that he said he was working with in Hollandale at that restaurant, those guys were connected and shit. And one of the guys that was involved in his case that fled back to Italy and was on the run for like 18 years until he turned himself in.
Yeah, I mean, I don't
know. I don't know about a lot of the other shit though.
But so many guys have done business with people in that life, and then they want to make themselves out to be like they were in a crew. You know what I mean? They call their thing Mafia Made. Come on, bro.
Yeah. There is such a thing as people being drug dealers and criminals without associating with gangsters.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Well, even if
I think.
Yeah, he said he was with Jerry Chili.
Yeah, Jerry Chili. Yeah, and Tony Plate too.
Yeah.
No, he said his dad was friends with Tony Plate. He was a little kid with Tony Plate.
Yeah, he's telling stories about him too.
You know how many people, if you live in New York or New Jersey or even the East Coast and you're Italian American, most likely you know somebody. Your uncle knows somebody. Your friends said that is somebody. That's just a normal thing. It's not,
right.
You can come on here and they blow it up out of proportion because the times we live in are different. But
or even the other ones with the people's kids that are on here now that act like they had something to do with it because their fathers were in the life or their uncle was in the life, and it's like, so what? You had nothing to do with shit.
Yeah,
what the fuck are you talking about?
And not for nothing, especially if you're a woman. I just feel like they're the last ones to get let in on shit. You know what I mean? Like,
good point. That's an excellent point. I'll tell you what. You don't see no Sicilian women. You don't see no Sicilian women out there off the boat. People who are related to anybody go on fucking YouTube. Nope. You don't see any Calabrese girls from the Nadranga or even the fucking Camorra. You don't see like American Sicilian girls come on. No. Why does she come on? You know why? Because she's not reveling anymore. Because if there was a Sicilian girl or an Italian American girl out there that their family was still involved, they're not going to be coming on, and it's like missed fame. You know what I mean?
You know what? Let me tell you something. My grandmother back in the day, she wasn't even allowed to go to look in my grandfather's clubs if she drove by with somebody. She wasn't even allowed to in. You know what I mean? They didn't know anything. Not even how much money he made a week. It's just
Whenever somebody's wife came by the club, they would pull up outside and somebody go inside and get their husband or whatever.
Yep.
And they'd wait outside in the car.
Yep.
Yeah, men only. Yeah.
Yeah.
So
And you know how you know they're not relevant anymore too? The grandson was under Gene with the Bonanno family.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? That should be the first cue. They don't hold any weight with the mob anymore. You know, that would never happen.
They might.
Yeah, that family they're destroying their father's legacy. John
Yep.
Jr. becoming a rat, Angel doing what she's doing now, her sister Victoria with that growing up Gotti bullshit.
God.
I mean, you know, they're like a joke now. The Gottis.
Jack, what do you think would have happened if the father was still alive on the street, whatever, and found out that his son had that paperwork?
He probably would have fucking okayed his murder.
Yeah, you truly believe that, huh?
Yeah,
I believe that too.
I always thought the grown up Gotti was well, as soon as I saw that, I was like, what a fucking joke. Are you kidding me?
I believe that. Well, you know what? I was really surprised that his father let his son take a plea.
Oh, that too. Yeah, that too. Yeah.
Yeah.
After that meeting they had,
Yeah.
Oh,
And
yeah.
that was the supposed meeting that he quit the mob, right?
That's what he claimed. Yeah, he told his dad he was done. He wanted closure. I think
Closure. Yeah, he was just asking if he
Closure.
could take a plea.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Yep.
But I think his dad must have known that. You know what I mean? But you know what?
Yeah,
You know what?
he just played stupid.
Weird though. Think about it. This was the last meeting that you had to know that these two guys were ever going to see each other ever again, face to face. They were both in prison at that time. You know, the father was really sick. Probably, you know, knows that he didn't have much longer to go. And the whole time he's at that meeting, he's still acting like he's not even his dad, like he's his boss. He even says it during the interview. I'm here not as your boss, but as, you know, a father also, and you know what I mean?
Right.
Like it just seemed
And-
like there was some disconnect between the two. Like they didn't have like a real like father-son
And you know what?
relationship. It was
You
more
know what?
business.
If he wouldn't have let him take a plea, that would have been pretty messed up, because I believe he let him take the plea because he was already in there and he knows that that's going to be the future for his son too.
Yeah, the same one he got.
If you don't take the
Yeah.
plea, right?
Right. But he was right, and he was right in their conversation though when he told his son, he goes, you know, what do you take the plea now, and then what happens after that when they come back next? They're not going to stop. They're never going to stop. And you know that's when Junior even admitted later in that interview that his dad was right about it, and he should have never done it.
But you know, it benefited the Gambino family to get Gotti out of there, because as long as the Gotti's around, they're always gonna have the feds up their ass.
Attention, yeah,
No matter what, they're gonna follow that dude around. You know,
and they did. They got everybody in the whole family got taken down because of the father.
I believe the only reason why Gotti stayed alive for that long was because of all the prancing around with the feds watching him.
It saved his life.
Yeah, how the fuck you gonna kill him if he's out in the open where the feds are watching him all the time?
exactly.
Or the media.
Yeah.
You remember the tape they got of Chiro Perone at the restaurant? They caught him on the bug, and they were talking about the Grown Up Gotti show.
Oh yeah.
Oh no, what did they say?
Oh no.
Yeah, Chiro
Something
Perone was
about-
basically like, it was a fucking embarrassment. These kids look like a bunch of girls, fucking their hair done and their makeup and shit. Fucking. He said the father was probably rolling in his grave.
Well, yeah.
And Carmine was in jail at the time. I don't think he would have let it happen either.
What's the story with Carmine? What you got any insight on that?
Yeah, I seen. He's older than me, but I was always on hanging around, and I watched him grow up too. He was a few years older. When you're a few years older, it makes a big difference. But I'll tell you one thing about Carmine. He was a crazy guy. He was a tough guy. Once he took over that junkyard, he was making money hand over fist. I remember a guy by the name of Paulie McDonald, who was considered, like, with his hands, the strongest guy in all the 5 boroughs at the time. and he had broken Carmine's jaw with a smack. And
Really?
then Carmine, his brother, and somebody else, they kicked his door into his house where his mother and father was, but he wasn't home. And eventually it got squashed. But that guy told me, he said, you know how there's always somebody crazier than somebody else? He's like, there's nobody crazier than Carmine.
That's what I heard. They said the guy was a real maniac.
Yeah. He used to pull up and one time he went to a fucking football field and the kids were playing football, and he started playing football in a white Adidas suit because, you know, he had so much money, he didn't give a fuck if it got dirty.
Yeah. No shit. So I got a question. So after Carmine, you know, he went out after he did that case and he moved to
Ohio.
Cleveland or something like that. Yeah.
Yeah.
So how come? So then he caught another case. Was he still involved with the family after that? Or was he shelved with all the other guys?
No, I remember being in the club with Alphonse Trucchio, and somebody came in with a phone and said Carmine's on the phone. So, you know,
Oh,
I
no
believe.
shit.
Yeah, I don't think he got shelved or anything.
He recently got arrested for doing another junkyard scam, and he had a gun on him and a whole bunch of other shit, and he didn't even go to jail or nothing. He got slapped with a fine or something like that.
Yeah, you know what? I didn't hear too much about that because I think I was already gone.
Yeah.
Like, towards the end of that. I mean, I think I might have been out when it happened. What year did he get arrested?
Oh man, I want to say it was within the last 5 years.
Oh no, so then I was already gone.
Which Carmine you talking about? I'm sorry.
Agnello.
Carmine Agnello.
Agnello. Okay.
Yeah. The Victoria's ex-husband there, yeah. He wound up marrying the daughter of some terrorist.
Yeah.
Armenian terrorist guy or something, yeah.
Well,
it's pretty wild, man. I was just wondering, you know, what his status was still in the family when he was out there, because I know he got that pinch again, and then nothing happened to him really. So,
well,
and he was, it's kind of weird.
Yeah, well, up until 2009, as far as I know, he was still part of the family.
Really?
Yeah. Well, he wouldn't be See,
he wouldn't be calling. Yeah.
Right. Alphonse was a captain at that time, so maybe they put him under Alphonse. Who knows?
I heard they shelved him too.
Yeah, he's a real scumbag. That kid. You know what he did? You know what type of guy he was? There was a nice guy named his name was Nat, and he used to play cards at the club and come out with us once in a while. And he was a really nice kid. Spent money, and one night he introduces his girlfriend to Al. Right. So now one night he's playing cards in the club, and somebody whispers into Al's ear, and Al goes outside, and he's getting a blowjob from the guy's girlfriend.
What?
Yeah, and then comes
while the
in
guy's inside
playing cards. Yeah, and then comes in and starts talking about how he shot his load in her face.
Oh my god!
And the guy was in the club,
and he's a captain. Yeah.
What a scumbag!
Yeah.
See, that's when you know the gentleman shit is just out the fucking window.
It was even out the window with John Gotti. John Gotti got a kid with a fucking other wise guy's wife.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Yep.
And nobody wanted to kill him for that.
Who, John Gotti?
Yeah.
Well, the guy was in the same crew. You know what I'm saying? So, I don't know.
How do they iron that shit out? How does that? I don't know.
I mean, well, he was in jail already, but Pete says to him, "Oh, she looks just like me," but he was saying she looks just like you.
Yeah, he got caught on that tape talking about like child support money or something like that. And he's like, "What do you want me to do? I'm fucking sitting in here. If I can, I will." But you know what I mean? They were like arguing over who she looked more like.
The guy's name was Ernie Grillo. He used to send Ernie Grillo to go do some errands or whatever, or go see people, and then while he was out, he'd go fuck his wife.
Wow, that's crazy.
Yeah, her name's Shannon or something, right? Shannon Grillo, right?
I'm not sure of her name. I just know it was his wife.
I wonder who they say
Shannon
Angel.
Grillo was Ernie's wife.
Yeah.
I wonder who they
Not
used to
sure.
say Angel looked like.
Rickard.
Yeah. A Muppet.
Yeah, do you notice she has no resemblance to anybody?
No. She looks like she was created by Jim Henson, the fucking guy who made Muppets.
The Muppets?
Like someone took about 100 packs of silly putty and just made a face with it.
Oh.
You ever see the pictures when she, like when she got married and stuff? Her face looked like it was flat, right?
Like a panhead.
Yeah. Yeah. She's got that frying pan fucking to get hit
Well,
with frying pan.
well, her husband that she married, Albano, his father was like kind of a up and coming connected guy, and I don't know what happened. His name was Sammy Albano, the father. I don't know what happened, but John shelved him. So I don't know if it was his fault, the son, or the father did something. I don't know.
Was the son in the life at all, or
no?
Recently, but
No,
he wasn't. Nothing to do with
I
that.
think he got married, and he still had by family. He was still connected to people,
Right.
But I never seen him around like associate. If he was with the family, I would have seen him around.
Right. Yeah, absolutely.
I'm back.
Hey, what's up?
Welcome back, Frank. I wasn't
Great
sure. I saw
show.
somebody in the chat asking you to come on. I'm like, what the hell? Did you get kicked off because your thing was
something
frozen?
happened. I don't know.
Oh, okay. I do it all the time, so don't worry about it.
I didn't even know you were gone.
I know you're over there. I was listening to your story. Pretty good.
Yeah.
Does anybody know? Is that daughter? Does the daughter still alive? Does she have any like? Because Angel and them deny that that's even true. You know what I mean?
Well, as far as like John Panisi had talked about it, that because he was good friends with Ernie Grillo when he was out in the street.
I heard him mention him before.
Yeah, as far as what he says, that the Ernie still treats he treats the girl like it's his own daughter. So.
Oh, okay. But he knows though, right?
Yeah,
obviously,
of course.
right?
Yeah, he's not Of course he knows about it.
That's pretty crazy though when you think about it. Guys get killed for shit like that. They get killed for less than having a kid with somebody, let alone sleeping with them.
Yeah, but you know what? I guess because John was the boss and he had a lot of killers around him, and
Oh,
even
John was boss at the time when he did this.
Yeah.
Oh shit! Wow. Okay. Jesus. I don't know if it was like before, like the 60s or 70s or something.
If he wasn't the boss, he was captain before he was boss. But
right.
I don't think Ernie was part of his crew when he was captain, so I would imagine that it was when he was boss.
Gotcha.
But I could be wrong. Either way, it's still bad.
Yeah, it's still bad either way. Yeah, of course.
The hypocrisy is crazy.
I was gonna say because John even flipped out on a guy supposedly for visiting somebody's wife to pick up money, and he didn't go by himself, and John went crazy on him.
Yeah, that's the rule. If you're gonna go to somebody's girlfriend's house, wife's house, you have to bring another person with you.
Right.
And
he flipped out on somebody for that.
Yeah, actually, John Citaro, I had one of my friends. He owed me some shy money, and he went and I told him to go drop it off by my house, and Bino got all over him for going to my house.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
See, and this guy's over here sleeping with the guy's wife, man. Imagine that.
Yeah, that's a rule. You don't want to be good. I mean, I wouldn't even fucking talk to another person's wife. Hello and goodbye. That's it.
Yeah, that was it. Even if you went to somebody's house, so let's say he told you to come meet you there, and if he wasn't there, his wife answered.
Yeah.
Automatically, you'd be like, "Okay, I'll wait in the car."
Yeah, wait outside. Yeah, don't go inside. Yeah.
And even if you were like at a wedding or something, you're sitting at a table with everybody's wife. I won't have no comment. I have no business having a conversation with somebody else's wife, and vice versa. I wouldn't take too kindly if somebody starts talking to my wife too.
Yeah, that's the old school way of how how it was done. You know what I mean?
Because I don't give a fuck what anybody says. If a guy, if the woman is attractive, and the guy's like talking to her for too long and laughing and having a good old time, he's got in the back of his mind, he's thinking more than just fucking having a respectable conversation.
Of course.
Right.
Hey, Ronnie One Arm, right? If
Yeah.
he had a girlfriend and she was no longer his girlfriend, you couldn't date her, because that, in his eyes, that would have meant you had eyes for her while he was with her.
While they were together.
Yeah.
Wow. Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's real sick though. That's like even fucking. You know what I mean? That's taking it a little bit extra. You know?
Yeah, he was crazy with the women. He was fucking.
Some guys are like that, possessive though. You know?
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
remember.
He used to date. Well, he has a daughter with a girl who her sister was married to Jerry Asara, and they used to always have brawls, him and that lady, and she always went to Vinny Asara, when something happened, and they got back together one time, and they were at a wedding, and she got pissed off at him, and she cracked him in the face with a glass.
Woo.
Jesus.
The girl, yeah.
Wow.
Even some of the women, they back in the day were fucking crazy too.
A lot of them.
John Jr.'s sister-in-law, Jody Albanese, she was running around the neighborhood like she was a fucking gangster, fucking abusing people and everything.
What?
Dog
Yeah,
whistling.
Jody Albanese. You never heard of her?
Nah.
She was a fucking terror, but she got
This is
away
his
with
wife's
everything.
sister.
Yeah, the younger sister. Yeah.
What would she do? What would she do as an example?
She fucking she was dating this kid Eddie Caligari, Eddie Recca. I don't know if you ever heard of him. And
I have, yeah.
yeah, I mean, and she used to come. She didn't want none of his friends hanging out with him because, she was flexing. So if she heard that you were hanging out with him, she came and the kid Johnny Boy Borelli, Gene's cousin, she fucking tried to stab him one day because
The kid who got killed.
Yeah, the kid who got killed. Yeah,
He got murdered.
yeah, and she used to fucking just abuse people, just like terrorize them, like block their car in and not let them move. One time, this kid Joe Compatello was in the club. When I had the club, and he was coming to the club to play cards, and he couldn't make it there. He called me. He said that fucking Jody Albanese was standing on the hood of his car.
Oh.
Yeah,
The
so
fuck?
I had to go down there and and save him from her.
What the hell?
What the fuck was the problem?
I don't
She
know.
was a fucking terror. A terror. She pulled out guns on people and everything.
What?
Yeah.
Was she good looking?
Yeah, she was very good looking.
I was gonna say usually all the hot ones are real fucking crazy, man. Like extra crazy.
Great in bed.
Was she Calabrese?
Probably.
I don't know.
Probably.
I don't know. Whatever Junior's wife is, she was his sister.
My ex was Calabrese from Calabria, and man, she tried to stab me at least 3 times.
Oh shit!
Hey, you ever hear of a girl named Donna Cavalcanti?
No.
From Jersey? From Jersey?
No. She was from like City Line, like 101st Avenue, and changed to City Line, and she used to hang out with like Peter Ciccara and those guys. And,
What's her name?
Her name is Donna Cavalcanti.
Nah.
And she had a brother named Joe Cavalcanti.
Wait, actually, now that I'm thinking about it, is that the one
who smashed the glass?
A-Light?
Huh?
Didn't she know A-Light or have something to do with A-Light or something like that?
No, I think she she dated for a short period of time Charles Caniglia,
Oh,
and
okay.
but she grew up with Peter Cetera, Steven Cetera, and later on she wound up getting into an argument with Vinny Saro's daughter, and she fucking cut her face with a fucking bottle or a glass. And
Oh, is that
then,
the one they want? Is she the one they wanted to kill?
and yeah, she's the one that Ronnie Gialenzo fucking came in with a shotgun and blasted her through the fucking door.
Oh,
The bathroom stall, yeah.
Oh wow, no shit. I
Yeah.
heard that story, but I didn't know that that's what that girl's name was. Holy shit.
Yeah, she was like, she thought she was a guy too.
Well, wasn't there? Who's the woman that was? I think she had a show on MTV, or she was in one of those, the Families of the Mob show, and she said she was a big drug dealer for the mob. That was her name. I think she's from Staten Island or whatever.
Ange, the
Big Ange,
No,
Rayola?
not Big Ange, not Mob Wife. She was on the show on MTV. I think she was friends with some of them, but she has like blonde hair. She kind of looks Puerto Rican, but she's not. But she said she was a big drug dealer for.
Oh, she said she dated Ronnie One-Up.
I don't know.
Yeah, the one in Florida.
Forget her name.
The chick in Florida. She said that.
But,
I don't know her,
but Anne from the Mob Wives, she used to sell cocaine at her
Yeah,
bar.
she used to sell coke, the Monkey Bar.
Yeah.
Yeah, she got convicted of that. That's why she got the bar taken away, because she was a convicted felon and she had ownership in the bar. She wasn't supposed to have a liquor license.
The drunken monkey.
The drunken monkey. Yeah. There you go.
The coked up monkey.
Yeah. She seemed pretty about it though.
She seemed pretty nice.
Yeah, but you know what? FBS and I were talking about this the other day. Like, even with the show Mob Wives, when that came out, I was like, I've never seen a woman who's married to anyone in that life speak like that ever. That acts like a man.
Yeah, the way they talk, acting like dudes and shit. Yeah.
All the women I ever saw that were with a guy in that life, they were quiet. They didn't run their mouth. They didn't talk about things. You know what I mean? Like, their whole persona.
Well, that's why TG got shelved, though.
Shelved over. Yeah.
None of those girls were actually married or dating a real gangster.
No.
Like the
about
guy.
What about Drita?
What Hector?
No, Hector was Renee's. That was my co-defendant.
Drita's boyfriend or husband.
Lee.
He was a tough. He was a tough kid, but he was just an associate, and he was in jail.
He was like in one of those farm team gangs.
Springville
Staten
Boys.
Island.
The new Springville Boys.
Yeah.
Well, Carla was the daughter of or Bruno was her. What was that? Her uncle or her father?
Uncle.
Her uncle.
Okay, now her husband. Me and Jack over there. We knew her husband, Joe Ferragamo.
Yeah.
Carla was pretty hot. I thought she was.
Yeah, her husband. Me and her husband used to rob cars together when we were younger.
I actually, one time, Joe Ferragamo was turning in his book to Bobby Glasses, and I was there turning in my book, and I don't know what this kid did, but Bobby Vinay started fucking hitting him with a fucking blackjack. So I have to help him. He's one of the guys. So.
Well, Bruno, her uncle got murdered in a pretty famous hit, right?
I remember when that happened. He had another brother that came to our club. I guess looking for shelter. Bruno Fasciola, and his brother's name was I think it was Joe Fasciola. Bruno Fasciola had a younger brother. I forgot his first name. But I met him because he started to come hanging around by our club. So I guess he was hanging out by our club until things got straightened out, and people figured out what the fuck happened.
Right. Oh, I get it.
I got you.
Hey, Frank, you know Tom Lavecchia pretty well. There was an interview that he did with a kid that I've never seen before, but it was pretty interesting. He was an associate of the Bonanno family, allegedly. I think they called him like the Terror or something like that. You know what I'm
Oh,
talking
the
about?
kid Mark. Yeah, he grew up with us in Ridgewood. Young kid. Yeah. Well, he's
Yeah,
not young. He's young, a little younger than us.
yeah. I mean, his stuff was pretty interesting. The stuff he had to talk
Yeah,
about.
he was definitely legit.
He was
Who
wild, right? He was a
who is
wild
this?
kid.
Who is this?
Marky was wild. He was a little freelancer, but he hung out with the kids I grew up with mostly. So
Terragosa was
yeah,
his name, right?
exactly. Yeah, Mark.
That's pretty interesting interview. You know.
Yeah, Mark's a black belt. That kid was a black belt in karate.
Really?
Yeah, good fighter. Yep.
Yeah. See, I like that. I like that. Tom comes out sometimes with some interviews that somebody I
I
never.
actually got him that interview.
I had a feeling. I had a feeling, bro, for some reason.
Yeah. No. But yeah, me and Tom are friends. He puts good
Yeah.
content.
Yeah.
Yeah,
See,
Marky's a good kid.
So, and did he end up having to testify?
No, he flipped on me on a gun. I asked him for a gun one night, and then among other stuff, and they pulled him out. They went down to Farrington and asked him about me, and then I got a message up in MDC. Somebody told me that they took Marky out of Farrington, and he had told one of the inmates that gave me the kite that he had. They came to speak about me, and they took him out. But that was a long time ago. Among other things too, he was like I tell you, they're free. He did a lot of armed robberies. He was a pretty good thief. You know what I mean?
Yeah, he said he could be, and he was like a professional at stealing cars.
Very good at stealing cars. Yep. He's getting into a book right now, but he's probably going to be part of. Not probably will be part of my little project I'm working on.
Oh shit! Sorry, man. I didn't want to blow that.
No, that's all good.
Yeah,
Hey,
see, that's interesting.
Hey,
Yeah.
Hey, Jack, did you know? Oh, sorry.
Yeah, go ahead.
I got a delay, man. I keep cutting people off like I'm talking after they're talking for a second. Sorry about that.
Go ahead.
I was just gonna ask, do you know that guy that goes around doing those public speaking things now? He's had some shows on National Geographic. He claimed he was with the Gambino family associate, hijacker, that Lou Ferranti guy. Because nobody knows who nobody knows who the fuck this guy is. You know who this guy is?
I don't know him personally, but he did grow up in the neighborhood. He's older than me, and he got locked up at a young age, and then that was it. He was gone. You know what I'm saying? Like, he really did grow up in the neighborhood, but by the time I was old enough to probably, hang around or be near him or whatever, he was already gone. He got locked up.
But he made
but he did really know, he did really grow up in the neighborhood. As far as how deep he was, I don't know. I really don't know.
He's not believable to me when he talks about being a tough guy. I don't feel it, but you never know.
Yeah, I don't.
You ever seen his prison pictures? That guy was fucking huge.
Was he?
Dude, he was a monster, bro. Like
I-
bodybuilder big.
I've never heard any street stories about him. And
he can't. What neighborhood did he come from, Jack?
He came from my neighborhood.
Really?
He's from
Yeah.
Queens.
Yeah,
I know Freddie Ferranti.
What about
He
this?
said he grew up with Gotti and all those guys. He said
Was he
was
related to Freddie Ferranti?
Freddie Ferranti.
Yeah, that's the guy you fucked up.
Oh yeah. I knew it sounded familiar.
Damn,
That's the night you caught the gun charge.
I was gonna say there's been that many guys you beat up, you forgot a guy.
Definitely.
Yeah.
In my case.
I forgot I cracked his head open. Which one was that?
They probably
listen, I'm not kidding. Listen. The feds were like, well, everything you ever. I say, there's a lot of assaults. He goes, well, all right, forget about that. They figured it out. There was a lot. They go, well, did you forget anybody in the trunk? That's important, okay? I said, okay.
Well, you got
Yeah.
to think about it. You know, the average crew of kids who thinks they're tough guys goes out every weekend and gets into fights. And you have guys
Yeah.
that are tough guys. They're fucking people up all the time. You know.
Listen, that's the way we were. Every time we went out, there was a good chance there was going to be a fight at the end of the night.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I got a question. How sick do you have to be, like when Casso decided to flip, right? This is a guy who admitted to, I think, what, 35 or 36 homicides, right?
God damn.
The feds say that they think it was actually about like double that, right? So my question is, could you imagine going over the list and having to remember all 35 or 36 people you killed? Like, that's fucking crazy.
Right. Well, you know what? You can just leave it open ended and just tell them the ones you remember.
Yeah.
and say they could be more, but I can't recall right now.
But no, but what I'm
How
saying
the fuck
is
do you
how
forget about a
crazy is it?
homicide? Though?
You have 35 or 36 of them. It's like talking about guys you beat up. You might have forgotten one or two.
I guess. I get good point.
Well,
good point.
When I was talking to you, I forgot that I shot Chris Falacara.
Well,
right.
If you forget more guys than that you killed than girls you fucked, then you know it was a problem, and something bad was going on in life.
I think Castro's probably got a pretty high body count too. The guy was a maniac.
Chris is the kid who used to fucking rip the phone books. We knew this guy used to rip the phone books with his hand.
Oh, really?
Swear to God.
Yeah.
It was the weirdest fucking thing. You put it by his leg and then rip it. And he was a big guy. He had big hands.
I didn't shoot him to kill him. I just wounded him. I shot him in his thigh, and then he started running.
It's not funny.
He started running.
I think it's funny.
And I got him from long distance, and he flipped in the air, like he did a somersault. He landed on his head.
That was by the bowling alley.
Yeah, when they were
What
doing
size?
What
size caliber did you shoot him with?
38.
I was gonna say if you hit him with a 9 or a 40, he would have fell down for sure.
Yeah. Oh yeah, just from the thigh shot. Yeah.
Yeah, from the thigh shot. Yeah.
Nah, man, this guy was big. He had fucking veins coming out of his forehead.
So Frank, you and Handsome Jack know each other from back in the day.
Different neighborhoods, but there came a time where we started hanging out in the same place.
And Handsome Jack, my first time ever hearing you. I never heard you on the show before.
Me?
I don't. Yeah.
His name was not Handsome Jack.
Well, I know. I'm saying I never heard him come on FBS's or anything like that.
No, this is my first time. My first time.
He's been in the chat. He's been in the chat for a while though.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Between you and Frank, man, we can listen to this stuff all night.
I told you the time he was supposed to wake up, he was supposed to beat somebody's ass. He fell asleep.
This guy's saying it was early. What time are we talking here? Like 6 or fucking 9?
No, probably like 10, 11.
Oh fuck, this guy! You're out partying. That's why.
Well, he wasn't there, but he got to meet us at the club. And he came in the club and he was like, "Hey, what's going on?" Like nothing happened. And I just fucking bounced him against every fucking wall in the place.
Not me, the guy that he beat up.
No, you were sleeping still.
Yeah. Well, you know
the guy
what?
showed up.
We stayed up every night till like fucking 4 o'clock in the morning playing cards.
I know, at the bars and stuff.
Yeah.
It's still like that though. You go past even in certain areas where they have even just the regular Zip Italian clubs, and those guys are up late drinking espresso, playing Scopa.
The coffee shops they stayed open. Well, at least the one that we were at, it stayed open 24 hours.
Oh yeah,
really?
Yeah, just so nobody can come and bug the place.
Oh, gotcha. Wow.
And see, what happened was I come from Ozone Park, right? But then when Jojo Carrazzo went to jail, he put me with Bobby Glasses. So then I started hanging out at his cafe, and then that's where I met Frankie, Anthony Tabita, and a few other guys.
Oh yeah, Tabita was with you, Frank, right?
Technically, no. I grew up with him, but he was more with Handsome Jack's people.
Yeah, he was with Lenny DiMaria.
Oh wow.
He
That's
grew
why
up with me. We grew up around the Giannini crew, but no, he was a Gambino guy.
Yeah, but he was by relation, I believe it was.
Yeah, his
He had
uncle,
some
his
type of
aunt
relation.
was married to Lenny DiMaria, something like that.
Yeah, so I guess he was reporting to Bobby at the time, and that's when I met him. And you want to know what's crazy is this guy we I he I planned he was going to help me commit 2 murders, and I was going to help him commit 2 murders. And luckily, I wind up going to jail, and he wind up getting locked up. And otherwise I wouldn't be here right now.
Really?
Yeah, it was pretty wild. I
Wow.
only knew him for a short period of time, but I grew to love the kid. Till this day I still, I in the short period of time I was hanging out with him, like it was like we had a bromance.
Yeah.
And
Who's that?
Anthony Tabita.
Oh yeah, you guys got along.
And he was telling me that story when him and Vito Guzzo, they shot those kids from Brooklyn, and he said that Vito made them get on their knees, and they shot the 2 kids in the head, and then they put the kids in the car, and they poured gasoline on them.
Jesus. They torched him, huh?
Yeah.
What is that feedback coming through? You guys hear that or no?
I'm talking to the cops.
I was gonna say who's got the fucking wire on him is going bad right now. Run out of
Yeah,
battery.
I don't know where that's probably like he's got 8 guys on the show, right?
A couple people look like they dropped out though.
Yeah, but they're still on.
I get feedback from somebody. I don't know who. But... Unless I'm hearing something. Now, what happened to Tabita? Did with that guy?
He flipped.
Right? Yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah.
He
Right?
flipped.
Or somebody else.
I think he had 5 bodies as well. You hear that?
Yeah, that's what I was saying.
It sounds like I hear someone sleeping for sure. I don't know who it is.
Well, it's not me. Well, on that note, I guess I'll just get out of here.
Not me.
Where you going?
No, where you
Getting
going?
tired.
Come on, man. It's Thanksgiving.
It's almost 3 a.m. Goddamn.
It's the
It's
day
not
after
me sleeping
Thanksgiving.
time.
It's Black Friday, MRE's most hated day.
Yeah, nobody bought me shit.
You're supposed to buy shit for other people.
Yeah, it's true. Tis the season.
Is it the Edwin? Is it the Edwin guy?
I don't know.
Is Lefty on here still?
Yeah, I'm not sleeping, asshole.
No, I'm
No,
trying
he's
to
asking
figure out who's on here.
Who's left on the panel? Yeah.
Who's the white? Which is the white avatar there with nothing on it?
Cracker.
Edwin guy. He must be sleeping, bro.
That's Frank.
Guy.
What about
Cracker.
JC? Did JC drop out?
Just stopping in, guys.
Hey, what's going on?
Yeah, for
What's
one,
up?
it's
I
not me fucking sleeping.
from my slumber.
No, I'm in there watching a movie right now. Actually, I'm chilling. It's not Lefty and JC. Did JC just bounce?
He's on ketamine.
He's here, but he's muted. He's muted. Puerto Rican Edwin is muted.
Puerto Rican Edwin.
And I just muted Lefty.
JC's cuddling with his bong right now, I think.
Yeah,
I don't hear it.
Racist.
Yeah, I don't know.
What's going on?
Is this a private show or live, like for anybody?
Oh, this is live. It's
Oh,
on
you're
YouTube.
live.
Yo.
We're in action right
There's
now.
There he is.
166 people.
Is that JC?
Yeah. Flesh.
Oh,
He lost the link. Handsome over there lost the link.
Oh, is he not in here anymore?
No, he just texted me that he lost the link.
All right. I just put it in the chat. Yeah, the noise isn't bad now.
No. Felt like somebody was vacuuming or something in the background.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah, I'm just doing a little housework.
Yeah.
It was that
That's
Nikki
right now,
Blade
something.
stupid. He's talking to the cop thing.
Yeah.
What?
What?
Remember Nikki Blade used to do the thing? I'm talking to the cops.
Yeah. When he'd
Nah,
have the thing playing in the background like he was
Yeah,
talking.
it sounded like that. Whatever happened to that guy?
ever since him and
Oh.
Sofo broke up, he doesn't really come on anymore.
I
That's
got you.
They're not really. I don't think they're friends anymore.
Wow, that was weird.
Dude, that was bananas.
They were friends for a long time,
Are
weren't
you
they?
saying that because they're
Yeah.
Cubans?
Oh
Saying
no.
that they're Cuban.
Oh shit.
Where's Handsome Jack, bro? I dropped the link for you.
Yeah, it was.
Ah.
I agree with you, Lefty. It was bananas to see that shit go down.
Bro, I was like, I clicked off for like 5 minutes. I come back. I was like, what the fuck? I
Hey,
was like, is this a joke? Are they like, you know?
Me
you
too.
guys hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, where did I get cut off? I was telling a good story.
I don't know. Pick up where you left off. I wasn't listening. I just.
I was talking about when Tabita and Vito Guzzo shot the 2 kids in the head.
Yeah, you said he made.
Yeah, we know that.
Guzzo made him get down on his knees. I don't know where you left off after that.
Oh yeah. Well, and then they shot him, and then the kid woke up in the car, and he started yelling some stuff. I'm cold, and then they set the car on fire, and then they shot him again.
Oh shit, dude! I remember hearing something about that.
Now I'm fucked up.
Like, oh, dude, the gas is cold or something like that.
I mean, yeah, Frankie knows the story, but I heard it personally from.
That is true too. Gas
Anthony.
is freezing cold, man. Even
Yeah.
when it's hot out, that shit's cold. Yeah. Not that I would know or anything like that. I'm just saying. You know?
Right.
I heard stuff like that.
Lefty, doesn't Handsome Jack at first I thought he was a headstand push-up guy when he was
Oh
talking.
no.
Their voices sound alike a little bit, right?
Yeah,
Who?
but you
Who
can
sounds
tell
the
the
same?
difference. You can tell the difference between sane and insane.
Yeah, true. No, your voice sounds like another guy who comes on. That's why at first I was like, "Who is that guy?"
Oh, the handstand push-up guy. He didn't like me for a while.
Oh no. He still fucking goes, oh great. I'm not looking forward to him.
All right. He's all right. I don't know.
The only
I think we
reason.
just lost Frank.
Oh
Yeah.
shit.
Now listen, man, you know, my show is apparently become the island for misfit toys, man, you know?
Definitely interesting, that's for sure.
Yeah,
Never a dull moment.
absolutely, man. Listen, you know, I'll treat anybody with you know, some respect and shit, even if I don't.
You've had some gems on that show, arguments and debates and
Oh, I know. Well, that's what I mean. You never know what's going to happen or who's going to come on and discuss.
common sense, roasting people, you know.
Oh, my God, dude. Yo, who's so dumb enough to come on with new and common sense after so many people who've just gotten, I don't know.
Real stalker thought he had a chance.
Dude, real fucking slow thought he was,
real slow. That's a good one.
You know.
That kid's an idiot.
Pulling one over on us. Jesus. And he just kept going too, man. It was like, all right, cool. Well, we don't believe you, and this is why.
Hey,
fucking, you can go more.
Handsome Jack. With Vito Guzzo, was he really on America's Most Wanted?
No, that was Paul Ragusa.
Vito Guzzo was a nut, though.
I thought I heard him say that Vito Guzzo was okay.
Paul Ragusa was on America's Most Wanted.
Vito Guzzo,
Frank's guy, right?
Huh?
Wasn't that Frank's friend, Ragusa?
Yeah.
Yeah, his sister was something of a gangster.
Yeah, Paulie Ragusa's sister was Fabio's mother, and she used to see Patsy Conti on the side, and she was like a fucking gangster herself.
Really?
Yeah.
So, Handsome Jack, being that you know a lot about the life, whatever you were around, who do you think on here is legit at all, as far as you know that talks about that life?
Like who you?
Any of the ex associates or whatever.
Content creators.
Yeah, content creators.
I mean, well, how many are there? What you got?
About
Jimmy
a dozen.
Calandra. What?
There's about a dozen or so.
So Jimmy Calandra, he's for real. Sammy, Michael, he's there for real. Who
Anthony
else is there?
Ruggiano. Anthony
Anthony
Ruggiano's in here.
Ruggiano's for real. Yeah, he's for real.
You got obviously he's legit.
Yeah, I met him a couple times out in the street. I met him actually one time in Elmira State Prison and in the halfway house, the federal halfway house. And I passed him a message from Jojo Carrazzo one time. But that was it. Yeah, I never really hung out with him or anything because he's from the generation before me.
Okay.
But who else has got shows?
Let me think. Well, you had Gene Barello. You had Gene Barello back in the day.
Yeah, well, everybody. I never met Gene Barello.
He's young. He's a young guy.
Yeah. Yeah.
I think most of the actual content creators are probably legit. I think it's more or less of these people that pop on these shows that are the frauds.
Yeah.
Like the randoms,
But I'll tell you one guy who's full of fucking complete shit. Arlotta. Complete fucking fraud.
This guy.
No.
Don't believe a word he says.
Arlotta was a boss.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, definitely.
And he stays in the same fucking house he grew up in, which is crazy.
How about this? How about a Mob 2 prediction about who's gonna come out next? What story it's gonna fucking be?
Oh
That's a good
God.
question. That should be the real question. What's next?
You know what? I don't know. I mean, it's going to be hard to get cooperators without no one killing anybody.
Oh yeah,
Yeah,
nobody's doing that. No.
That's
Who's
true,
gonna do it?
man.
Well, do you think that nowadays a lot of the guys who cooperated, they're out in the open?
What do you guys think about that whole Bonanno funeral thing?
Oh, that was crazy.
That's embarrassing.
Dude, embarrassing, but I'm surprised.
How could they even tell the guy he can't go to the funeral? That's
I know.
ridiculous.
That's some shit right there.
Not only that, they're saying the guy was shelved. Then what should you care about what the guy's doing if he's shelved?
He's going to a family member's funeral. I mean, he's married to the sister, I believe.
Yeah, But that's what I'm saying. If you shelve the guy, why are you still ordering him what he can and can't do? At that point, he's a civilian, basically. So if he wants to go to a funeral, why are you bothering the guy?
Right.
And they're doing it.
Sounds personal.
And they're doing it in front of other civilians because there's other civilians at the funeral and families and kids. That blows my mind.
Right.
Like that.
Well, then they had a fight. They had a fight at one of the restaurants with the bikers and got the shit kicked out of them like the next weekend.
Cousins.
They had a bad month.
I think that was Cousins in Jersey. Yeah,
I thought that was the week before.
It's a seafood restaurant.
Honestly speaking, whoever initiated that, back in the day, they would have been a whole shitload of trouble.
Yeah.
Yeah. And like if there was
DeSantis was wrong for ordering it.
Supposedly it came from the boss. Now, if there was still a commission in place, even the boss would have to face some consequences.
Yeah.
Mikey the Nose or something, right? I think they said it was the boss or something. Yeah.
Yeah,
That's what I'm saying. How could he even order that? That's why I just find the whole thing weird. It's bizarre.
And besides that, if you told the guy he can't go and he goes, okay, you wait for another day to straighten
right.
him out,
Yeah. He's going to his father-in-law's fucking,
Right, it's ridiculous.
That's what I'm saying. You're traumatizing anybody, kids who were there and people who were in mourning. Like, that's a big disrespect.
What the world sees.
Now, who knows if he actually told those guys to raise their hands?
But biker's probably not a big deal. He probably said, "I'll give you some meth and go beat some guys up."
Well, that guy's brother, he belongs to a club.
Yeah, the MC club. Yeah.
Yeah.
He brought the guy that was shelved brought the guys with him.
Yeah, because he knew he wasn't supposed to be there, but you
He's
know.
gonna have a problem, yeah. But then to fight right then and there is just even crazier. Like with your family there and everything. I mean, I guess at that point he doesn't care. I guess I don't know.
But,
yeah,
if
but
you're gonna bring bikers with you as bodyguards, protection, whatever, in case there's a possibility something's gonna happen, then your intent when you went there is that if something did happen, you were gonna fight it out.
Yeah, and
Yeah,
bikers
you had
don't have
the
the same.
intention.
Bikers
yeah,
don't
but his intention wasn't to start the trouble.
No, but his intention was, if there was
If there is trouble,
No, listen. His intention was to protect himself. That's what it was.
Well, that could have actually provoked a reaction.
No, well, I heard they didn't. The guys came running in after the fight started.
Really?
I mean, I don't know. You might know better than me.
No,
I'm not sure.
Like we're just looking at a situation.
Who swung first? Who swung first?
Probably fucking bikers.
No, he
Yeah,
is
I'm
right.
not sure.
Here, the bikers were outside until they.
No, listen. The altercation started with Saunders and the other guys that were there. I think one name was Ernie, Ernie Boy or something. Anyway, whoever threw the first punch out of that confrontation is in the
in
wrong.
trouble. Yeah, right.
They're in the wrong.
Right. Hey, I think Frank got kicked. I don't know if he's trying to get back on. If he can't drop him the
But Saunders is in the wrong too because those guys beat up wise guys.
Yeah.
So
you think anything's gonna happen though?
Listen, that just tells you the state of the mob now.
Yeah.
Yeah, there would have been bodies all over the street if that happened 20, 30 years ago. Yeah.
Well,
I mean, Saunders is basically saying,
yeah.
I don't give a fuck about you guys.
Right.
Well, even this though tells you the whole state of the mob. They're just YouTube, TV,
that's true.
all that shit.
Well, dude, that shit's been around for a while. Like the '90s, they've been doing. Now YouTube's just another fucking outlet, like those National Discovery and fucking Discovery Channel specials and all that shit.
But back in the day, it was like a select person. They wouldn't, a lot of times they black out their face.
Yeah, I was gonna say they're still hiding.
Well,
They're still hiding with bags on their head and disguises.
Well,
and
I think
shit
that
like
was
ashes.
A little bit to do with theatrics and a little bit to do with the person in general being a bit paranoid or cautious.
The consequences of killing an informant are really, really
They're worse than killing a cop.
So that you're signing your fucking self life in prison. And they're not gonna fucking rest until they find out who it is at this, nowadays. And if you're on YouTube, someone's on YouTube, it's a lot easier to probably find out who might have did it, just by seeing who was stalking their YouTube or had issues with them.
If you really want to get somebody, you can get.
Of course.
It's just how much playing.
It just doesn't happen as much.
Listen, if it happens, to all 5 families are going to suffer the consequences.
Yeah.
They're gonna heat down on all of them. Yeah. That's how they secure to make sure other people are comfortable cooperating and working with the feds because they're protected. You know what I mean? If they don't do that and make it real serious, then it tells other people like, oh, we don't really, got your back or whatever. Some people be less inclined to do it.
And especially, remember Gus Faraci killed the DEA agent?
Yeah.
I mean, I feel bad for the guy who takes the initiative to do that, even if he got an order to do it.
Well, it's the same thing even with a confidential informant. If somebody finds out who confidential informant is, has nothing to do with the mob, and they go after them and they kill them, they're fucked. They're gonna be in big trouble, man.
They're gonna get the chair.
Yeah.
They got to make an example out of them.
Yeah. Yep.
When's the last time that's been done? Has that been done? Like, I'm trying to think when the last time that they actually got to somebody. I don't even think that's happened. Besides, like Barboza, maybe that's about it, right?
No, there was like one other person I know for sure. I just can't think of his name right now.
There hasn't been many though.
I think he got whacked out in California too.
There has been some gang members who have gotten killed, but
Oh
Yeah,
yeah,
It'll
that's different. Yeah.
Yeah. Nah, I'm just talking about organized crime, guys. Like you're talking about
Whatever happened with that Pelosi guy? Was he legit?
Sal Polizzi, you mean?
Polizzi, yeah.
But I don't know.
He's a lot older than I am. I mean, he was from the neighborhood, like whatever his stories were. As far as them being legit, I wouldn't know.
I have his book. Someone was giving it away, The Sins of the Father. I never read it, but I was wondering if he
He
was.
had 2 books. The Sinatra Club too. That's the guy you're talking about, right?
Oh,
yeah.
Did he? Yeah. Yes.
Yeah, the Sinatra Club. Yeah. You know what? You know who that guy reminds me of? Is the dude that does the shows with A-Light, the corrupt cop there.
Oh, Michael Dowd.
Yeah, Dowd. Yeah.
Reminds me of Michael Dowd, man.
You know what?
Personality. You know what I mean?
I remember when Henry Hill flipped.
Yeah.
You know how everybody in the club was saying, oh, he was a fucking junkie, he was a fucking, Henry Hill. I mean, as far as the people that I know, he wasn't really anything to speak of.
He was an errand boy. Yeah.
Like nobody had anything nice to say about him. Or like
look at how he was the rest of his life. He was a drunk and a degenerate. Even look when he's on Stern and all that shit, you could tell what kind of guy he was. He was like that his whole life, I'm sure.
Yeah.
And like he wasn't even known as like a serious guy either.
No, but he just knew about shit that he can pin on people because he knew people from when he was a little kid, and
I'm not. It's probably definitely true that he associated with Jimmy Burke and Paulie Vario and those guys,
Yeah.
but it doesn't. I don't think he was involved in any major hits or anything.
No. You might have just known about him or have people talk to him about it or whatever,
Yeah, back in the day, people were a little bit more loose with what they said because, the technology wasn't as good as it is today.
Yeah, they weren't worried about all the bugs and the wiretaps and all that. Yeah, so.
Here's the thing that gets me, when it comes to undercover cops who penetrate, organized crime. It's the regular guy. Just because he's Italian can't go into the neighborhood and say he wants to run numbers or do somehow these guys are able to get in as outsiders, which is crazy because
they have people that co-sign for them.
They
have to have somebody
that co-sign.
Yeah,
but it's just so crazy how sometimes they can do that. I mean, even that guy who infiltrated the Cavalcanti family.
Well, what about fucking Donnie Brasco?
Well, yeah, Donnie Brasco too, and it's crazy too because Donnie Brasco grew up in Patterson in a neighborhood full of mob guys. They knew who he was, but he was able to let off.
That was somebody who greed took over his brain. So what was it? Sonny Black who
Lefty
stuck up
Ruggiero. Lefty Ruggiero. And then Tony Mira was the first one originally.
Right.
Yeah.
That's why they killed Tony Mira because he co-signed him originally. He went to jail and then he went with Lefty Guns there.
And then Brasco's fucking hitting Lefty off with money, so Lefty's gonna say whatever he needs to say.
Well, that's what it's all about anyway, right? Money. You know what I'm saying?
The crazier one is the Jack Garcia guy, the Cuban guy.
Yeah.
That pretended to be a 6'5", 300-pound Italian guy. Like what? How many 6'5" Italian guys do you know? Because I don't know, man. You know what I mean?
He watched Sopranos. He watched Sopranos. That's what that's what he says.
Yeah.
But once again, money.
Greed, right? Yeah, he was fucking throwing around a lot of cash.
Because a lot of these guys aren't making money at some points, bro. And it's just like.
And De Palma was an idiot, man.
Yeah, he was a moron. He didn't look too bright.
No.
After that situation.
No. When they want to give you free cell phones and shit like that, you should be questioning yourself. Like, I could buy my own fucking cell phone. Dude. Why are you giving me this? They're all recorded. The same thing that the guy in the Cavalcanti family did. Vinny Ocean there, Palermo. They were giving all those guys phones too. They were all fucking using them. They're all bugged.
Yeah.
Every one of them.
Speaking of them, that guy Giovanni Rocco, the cop who went undercover with the DeCava.
Yeah.
I mean, he had the son of the boss. He had the son as his partner selling drugs with him. I mean, that's how much they trusted him. He had
That's
the guys
crazy.
for his wing. Crazy.
Yeah, Vinny Ocean. I think he was owned part of the fish market or something, didn't he? Or something down there.
Strip
club.
Yeah.
But he did. I think he came up in the fish market.
Yeah, the fish market was his original racket. Yeah.
But then
Like
I'm
big
saying
time.
nowadays, I'm saying recently with this Stango was the last name of the boss.
Yeah, John Stango.
Was it John?
Or is that the guy in Philly? Oh, there's a bunch of Stangos.
No, it was. I forget his first name, but I'm just saying, even nowadays, and this guy was a complete outsider, and they let him in because he was a moneymaker.
I'm trying to think. Oh,
Charlie Stango.
the hat. Yeah, the hat. Yeah, Charlie. There
Yeah,
you go. Yeah.
and he's an
I had him
old
confused,
school
yeah.
guy, a real old school guy, you know. And they were using bikers too.
Stone Cold too.
The bikers that this guy, the undercover agent, set him up with, they were FBI agents too. They wanted to do a bikers or do a hit. They're fake bikers. Crazy shit.
No shit.
Yeah, I actually want to read the guy's book. It seems kind of interesting, you know. You know.
You'd figure that these guys would learn from past mistakes. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but like Handsome Jack said, it's just it's greed.
The greed, yeah, that's what gets people, man.
Yeah, you know, my grandfather used to tell me, mob guys have three gods: money, money, and money. It's fucking true, man. You know.
What kind of stuff were you mainly involved in, Jack? If you don't mind me asking.
Started out running the social club, running the card game, and then becoming Joe's driver, and then he taught me how to be a loan shark, and sent me to who would teach me how to become a bookmaker, and then other than that, I've been involved in home invasions, according to Jerry Capici, big ticket scores, all kinds of shit. Opportunist.
Yeah, whatever's available, right? Was there
Mhm.
something in particular that was like a big money maker though, that you were around or no?
Well, I mean, you got a good sports book. It's a big
Yeah.
money maker. And you know what? Even if you get enough time to put out enough money, Shylock money.
Yeah.
You know, like once you get a couple $100,000 out on the street, you're good. You know.
Yeah, that's what the Ronnie G, Barella's guy. They said that guy had like 3-4 million out on the streets. He's making a killing.
Right, and even like 100,000, if you charge 3 points, that's 3,000 a week.
3,000 a week, yeah.
You know, even that's good for one person.
Yeah, one.
Oh yeah, definitely.
You know, you get a couple, forget about it.
I mean, that's every week.
Right. Yeah, it's a lot of return on your investment with that shit.
Oh, what about Hootie Russo? Do you believe the stuff he talks about? You ever see him?
Well, according to him, he didn't even know me.
And he said that he wasn't under anybody.
Yeah, he said he was under Alphonse Trucchio. He was under Alphonse.
He really did hang out with them.
Indictment with him.
He
wasn't on record.
He definitely wasn't Ronnie One Arm's right hand man. He definitely wasn't his enforcer. But as far as selling drugs and stuff like that, to what level, who knows? But he did sell drugs. I know him since he's like fucking, I don't know, 5 years old.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I mean, where he talks about where he grew up, our club was a couple blocks away from City Line,
right?
Yeah.
City Line, yeah. Well, the weird thing I thought about his thing is that I seen his indictment, right? And he said that he was, doing all the after hours, like gambling stuff, collecting the money, doing all this, in regards to collecting loan sharking money and stuff. But then when you look at the indictment, the only thing he got charged for was for the drug stuff. And it's like, if there was obviously cooperators on the case and you were involved with picking up money or being the bag man at these high stakes games and stuff, you would have been in part of the gambling and racketeering part for that stuff, and he wasn't. So that alone right there should tell you that he's not telling the truth about that part, in my opinion, anyway.
Yeah. Well, I wasn't all up in his business, but he does talk like he was the second coming. But
Yeah. Right.
he knows he wouldn't say that to me, like he can say that to you guys. Like
I don't
there was
believe him.
there was one story that cracked me up. I was sitting watching and I was just cracking up to myself watching it. And he tells a story where he walked in to a card game or something, or to a club, and the whole place got quiet because they knew if he was around, somebody was going to get hit.
Oh, they were gonna get smacked or punched.
Yeah,
I
yeah,
remember
yeah,
that.
yeah, yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. And then to myself, I was saying, yeah, he probably didn't realize Ronnie was standing behind him.
That's fucking funny. I remember when he was saying that too. I was like, "Oh my god, this guy's a fucking nut, dude."
But you know what? I mean, I always liked him. He was to me, he was a nice kid.
Yeah. What about the story? What about the story when he said he went down to Mexico with 40 grand tucked into his Timberlands and was going to buy drugs off the cartel, and he made it back, and he was just like, "Oh no, I don't want to keep doing this."
I don't,
That was
if I had to bet money on it, I definitely wouldn't bet on it was true.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, a lot of these guys.
And you know what? The only reason why I'm even slightly talking about him is because he made a comment in one of his shows that I wasn't as tough as I thought I was. So if you happen to hear this, Hootie, that's the only reason why I'm beating you up a little bit.
Well, with Hootie, one day he's happy and he's respectful, and the next day he's bugging out on people. I just think that's his own personal something going on in his own personal life. You know what I mean?
Listen, he talks about how he was a bookmaker for Nicky Carrazzo and he had the office by
yeah, I've
88
heard
Park.
that. Yeah.
That was my friend Louis Tedisco's office, and the office is with Nicky, but you'll never see Nicky show up there. A guy named Ralphie Fly used to go there to collect the money and the figures, and this kid Louis Tedisco was with Angelo Magua, and all Hootie, did was, I mean, even at that time, he was working on a 25% sheet.
Oh, he didn't even have a half sheet. He had a quarter
No,
sheet.
he didn't even have a half sheet, and and if he was running the place, it was when like Louis said, "All right, do me a favor, just keep an eye on everything until I come back." He was too young to really be involved with the things that he said he was. And another thing too, he says that he got that nickname Cutie Hootie.
Yeah.
That because they used, I mean, as far as I know, he got that nickname because he looks like an owl.
Oh, like who?
Yeah,
he does look like the fucking. He looks like the Tootsie Pop. The Tootsie
all I
Pop
remember, because
commercial.
he was always hanging around, listening and just hanging around, and it was a skinny kid with these big blue eyes or green eyes, whatever they are, and he looked like an owl.
But you know how it is for a lot of kids who hang around their whole life, and then maybe they do a thing or two that becomes their whole identity. You know what I mean? And then if they get in trouble and they dive some guys out, that becomes their whole identity. Their whole life. That's who they are.
Well, who's the other?
He was a good kid. He was very respectful to everybody. Okay.
Yeah.
He was at one point close to Ronnie and Al. Okay, but there was a lot of kids close to Ronnie and Al.
Right.
What was the other thing I was going to say? He wasn't a tough guy. That I don't think he wasn't the type of kid if you saw him that you were going to worry about somebody getting beat up. It just wasn't like that.
But do you think there's a lot of tough guys or a lot less tough guys in that life?
I think we lost him.
Oh shit!
I have to drop the link. I think him and Frank was trying to get back on too. I don't know if he's still up, but Frank said Hootie was the boss.
I could tell that he was probably a respectful kid. I could tell that. I think he had some. I think he has some demons.
He's definitely dealing with some personal shit for sure.
He's got some demons in his life. And then once you have to leave the neighborhood or whatever, leave all your friends and you have a reputation of being an informant. A lot of people can't handle that, and they go to other shit.
The guy that usually trolls Fish Tank is in here tonight. The Vinny Chicken Colors guy. He says,
really?
"Hey, cuz, you remember Bobby Glasses?"
Fucking
this guy is, man, but he's definitely from the neighborhood. He knows fucking all kinds of shit.
Yeah, that's
Hootie was at Appalachian and his father's nuts. Swimming around stuff.
It blows my mind too. I know it's possible, but a lot of times when these kids are first generation Italian and they can't speak a lick of Italian, I don't get it. I never knew anybody like that growing up in Jersey in my life.
What do you mean? What do you mean by that?
Like where their parents are born, their parents' first language is Italian or Sicilian, whatever, and then themselves can't speak a lick of Italian.
Well,
I've never seen that before.
I can tell you from personal experience, that's how my family was, because my grandmother's brothers and sisters, they didn't. So my aunts and my uncles, they do speak it, but on my grandmother, they wanted to really ingratiate themselves into the American way, so they never taught them. I mean, they know some words, obviously know some words, but they never spoke fluently, or they did when they were younger, and they just lost it by the time they were, in high school age, college age. Because they were out of the house and they just.
Don't you think that's a lot of times when the parents can speak some English, or they speak English in the house instead of speaking Italian? But when the parents don't speak English,
oh, you mean at all? I got what you're saying.
You know what I'm saying? I don't know. A lot of the people that I know that where their parents were first generation really didn't speak English. They at least understand everything in Italian, even if it's in dialect. You know what I mean? I don't know.
That's what's weird now that I'm thinking about it, because my grandfather's brothers were like that too. They didn't speak at all, English at all. Well, but their kids all did though. So, but they do, and then some of them don't. I don't know. It's weird.
Well, like you said, if they're not speaking it that much in the house, and then they go to school, that's what that's what happens in a lot of households.
Yeah, you lose it, forget it.
Yeah. They learn most of their English from school.
And then they come home and the parents are not there. Yeah, it's different.
Hey, you guys hear me?
Yeah,
you're back, brother.
Yeah, I got knocked off again. What did I say last?
You were saying that Hootie was the boss.
I think I was just saying that he was just a nice kid.
Yeah.
He was a tough guy. Yeah, very respectful. And did he sell drugs? Yeah. They all sold drugs, but
who did it in the 90s?
Yeah, but that's it.
Well, when Hootie's telling that story about the guy that he used to sell the pills to and all that, I'm pretty sure he was talking about the grandson there, Gotti.
Oh yeah.
That's what I heard. That's what I heard.
Well, yeah, he was part of Gene's crew, right?
Yeah. Yep. Mm-hmm. And that's Hootie's friend. That's Hootie's friend. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I'm just putting one and one together, and I'm assuming
it makes sense. It makes
sense.
sense.
He was giving all those pills to. You know what I'm saying?
And those fucking pills were one of the worst things too, because it's not like you're just selling weed or anything anymore. Those fucking pills, man, holy shit. You can make so much money off of them. You're talking $35 for 30 milligram oxy. You're making tons of money off of that shit. Tons.
Yeah, back then probably. Yeah, probably
Oh
making a
yeah.
ton of money. Yeah.
Oh
But look
yeah.
at what you get. Look what you get in return for it, though. You know,
Well, yeah,
you
and
get
now
those
it's
football numbers and bodies on your hands and all sorts of
oh
shit.
yeah.
You know.
But back then, a lot of times it was people going to the actual clinics and getting a full script of 200 pills for $20 because of their insurance and selling them cheap, and these guys are making bank.
Well, it's funny because there was a lot of guys in my area too. Guys that were in the Life Connected and stuff that were all got caught dealing those pills and shit like that. It was always
Yeah.
all over the news. They were all involved in it. Oh yeah, moving
Well, yeah.
tons of them.
Russians are big into that. They would open up those clinics.
Oh yeah.
They had guys in Jersey. These Russians, they were going to homeless shelters with like a van to try to treat people with pain, and right there they would be prescribing it to them and taking tons of money off of Medicaid. Those motherfuckers are smart. They were. It was more
Yeah,
like
they're probably all doing fucking Life right now.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know.
Yep.
That's crazy. So what happened with all those guys? What happened with all those guys, Jack? I know Ronnie got Life, and Trujillo just got out recently, right? The son.
Yeah. Yeah.
They all still around or no?
Well, I heard Trujillo's in Florida. I heard, like you said, he got shelved. According to Jerry Capici or somebody, he got fucking smacked around in jail by Ace Aiello and Johnny Boy Cerrito or something.
Really?
Is there? Yeah. Is there an article? I don't know if it was. I heard it or if it was an article.
Yeah.
But yeah, I did hear that he got smacked by Bobby Vanese. I don't
No
know.
shit.
Yeah. You hear stories, but you don't know. But yeah, he ruined himself.
And it was all over that case, right? What he said in that case.
Yeah, all over what he said when he was in the courtroom to the lawyer.
Yeah. I wonder what the father thought about that shit.
The father never liked him.
Oh, really?
Yeah, before he was straightened out, he used to call him a weasel.
Really? The own father, huh?
No. I'm talking about. I thought you were talking about the lawyer's father.
Oh, I got you.
Jojo Carrazzo used to always think of him as a weasel.
Gotcha. No shit.
Yeah.
I'm not surprised.
And like the Tony Muscatello.
Yeah, the son or the father.
Yeah. No relation. He's a wise guy. He was friends with Al and Ronnie blessed him before because he got life in jail. He blessed him. Yeah, because like what that guy Mike says. He says these guys I used to give them wedgies when they were younger.
Yeah.
Yeah, I laughed when I heard that because Tony Muscatello he learned everything he learned was from me. He got to start with me. He used to work for me.
Is Muscatello the guy that Panisi always talks about?
No relation.
It's a different guy.
Yeah, it's a common name, Muscatello.
Yeah.
That guy's got some big appeal or something, I think, right now.
Who?
Yeah.
That Muscatello that you're talking about, the one that got hit for the murder of the cruise ship guys.
Yeah.
It sounded like he got a raw deal in that case, in my opinion, but I didn't look too much into it. But I remember reading it, but it seemed a little shady.
Listen,
or stupid.
Them kids, they went out every fucking weekend was fucking getting high on coke.
Oh, really? The son?
The son, his crew. I think the only one that wasn't doing that was Michael Rockefoot. Michael Rockefoot.
Yeah, he passed away, right?
No, his brother Frankie did.
The brother. Okay.
Michael Rockefoot is the best out of all of them.
Who were the Rockefoots? Because I always heard Hootie talking about them so highly.
Yeah, well, they were they originally, they got family roots to Brooklyn. And the father was, a knock-around guy, knew everybody. And Frankie and Michael Rockefeller, they were just good guys, They were, they were always respectful to, and not that they had to, because they were both big guys. And after Alphonse got straightened out, Mike Rock and Tony Muscatello got straightened out. And Tony Muscatello got no business being a wise guy, but Rock's a good guy. Even fucking Alphonse, I told you what type of person he is.
Yeah.
And Tony Muscatello, I'll tell you a story. They had this fucking kid that used to work in the club. I forgot his name. Maybe his name was Daniel or something. I don't know. But he was kind of like, he wasn't the sharpest tool in the shed. And he used to clean Tony Muscatello's apartment for him. And he found under his bed, he found dildos, handcuffs, strap-ons.
And who?
Tony Muscatello's apartment. This kid used to clean it for him. Yeah, because what he would do, what they would do
for him or his girl though.
They used to go out, get drunk and get high on coke. So I when he went home, he always called prostitutes to come over. So now, I mean, was he fucking the prostitute with the dildos, or with the strap on, or or was she screwing?
Oof.
I hope he cleaned them.
I don't know. I don't know.
Either way doesn't sound great for that life,
No.
No, yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, these guys, they didn't even have any type of discipline,
Yeah, that's something the old timers would have never done.
What's that coke will do to you?
No way.
Do dumb shit.
Well, that's that's what these guys did. I'm not saying all of them, but a lot of them. They went out. They, pop bottles. Had their own little private areas.
See, I have a hard time believing back in the '80s those guys didn't all get involved with the party scene. As much as partying they did.
Without a doubt.
That's what really good.
Right.
Without a doubt. Actually, I would say it was fucking worse back in the '80s than it was in the 2000s.
Yeah, it had that been, right?
Yeah.
Everybody was doing that shit.
Yep, everybody.
Why wouldn't they? Helped you stay up all night and party.
Right.
Well, I'll tell you one guy that I know wasn't doing that shit, and that was Jojo Carrazzo.
Yeah.
And probably Bobby Vinays wasn't doing that shit either.
Yeah, I'm sure there's probably a lot of the underlings that were out doing that type of stuff,
Yeah, and even Ronnie One he was always out fucking partying.
Was he? Yeah, big partier.
Yeah, big partier.
No shit. Guys, we're gonna live life. You gotta live it, right?
Speaking of partiers, what about Paciello? What do you think about him? How he's made such a big life of after everything that he did and people he put away.
Well, I mean, good for him. I don't give a fuck about being put away. I put people away too.
Well, no, what I mean is what I'm saying is,
it just means after the success he got. Yeah.
Do you think that people are still out to get him? Do you think he cares?
Oh, I don't think he cares, and I don't think anyone's out to get him.
Okay. No,
I was like 30. It was like 30 years ago now, wasn't it?
And I think 11 out of 10 guys that ever try to approach him aggressively will get their ass handed.
They're gonna have I was gonna say they're gonna have a problem. Yeah.
Yeah.
No, listen, he did what he had to do. He was a kid when all that shit was down.
I mean, far as I know, he was a real tough bastard.
That's what everybody says, yeah. And he was fucking movie star, fucking celebrities and shit. I mean, he really lived a life, this guy.
Jesus, I mean, what's her name?
Madonna.
Sophia Vergara.
Yeah, Sofia Vergara.
Jesus
I mean,
Christ.
Yeah,
she's healthy.
beautiful. Yeah, healthy. That's a good word. There you go.
Even the girls that he's online with now, I heard or whatever pictures he's had with women, or he's always got all these beautiful women. He's got clubs. I mean,
He's in Miami, man, the capital,
yeah.
bro.
But see,
Hey,
that,
he's the whole package, man, and plus
yeah,
he's got so many connections.
yep.
And probably got a good reputation business wise. So, people trust him; they'll invest with him.
Yeah, and it shows that he's got a business mind. You know what I mean? Like he probably could have did anything. It's just that he got involved in stuff, but his reputation probably helped him with stuff.
Well, you know what? At the
They
time,
didn't know who he was at the time, though.
at the time when he was committing all of those crimes, I mean, he was young and he
Yeah,
was just he was an earner, so he did what he had to do to earn.
yeah. Well, that's what I mean when they go after, especially like guys like Jimmy and this and that. I mean, they were such kids. They were kids. You know what I mean? Like your brain doesn't even fully develop until you're like 19 years old. You know, uh, they were doing crazy shit. I don't know. You think about
You
myself
want
when I
to
was
know
on
what? Every kid. I mean, when I was a kid, when Jimmy was a kid, eh, you were out in the street every day, all night. It's not like now. You don't see any kids hanging out on the street corner
No,
now.
nope, no.
They don't even leave their bedrooms.
And then you're out hanging out on the corner, just watching everything happen around you,
Yep.
watching all of the older guys, stealing cars and selling drugs and making money and pulling up with fancy cars and the wise guys. So that's everybody starts out robbing cars.
And there's a normality to it. There's just it's a social.
Yeah, it's
The
just like,
social norm is different.
especially in the 80s, that was like the
Yeah,
thing, robbing cars.
yeah, yeah.
At one time robbing bumpers, them big metal bumpers.
Well, the big one was the airbags.
Yeah, but that was even later on. I would say 90s.
Like I said,
Insurance companies paying $2,500 a pop for those things, man.
All the social norms have changed. A lot of those neighborhoods now are filled with hipsters from the Midwest.
Gentrified.
Your neighbors can't beat you anymore. I used to get beat by my neighbors when I was a kid. It's everybody. The whole mindset of the world has changed. 30 years ago, 40 years ago.
You get beat up by the neighbors, and then when your parents got home, you get beat
You
up by
get
them
beat
too
again.
right after.
Yep.
Yeah.
I mean, back in the day, it used to be like fucking 15, 20 guys sitting on chairs hanging out in front of the club.
Mm-hmm.
There was a bar on the corner. They had Aldo's Pizzeria across the street. And then right on the next corner was Associated Supermarket. And there was a big, giant parking lot there. So in the nighttime, when Associated closed, everybody used to pull up, park their car, hang out. And I mean, there was times where there was like 150 people hanging out on the corner.
Yeah.
Wow, 150 guys, Jesus.
Probably
Yeah, because we had people coming from all over, Ozone Park, Howard Beach, Woodhaven. They used to come and hang out.
They call the cops on you nowadays.
Oh,
Yeah.
forget it.
You got 15 guys there. They be calling the cops, wondering what's going on.
Yeah.
Once in a while, if people got a little bit too loud, or if it was too many people, the guys used to come out of the club and chase everybody away.
Oh, that's funny.
Yeah, it was a lot different. People playing.
Yeah, that was only like if JoJo was in a bad mood, he'd complain about all the fucking the cars parked and bringing all the attention, and then Johnny Bino used to come out and fucking kick everybody off the corner, and then he used to say, "But not you, Handsome Jack. You can stay here." But I didn't stay there. I went with my friends. I got kicked off.
Yeah. Well, listen, guys, it was a pleasure talking to you. I got to take it in for the night, though. It's fucking late.
Yeah, me
exhausted
too.
right
Me
now.
too.
Yeah, me too, man. I got to work.
But
Unfortunately.
listen, happy Thanksgiving to everybody.
Yeah.
Handsome Jack, it
Yeah.
was nice to meet you. Good talking to you.
You
Hopefully we'll
too.
talk
Yeah,
again.
I enjoyed talking to you guys. I had fun.
Yeah,
Yeah,
handsome Jack.
definitely. Me
Good
too.
to meet you. Common sense. Love you, brother.
Yep.
All right.
Love you, bro. Everybody else, I don't know.
Hey, listen, I know
You
you
too,
guys
Lefty.
already.
Take care, my man.
You guys don't know me, but I
Hey,
know you
common
guys
sense,
already.
Pete. Take
But
care.
yeah, no, you've been listening to FBS for a while, right?
Yeah, so I know all of you. Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah, the Mets,
FBS.
the
There he
legend.
came to end the show.
Yeah, I heard from the other room. Everybody's ready to check out.
Bro, what was this? A 5 hour show?
Almost 6.
6, man.
Right
Shit.
on.
Yeah.
Wow.
Exactly. Well, listen, guys, take care, FBS. Thank you again, man. Appreciate it, brother.
Absolutely, man.
Everybody, ciao. Buona
Yeah.
notte.
Take care, guys. Everybody in the chat, take care.
Thanks for inviting me, FBS. I wouldn't have came on if you didn't invite me.
Of course, bro. Yeah, anytime, bro. You're welcome anytime.
Yeah. Handsome Jack, come on again, man. You're an interesting guy.
Yeah, I will.
Sure.
I will. I had fun.
Yeah. All right, guys. Ciao. Ciao.
All right.
Happy Thanksgiving.
All right. Hey,
You
happy
too.
Thanksgiving,
Happy Thanksgiving,
everyone.
JC, take it easy, bro. I forgot you were there.
Oh,
All right.
he woke up.
All right.
All right, guys.
Bye.
All right, handsome Jack, bro. I'll talk to you soon.
All right, buddy.
All right, there you go. So I got a routine, guys. I can't help it. I got a routine where I have to relax for a little while before I go to sleep because I just can't sleep otherwise. So I had to check out my own show, but that was good. It actually went to drop the link for Pee Wee so we could do another 6 hours. Yeah, Jack does, bro. He does. He does. I talk to him often. Yeah. He's a wealth of information. So listen, guys, that's it for the night. All right. It's what? Fucking almost 4 a.m, I think. Yeah. I'm ready to go to bed. So thank you to all my guests, everybody who came on. Jesus, there's too many to name, but Anthony Aralotta, Handsome Jack, Frank, Mustache Pete, Common Sense, Gunsmoke, JC, Lefty, everybody. And thank you guys all for being here and hanging out. It's almost 4 a.m. We got 144 people. So thank you guys. I appreciate it for hanging out and listening to these dudes. Let me see something. Diversity training with MRE, Canadian $10 super sticker. Well, thank you, bro. I didn't expect that at the end of the night, but thank you. I appreciate it. All right, guys. Yeah, I'm exhausted, Bud Rob. Absolutely. Chicky is wired up. Oh, that must have been part of the conversation that was going on earlier. Bud Rob, will everyone say Thanksgiving to the FBI? Wow. Think they were listening? All right, guys. That's it. I'm out of here. I'll see you guys tomorrow night. Tomorrow night, I got a special guest. I had a special guest that you guys are going to enjoy. He hasn't been on in a while, and he's actually been on this show only once, and he wants to tear a fat scumbag in Texas to pieces. So, Chad D, you sent a super sticker? Oh, shit, hold on. So you guys will enjoy that. I was going to have him on tonight, but he couldn't make it tonight. Oh, Bobby Burberry on $9.99. Handsome Jack, thanks for coming on today. Thank you, Bobby. Shit, I got to go back through here, see what I missed. Louis P, $1.99. I think I saw, yeah, I saw that one. What did I, did I get this? Chad D, $3 super sticker. I think I just did. Yeah, I did. That's all I see. Yeah, Gene Barella will be on tomorrow. Yeah, absolutely. As long as everything works out, he might change his plans. I don't know. But if he doesn't, then he'll be on tonight, I guess you could say, right? So yeah, you guys can, I know I got to get the room fucking cleaned up. Chad D, $3 super sticker again. Thank you very much, bro. So yeah, it'll be fun. It'll be fun. Friday night. I don't think I'm going to do a daytime show. What's the fucking point? But tomorrow night, like I said, guys, I want to do members only shows. from now on for the most part, which is what I plan on doing. But I know Gene is going to want this to be public tomorrow. So Friday night, public show, Gene Borello will destroy Lee Cole. All right. So thank you for everything, guys. I love you all. And until next time, salute.